What is this place? Leila couldn't help but complain loudly in her heart. Looking at the dense woods around, Leila had to admit that the child was lost. Losing is fine, but the problem is not to get lost in the forest. How to get out? Getting lost in the forest is fine, but can we come to a normal forest? Why are the animals here different? Whose pig can grow to a size of 5 meters? Fortunately, Leila is lucky, and Leila is more cautious, otherwise he will become the nourishment of nature. Leila walked for a long time again. His physical strength has been almost consumed. What's more, he was afraid to avoid those animals. In desperation, Leila found a tree and sat down to rest for a while. When Leila sat down, the physical and mental fatigue gradually surged up, and Leila couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it was really unlucky. When Leila woke up, he was already in this forest. He crossed over. Leila didn't know the appearance of this body. The only thing that was certain was that this body was a child, who didn't look very old, with thin arms and legs, and wearing some simple clothes. Leila felt a little desperate. According to the size of the animals, the more resources there are in this forest when the ecology is relatively stable, which proves that this forest is very large. It is difficult for Leila to escape in her current state. Leila already felt that she could not hold on any longer. Because of the problem of avoiding animals, Leila did not have access to water sources. It is well known that there must be many animals where there are water sources, and now Leila had to take risks. But at this time, a figure appeared in front of Leila. Leila stood up instantly and saw an old man. He had wavy white hair, leaving traces of time, thick beard, kind face, deep and bright eyes, wearing a purple cloak with marks and a white robe, and holding a magic wand inlaid with purple gems. For some reason, Leila felt a sense of peace in her heart when she saw the old man in front of her. At the same time, because of the relaxation of her mind, Leila lost consciousness and fell to the ground just as she was about to speak. Auguste walked closer, glanced at Leila, and then knocked the ground with his magic wand. A purple magic circle immediately appeared under the feet of Leila and Auguste, wrapping the two of them, and disappeared in an instant. Am I still alive? Leila opened her eyes, sat up from the bed and looked around. She found that it was a small house. The environment in the house was a bit simple. The house was made of stones, the furniture was made of wood, like the Middle Ages. At this time, Augustus opened the door and came in with a bowl of porridge, and saw that Leila had woken up, so he handed the bowl to Leila. After Leila thanked Augustus, she took the bowl, took a spoon and drank the porridge in small sips. Augustus watched Leila quietly from the side until she finished the porridge in her hand, and then when he saw that the bowl was empty, he asked Leila, "Do you want more? If it's not enough, I'll get you another bowl." No, thank you, Grandpa, I'm much better now." After drinking the porridge, Leila felt that her body had recovered a little, and she was embarrassed to bother the old man in front of her. "Child, how did you end up in that forest? You look like you must have gotten lost." Seeing that Leila was in much better condition, Auguste nodded in relief and asked Leila some questions. During the time when Leila was unconscious, Auguste also asked the villagers about the child, but the villagers had not seen the child. "Grandpa, I don't know either. My memory is a little confused. I was in that forest when I woke up." Leila felt an inexplicable familiarity with the old man in front of her, but she just couldn't remember where he was. "Do you still remember your name?" Auguste asked. "I remember, my name is Leila Sloane, but I can't remember the rest," Leila replied. When Leila just woke up, she felt a sharp pain in her head. She had lost some memories. The only thing she could remember clearly was the name of this body. Then there was a silence. Auguste was thinking in his heart. There was no way to deal with amnesia. He was not a professional doctor. He knew how to use healing magic, but he didn't know how to restore memory. "Grandpa, what's your name?" Leila looked at the old man and thought about it. After a while, she felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she asked the old man's name. "My name is Augusta." "Augustus." The old man's words echoed in Leila's mind. Leila's pupils dilated slightly, her expression froze for a moment, her heart skipped a beat, and then she pretended to be calm and repeated the name. Leila certainly knew the value of this name. No wonder she felt familiar with it. This outfit was exactly what Augustus looked like when he appeared. Leila then asked cautiously, "Then, Grandpa Augustus, where is this place?" "This is Maple Leaf Village, a small village on the western border of the Kingdom of Fiori, and the forest you were in before is to the east of the village, which is called Maple Leaf Forest." Because of Leila's memory problem, Augustus tried to tell the information as detailed as possible. After hearing Augustus's answer, Leila lowered her head and pretended to think, thinking that it was true. "It seems that the benefits of being a time traveler have come. Although I have suffered a little, it is not important. I met Augustus. Leila, do you want to travel with me?" When Auguste heard about Leila's experience, a ripple appeared in his heart. He looked at Leila, who was still thinking with her head down, and asked for her opinion. Traveling. Leila was a little confused. Why did Auguste travel? According to the previous plot, there was no such thing. The butterfly flapped its wings so quickly. "Yes, I want to go inland, where the medical conditions are better. I think I may find a good doctor there to cure your condition." Auguste said this to Leila, hoping that Leila could follow him, because Auguste seemed to see himself as a child in Leila. After thinking about it, Leila nodded and thanked Auguste. Then Auguste left the house and asked Leila to have a good rest. After recovery, they would set off on the journey. After all, this house was temporarily borrowed by the village chief, and it was not good to occupy it all the time. Travel, Inland, Fiori Kingdom. Leila.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Thought of Auguste's purpose and was a little surprised. Why would Auguste go there? No, it was normal to go there, but why at this time? The next morning, Leila woke up and walked to the mirror next to the window. She looked at the boy in the mirror. He was about 5 or 6 years old, with a handsome face, golden brown hair, cat-like eyes, brown pupils, and a thin figure. Then he sighed that he was still so handsome, and walked out of the house. Speaking of which, the human bodies in this world are really good. Leila recovered overnight. When she went out, she saw the village chief thanking Auguste. It sounded like he was saying thank you Auguste for helping them set up the barrier. Auguste and the village chief saw Leila, and then asked about Leila's body. When asked how Augustus was feeling, Leila said she was in good shape. Then the village chief took Augustus and Leila to the dining table. The village chief's enthusiasm was a little too much for Leila, but fortunately, breakfast time passed quickly. After Augustus had finished his meal, he saw that Leila was in good shape as he said, so he asked the village chief to leave. Although the village chief hoped that Augustus could stay for a while longer, when he saw Augustus looking at Leila, he understood what he meant. After that, the village chief prepared a bag for Leila, which contained some clothes and food, and then touched Leila's head. After Leila thanked the village chief, she followed Augustus out of the village. When they reached the maple forest, Augustus suddenly asked, Leila, do you want to learn magic? Magic? Yes. When Leila heard about magic, she was so excited that she couldn't help but smile. Well, I will teach you magic later, but you have to exercise your body first, Auguste said to Leila. Then he explained to Leila why she had to exercise her body first, and gave a detailed introduction to magic. Of course, while Auguste was explaining to Leila, Leila did not rest. Auguste made a series of exercise plans for Leila, and Leila was also working hard to complete them so that she could learn magic as soon as possible. There is a magic factor between all things in the world, and it circulates among all things. The magic power of the wizards comes from this. They cast magic by harnessing the magic power in their bodies. Therefore, the importance of the body as a container for storing magic power is self-evident. Magic is divided into two types: holding system and ability system. The magic that requires the use of magic props and one's own magic power to use is called holding system, and the magic that uses the practiced magic power to materialize is called ability system. Of course, there are various specific magics, and Auguste performed them for Leila. Explanation. Lyra, who was standing by, listened to Auguste's explanation. After all, she didn't know much about these specific things. At the same time, because of the schedule Auguste made for Lyra, she learned a particularly important piece of information. It was now the end of X766. But Lyra didn't remember the time at all. The only timeline she could remember was X777. After Lyra's continuous deduction, she could only lock in an interval, that is, X772 to X774. Due to insufficient information, this time could not be determined, so she still had to collect intelligence. However, when she thought of being able to save Sister Lei, Lyra couldn't help but raise her mouth. Auguste was a little thirsty, and then he stopped and looked at Lyra. Lyra was in a daze, with a somewhat obscene smile, and he took the magic wand and hit Lyra on the top of her head. Finally, Lyra touched the big bump on her head and wanted to cry without tears. She exercised twice as much today, and was asked by Auguste to exercise for more than a month. The Carlos Mountains are located to the west of the council. The entire mountain range stands in the west of the kingdom of Fiori, stretching across the vast land. These mountains are composed of steep peaks, long glaciers, and mysterious forests. It was already the end of September in X768. Leila and Auguste had been traveling for more than a year. During this period, Auguste would take Leila to see doctors and healing magicians in every city they arrived in, but they had no idea what to do about Leila's situation and could only give some pertinent advice. It was a pity for Leila, but he didn't care too much. He was not the original body. As a somewhat selfish person, it was enough for his memory to be there. Leila had already mastered magic at this time. After several months of devastation, Leila was finally able to learn magic, but at that time Leila had not decided what kind of magic she wanted to learn. Don't worry, magic will choose you. With an unwavering heart, you will eventually encounter the magic you want. Since you are hesitant, this magic may help you. Auguste saw the hesitation in Leila's heart, transmitted the ancient magic to Leila's brain, and explained it to Leila. After a while, Leila gradually absorbed the ancient magic transmitted by Auguste in her brain, and then spread her hands. After a golden magic circle was generated, a huge information collection sphere appeared above Leila's head, and a virtual screen appeared in front of her. Oh, this is the ancient magic book. You can search for a lot of information on it. Leila clicked on the screen with both hands, searching for various magical information. The screen in front of her divided the results into small screens. Use it well. Back to the present, Leila looked at Auguste and couldn't help saying, Grandpa, how far is it to the town? We are almost there. Look, it is just this short distance away. Let's teleport. Augustus walked to the top of the hill ahead and pointed to the town not far ahead. Leila and Augustus walked all the way, crossing the mountains and passing through the forests. During the journey, they encountered many villages. They lived in these places and were sometimes invaded by some monsters. Leila and Augustus would help them and then rest in the village. But generally speaking, Augustus always let Leila practice with these monsters first. If she encountered one that she couldn't beat, she would wait until Leila had no strength left before taking action. Leila felt depressed. This world is purely for physical training. Why do wizards only fight in close combat? And the physiques of the people here are too outrageous. Of course, more importantly, Leila learned teleportation magic and instant movement. If she couldn't beat them, she had to run fast. As the magic circle was generated, Leila and Augustus teleported to the woods some distance away from the town. This is the town of Kalos. It's so big, there are so many magic shops inside. Leila started to get excited when she thought of some interesting magic tools. Well, just go and take a look, our travel expenses are almost gone. Auguste looked at the excited Leila and immediately poured cold water on her. Walking into a magic shop, looking at the various display cabinets, there were many star spirit keys that Leila didn't know, and some ring magic. The cabinets were filled with magic potions of various effects, all attracting Leila's attention. If you equip yourself with magic tools, then you will be a pure Krypton Gold player if you fight with others. Forget it, this world is still determined by your own magic power. Leila looked at the dazzling array of goods with active thoughts. There was really no need for Leila to buy these things, but he just found them interesting. The most interesting thing about coming to the magic world was to see all kinds of magic, but they were not very practical for him. However, there were some interesting magic props for daily use, but Leila had no money. After Leila and Augusta had dinner in a restaurant, they came to a hotel and planned to stay there for one night. There is a train station in this town. We will take the train to Magnolia tomorrow. I heard there is a very powerful healing magician there. Let's go and see it. Of course, we will also go and see what the guild she created looks like. Take the train? Okay. Leila wondered why they suddenly had to take the train. Was it because they were in a hurry for something? Come to think of it, there seems to be a guild in Magnolia that is quite interesting, but also very good at getting into trouble. Leila thought that she was finally going to Magnolia, and looked at the magic weekly in her hand, which clearly stated Fairy Tale's strongest S-class wizard Guildards destroyed a mountaintop on Mount Altina. At the same time, Leila was also observing Auguste's reaction when he heard about this guild. By the way, Grandpa, what guild are you from? I don't have a guild. Do you know the Albares Empire, the central country of the Western continent? I am the strongest magic king of that country. Auguste stroked his beard, smiling meaningfully. Of course, Leila knew these things, but she had no idea what happened after Auguste met Jelal. She opened the ancient magic to check. Grandpa, is this information all yours? Although I was mentally prepared, looking at some of the superficial information of Augusta was already jaw-dropping. This information was more than some people could get in several lifetimes. Ha ha ha, it's not bad. Auguste stroked his beard. Okay, go to bed early. Auguste urged Leila, who was still searching for information about the Albares Empire. Okay. Leila behaved very obediently. As for why, when she had just learned this magic, Leila stayed up late to read all the interesting information she could think of. She stayed up for several nights. One night after that, when Auguste saw that Leila was still going to stay up late, he hit her on the head with a stick and she fell asleep. Then Leila learned her lesson. Auguste lay on the bed, thinking back to the time in Maple Leaf Village. Auguste didn't think much about it, but when Leila heard Auguste's name, her reaction was a little wrong. Auguste noticed it and activated the magic of the Divine Eye. He found that Leila's soul was extremely unstable, but Leila's body had a huge magic power. If left alone, Leila's soul could not perfectly control her body. The magic in the body is like a bomb. Although he was puzzled as to how Leila could know about Augusta's affairs when her memory was confused, Augusta was still worried. He made him exercise and fight monsters along the way so that his body could gradually adapt to the body, so that the soul and body could be better coordinated to control his own magic power. Of course, Augusta would observe Leila's condition in those months, and after she found that she had improved, Augusta was relieved and did not have to use soul-stabilizing magic on Leila every night. At first, it was just for the child's body, but after a long time of contact, he felt that this disciple was not simple and he was hiding many things. The next morning, Leila opened her eyes, put on her clothes, and began to wash up in a daze. Good morning, Grandpa, where did you go for a drive? Leila heard the sound of the door opening and turned to look at Auguste, who had returned from outside. How come Grandpa always wakes up so early? Is he getting younger and younger? Hurry up and wash up. I have already bought the ticket. I will pack up and leave. You can't get up every time. You are not as energetic as an old man like me. Auguste looked at the lazy Leila, with a face full of disappointment, and complained crazily. Okay. Leila quickly finished washing and packed her luggage, then stood in front of Auguste. Leila knew clearly that her grandfather couldn't stand seeing him being lazy. If he hadn't been busy, he would have made him exercise. Well, let's go. Augustus looked at Leila's attitude and nodded. Magnolia is located in the eastern part of the Kingdom of Fiori, with a population of 60,000. Passing through the church, the Cathedral of Cardia, which stands in the city center, you can see the city's only wizard guild, Fairy Tale. Augusta and Leila strolled through the streets of the town. Magnolia is worthy of being the city where Fairy Tale is located. Its prosperity is amazing. The magic shops that can be seen everywhere on the roadside are much larger than those in the towns they have visited before. The goods also keep up with the trend of magic weekly, and they have everything you can think of. Walking into the town and following this street, you can see the guild at the end. This straight road is specially set up for guild arts. Speaking of which, this town is still in normal mode. Guild arts has gone on a mission. Boss, are you guys decorating the streets to celebrate something? Leila asked the magic shop owner, looking out at the street. You are from another town, right? This is the annual harvest festival, so the whole town is preparing to celebrate. In 3 days, Fairy Tale will hold a magic parade. You are here at a good time. Although Fairy Tale often causes trouble, we still like them very much. The magic parade is very beautiful. The owner of the magic shop also looked at the busy figures of the residents outside. Merchants on both sides of the street began to decorate their own shops, hanging colorful balloons and ribbons to create a festive atmosphere. They carefully arranged every detail to make the whole street glow with vitality. Various roadside stalls were also set up, selling fairy tale peripherals, shooting games, and circus performances. On the road, you can also see several children wearing costumes and playing wizards chasing monsters on the street. The child dressed as a wizard wore a magic hat with a heart-shaped mark on his head, a cloak, and a wooden magic wand in his hand. What's more interesting is that there is a puppy wearing a slightly smaller magic hat following behind him. The child playing the monster in front ran away while shouting, and the 2 children behind happily chased after him. Crowds of people can be seen everywhere on the street, all talking about how last year's harvest festival was. This year may be more exciting. It is indeed a good time. Auguste walked among the crowd and looked at such a lively scene, and couldn't help but sighed. Grandpa, we have to come early. I heard that all the residents of the town will be here at that time. Don't come too late and miss the front seat. I'm looking forward to it. Leila looked at the shops filled with peripherals on the street and couldn't help herself. In a few years, when they join Fairy Tale one by one, I will buy all the peripherals, hee. It doesn't matter, the town is so big, there are enough seats in the auditorium, everyone can see it, and you can also stand on the roof to watch it. At this time, an uncle next to him suddenly said, "Really? That's great, but it's gone after I finished watching it, what a pity." After listening to the uncle's explanation, Leila showed a regretful expression. Don't worry, there will be magic crystals for recording. In that magic shop, there will be special staff to record the magic parade every year. The uncle pointed to the old shop that had been open for many years and explained to Leila carefully. Grandpa, how much money do we have left? Leila stared at Auguste with eyes wide open and full of expectation. No, forget it. Auguste didn't even look at Leila, but knew what he wanted to do and refused casually. Huh? It's so uncomfortable, but it doesn't matter, I'll go later. Leila was a little disappointed, but she felt relieved when she thought about how she could earn money to buy it by completing tasks later. It's really a good time to catch up. Auguste couldn't help but sigh. The atmosphere of life here is really comfortable. At the same time, on a street, a grandfather and his grandson were talking. The grandson was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt with a yellow lightning logo on it and blue trousers underneath. The grandfather was wearing a light yellow cape with a fairy tale emblem on his back. Grandpa, aren't you going to join this magical parade? This is the stage for you to show your talents, let me watch from the audience. Then can I find Grandpa? My business is not important, so I was on the parade will do this. While speaking, the child made a finger upward gesture, as if it was a signal. What is that? This is my message to you. Even if I can't find my grandfather, I will always look at his proof. Laxus the grandfather looked at his grandson smiling in front of him, his eyes gradually moistened, his eyes were full of emotion. Just watch, Grandpa. Auguste, who was standing aside, retracted the magic of the divine ear. The moment Makarov appeared, Auguste locked onto his position and cast a spell. He also wanted to see what kind of person the current fairy tale president was. At the same time, in the Fairy Tale Guild, a group of people began to arrange the order and performance content of the parade, confirm their willingness to participate and arrange their positions and programs in the parade. The decoration and preparation of the motorcade are also in full swing. The magic props and lighting effects on the car must be carefully debugged and prepared. Finally, after all the preparations were completed, the residents and tourists of the city began to wait impatiently for the arrival of this magic parade. They look forward to enjoying the joy and surprises brought by magic in this magical festival. The whole city seemed to be cheering in the countdown, welcoming the arrival of this unique event. Grandpa, where are we going to live? Fengshanhua village is quite famous. We stayed there for the past few days. What? You said we have no money, so why can we still afford to live there? When I say I have no money, it's you who has no money. I still have some. You deceive the feelings of children. If you don't come, I'll live alone. No, I live here. Fengshanhua village, located in the west of Magnolia, is a place with antique architectural style. The streets are lined with traditional Japanese wooden buildings, the roofs are covered with red glazed tiles, and wind chimes are hung on the window frames, exuding a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. The villagers walk on the streets in traditional kimonos or yukatas, adding an ancient and elegant atmosphere to the entire village. There are many Japanese-style pubs and inns here, serving a variety of authentic Japanese cuisine and hot spring cuisine. The most important thing is the hot spring street, which has many hot spring baths and hot spring inns, where tourists can enjoy a relaxing hot spring bath and feel the comfort and pleasure brought by the hot springs. Leila, tomorrow I will go to the deep forest in the east to find the healing magician to see how you are doing. Ah, comfortable, this is life. Oh, Grandpa, what did you say just now? Leila lay in the hot spring, feeling the relaxation. Well, if you didn't hear me, I said I haven't exercised for a long time. Auguste has seen through it. Okay, I heard you. Can't you let me enjoy it for a while? Leila quickly interrupted Auguste's words and muttered, I wonder if Granny Polypsycha can be cured. The Tavern Super Express is also one of the most popular attractions in Impatience Village. The kind chef who is taciturn and can only shake his head, and countless super delicious dishes have deeply captured the hearts of gourmets. Oh my god, this chef looks so familiar. Leila couldn't help swearing as she looked at the chef in front of her with a high forehead, a mustache, and shaking his head. The chef cooked for Leila and Auguste, and also changed the phonograph in the store to a relaxing and soft record, which maximized the experience. There were also many customers in the store, and it was really hard to watch the chef shaking his head constantly while cooking at the counter. After dinner, Leila and Auguste returned to the hotel to rest. Magnolia's East Forest seems to be the forest where Natsu and Lysina lived when they were young. Leila and Auguste came here. Along the way, Leila saw many new monsters, including small bats flying in the air, blue turtles with coxcombs by the river, and monsters of unknown species with colorful prisms on their backs. As Leila and Auguste went deeper, a big tree gradually appeared in front of them. It was indeed a wooden house. The house was built inside the tree. There was a window next to the door and they walked up the steps. Auguste and Leila stood at the door. After Auguste knocked on the door and waited for a while, no sound came from the house. Leila lay on the window of the wooden house and looked into the house. The house was simple but very tidy. The cabinets were full of magic books and magic potions. There were some mixing tools on the table next to it, but there was no figure of Grandma Polypsycha. Auguste tapped Leila's head with his magic wand. Don't look at it, it's impolite. It looks like she's going on a long journey. Let's go and come back later. After that, there was nothing to do, so Auguste decided to let Leila practice in this forest. Only by continuous practice can she go further, not just to kill time because of boredom. Auguste sat down by the stream and asked Leila to find a magic beast to practice. He took out the fishing rod, closed his eyes slightly, and a satisfied smile on his face. The sun shone, the river flowed gently, the breeze blew, and the leaves made a pleasant rustling sound. Auguste held the fishing rod, waiting attentively for the fish to be hooked, sometimes looking up and looking far away, sometimes looking down to observe the ripples on the water. The natural scenery around was harmonious and peaceful, as if time had slowed down because of it. At this moment, Auguste enjoyed the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. As time passed, Auguste looked at the 3-meter-long strange fish on the shore, with a red body, gray mane on the gills, and yellow pectoral fins, pelvic fins, and tail fins. It's this big, enough for that kid to eat. Isn't it time to come back? I'm back. Leila's voice sounded behind Auguste, and it was a little strange that the voice was a little unclear. Ha ha ha. Auguste looked at the bruised Leila in front of him and laughed very unkindly. What are you laughing at, old man? That Gorian's monster is just a stinky monkey. I'm going to beat it up next time. Leila was so angry that she said, if I hadn't learned offensive magic, I would have beaten it up. Ha 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 ha. Auguste still laughed mercilessly. Stinky old man, is this the fish you caught? It's so big, this fish must be a good meal. Yes, we will make it into barbecue later. I've decided, I'm going to learn that magic. Arc of materialization? I chose a very interesting magic. Auguste showed an interesting expression when he heard this magic, and then began to explain to Leila the origin of this lost magic. Of course, this magic also has certain limitations and side effects. The arc of materialization can turn everything imagined into reality, but it requires a certain level of concentration. As for the side effects, one is that materialization will consume a lot of physical strength and magic power, and the stronger the ability, the greater the consumption. Second, it may cause a certain burden on the user's mental state. Therefore, Auguste stipulated that Leila must meditate every night in the future to keep her mind calm. However, these are not a problem for Leila. Leila's body has been trained for such a long time, and the magic power has been constantly nourishing in the body for such a long time. Leila can already accurately control the magic power. For some reason, Leila only feels that her mental state it was also very good. After Leila mastered the arc of materialization, she then materialized a small salamander, and then a bunch of barbecue ingredients and a grill, and then materialized a super fast high-browed chef and asked him to make grilled fish. This meal was so satisfying. After finishing today's practice, Leila went to the only bathhouse in Magnolia, which not only eliminates fatigue but also restores magic power. Leila took her toiletries and walked into the men's bath. After taking a shower, she drank a bottle of mixed juice and milk, and felt that her condition had recovered. For the next 2 days, Leila and Auguste came to the forest to practice every day, and to wait for news from Polypsycha in the forest, but unfortunately she did not wait for her to come back. At the beginning of the practice, Leila tried to materialize Auguste, but unfortunately she failed as soon as she imagined it. Is it a problem of magic? Grandpa is too powerful, I can't imagine it at all. Then start with the simple one and try this. Auguste looked at Leila who was tinkering there. After explaining magic on the first day, he saw Leila's state and knew that this magic was very compatible with Leila. Leila and magic chose each other. After a period of imagination, Leila successfully materialized a cat and a mouse. The two animals hugged each other after they materialized, looking around with a confused look on their faces. Oh, it really appeared. So interesting. So I can watch the show now. Leila couldn't help but exclaimed at the cat and mouse in front of her, and then touched them with her hands. When Tom and Jerry saw this place, the cat and mouse hugged each other directly. Unfortunately, their fighting power is not high, and their magic power has not been consumed much. Perhaps we need to test their physical abilities. Leila waved her hand and the cat and mouse disappeared. Come on, Super Saiyan. After thinking about it in her mind, Sun Wukong appeared in front of her, but it was just a normal form. Leila tried to materialize the form of Wukong Saiyan, but she felt a little tired, because its fighting power could destroy a planet. Although Wukong was materialized, it was really embarrassing to say out his moves. Leila blushed and covered her face. Alright, Goku, let's go get revenge. Leila used the ancient document to transfer some common sense of this world to Goku's brain. As the progress bar above Goku's head showed that it was completed, Leila called Goku to get revenge on that Vulcan. He dared to hit Leila's handsome face. Oh, okay. Leila followed Wukong and walked into the depths of the forest. Auguste watched the whole process. He couldn't see through any of the creatures that Leila summoned. First there were two strange cats and mice, and then there was a human who looked like an ordinary person. There was no magic flowing in his body, but there was an energy gas that Auguste couldn't understand constantly moving around. Stinky mountain monkey, I'm here to find you. I'm going to make you wear a white toilet on your head and then kick you to the Heikobi mountain to keep company with the snow monkeys there. Leila came to the place where she met Urian before and shouted madly. You pissed me off. Grian fell from the sky, Wukong blocked it with his backhand, and then punched Grian away. That's really exaggerated. Well done, Goku. Ha ha ha, luckily, this monster's combat power is too low. Wukong touched his head and laughed, and his words hurt someone unconsciously. By the way, Wukong, can you teach me how to exercise and cultivate my chi? Leila lowered her head and felt her heart being stabbed. A scumbag arrow with a combat power of only 5 pierced her back. Lyra raised her head and tried to calmly ask Sun Wukong this crucial question. No, even if I teach you how to learn chi, you will be restricted by this world. This is the world's rejection of the chi system. I can use it myself because it is different from your body. You have adapted to the flow of magic in your body and cannot tolerate the existence of chi, but I can still help you with your physical training. Wukong was very much like a martial arts master at this time. After a brief understanding, he accurately pointed out the current situation. So what are the methods for physical practice? I can teach you some of the martial arts that Master Kame taught me. As for practice, just move well, study well, play well, eat well, rest well, and live happily every day. This is practice. Okay, I'll remember that. Thank you for helping me. See you later. Leila felt that the magic power required to summon Wukong seemed to be very high, and he was no longer able to support Wukong's existence. Gonna, I will guide you to practice well next time. Wukong's figure gradually disappeared, but his words still echoed in the air. After 3 days of training in the East Forest, Leila finally waited for this moment. But it was strange that Granny Polypsycha had gone out for something and didn't even come back at the time of the fairy tale magic parade. As the fireworks bloomed in the night sky, the bright sparks lit up the dark sky, reflecting the colorful scene. The whole city was filled with a joyful atmosphere, and the annual fairy tale magic parade began. The buildings on both sides of the street were decorated with neon lights and ribbons, and the spectators on the roadside cheered excitedly. They were dressed in colorful costumes, with stars and hearts painted on their cheeks, wearing gorgeous masks, and holding glowing fluorescent sticks. There was no place, so each household stood by the window, and some stood on the higher roof to watch. Bursts of laughter came from the crowd from time to time, and everyone's face was filled with joy and excitement. The parade convoy slowly drove through the street. Each tour bus was gorgeously decorated with flashing lights. The whole parade was full of magical power and fantasy colors, making people feel as if they were in a world full of magic and fantasy. At this moment, all the audience were immersed in it, celebrating this unforgettable magical event together. Leila stood on the side of the road. She had very few images of the magic parade in her memory, and she almost forgot the impression, but looking at the magic feast in front of her, Leila was a little forgetful. The first thing that caught her eye was a stage car with a huge fairy tale logo shining slowly. The stage was decorated with exquisite and gorgeous decorations, hanging with flowing ribbons and bright lights, exuding an intoxicating magical atmosphere. On the stage stood a group of actors dressed in fairy-style costumes. They wore garlands on their heads and tulle on their bodies, showing graceful dance postures, as if they were elves dancing in the forest, attracting the audience's attention. Following closely behind was a vehicle with the theme of the Snow Kingdom. The body of the vehicle was decorated to look like an ice and snow world, with white snow and sparkling ice crystals. On the roof of the car were realistic ice sculptures, showing the magnificent scene of the Ice and Snow Kingdom, as if people were in an ice and snow fairy tale world. Performers in gorgeous royal costumes stood on the cars, holding magic wands and dancing gracefully. Performers in snowman costumes were dancing with them, showing the magic and magnificence of the ice and snow kingdom to the fullest. The third car was the animal kingdom, decorated with various animal logos, showing a lively and cheerful atmosphere. The actors wore lifelike animal hats and transformed into various cute animal images, jumping and twisting, adding a playful interest to the parade. They waved colorful balloons in their hands, and their joyful laughter intertwined, forming a unique landscape in the parade. The fourth car was a radiant fairy convoy. As the stage car slowly drove, the music sounded, and a group of young actors in innocent costumes jumped and danced around the car body. They held colorful balloons and flowers and waved to the audience with bright smiles. Each fairy's costume was made of countless pieces of silk as thin as butterfly wings, and each piece of silk was embroidered with exquisite patterns and designs, as if it were a colorful butterfly flying in the air. The staffs in their hands were inlaid with shining gems, emitting charming light. Of course, there were also Makeo and Wakaba. Makeo released purple flames, which formed a heart shape with Wakaba's smoke magic. The purple flames and smoke intertwined with each other, drawing a perfect heart pattern in the air. Suddenly, the purple flame broke through the heart shape, streaking across the sky like a meteor, bringing up a dazzling light. Then, the flame ignited the smoke, and the smoke gradually dispersed under the effect of the flame, forming a gorgeous letter combination. Fairy tale. But the two of them are not important. In the parade, there was another car, with a little boy in a white dress shirt, a black fluffy coat on the outside, a ribbon tied around his waist, and an exquisite sword hanging from it. The little boy had a smile on his face, and his eyes revealed joy and happiness. His right hand was raised high, with his index finger pointing to the sky, as if sending a message to someone who might not see it. As the stage car slowly drove, he kept waving to the audience, his smile bright and innocent. What he didn't know was that the person he was thinking of, his grandfather, followed his route step by step, standing in the audience, looking at his energetic appearance with excitement and joy. Auguste looked at the crowd around him. He felt the mood of the audience, that was he could see the thoughts and emotions in people's hearts without even using magic. Auguste suddenly had an idea. It emerged in Auguste's mind, and it lingered. Auguste's eyes gradually looked at someone. As the magical parade ended, the fairy tale returned to the guild. Leila and Auguste were still wandering around the streets and strolled to Nanko Park. There was a huge snowman doll in Nanko Park, with decorated balloons hanging on the roadside and a stuffed bear selling balloons. Leila, what do you think of the fairy tale guild? Auguste looked at the empty tree in Nanko Park and the scenery in the park. It's pretty good, it feels lively and interesting. Leila was still not satisfied. When she heard Auguste's question, she couldn't help but think of the scene in the guild. The door of the guild was never open. Everyone kicked it back and a group of people started fighting over a disagreement. Have you ever thought about joining this guild? Auguste looked at Leila's expression, thoughtful. Joining is indeed a good choice, but of course, Leila wanted to join, but she didn't know what to do with Auguste's grandfather. Leila, why don't you join this guild? My journey will be over. Auguste expressed his thoughts. After all, Leila is not very old, and the environment of the Albarese Empire is not as good as here. Grandpa, do you mean you want to go back? Leila was a little anxious. After this opportunity, it would be hard to say what would happen next time. Well, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. I have to go back to deal with some matters of the country. Although it is not very urgent, I will be ready to go back in 2 days. Auguste looked kind and full of smiles, telling that he had gained a lot from this trip. Grandpa, are you serious? Leila looked at the old man in front of her and couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Yeah, it's okay. I'll come back to see you. Auguste looked at Leila's appearance, touched Leila's head and comforted her. On the way back, Leila was absent-minded. Auguste saw it and remained silent. Grandpa, isn't this the way we go back? Looking at Augusta walking towards Strawberry Street, Leila couldn't help but wonder. Well, it's the way back. Since I'm leaving soon, I'll buy you a house here. Grandpa, didn't you say you had no money? I have plenty of money. After the magic parade, the Fairy Tale Guild was holding a celebration banquet for the magic parade. Many members gathered together, sitting around the table in the tavern, tasting delicious food, drinking fine wine, and some people were still wearing the costumes for the parade. Some were still playing guitars, beating drums, and singing on the stage. The rhythm of the music, combined with people's laughter, pushed the joyful atmosphere to a climax. Everyone found a sense of belonging and warmth here, and wrote their own beautiful stories together. The next day, Makarov organized everyone to help repair the city. This is done every year after the harvest festival ends. After all, in order to celebrate the harvest festival, people from the entire city participated and played too much. Similarly, because Fairy Tale was still helping to restore the city at this time, Leila and Augusta waited one more day. Leila and Augusta came to the door of the guild. Leila looked at the guild that was very clear in her memory but could not be touched, and her heart was speechless. Augusta knocked on the door. It was early in the morning, and it could be seen that there were not many people in the guild. Leila went in and took a look. She didn't recognize most of them. After all, it was this period. Then she saw the old man Makarov sitting at the counter. At this time, Makarov's eyes were looking at Auguste. Who are you? Makarov jumped off the counter, looking a little solemn. He didn't notice Augusta's arrival at all. He only felt the power of his magic the moment he saw him. It was very likely that Augusta deliberately released his aura to make him notice it. My name is Augusta, you are President Makarov, right? Yes, that's right. When Makarov heard this name, he was a little confused. The kingdom of Fiori had never heard of such a person. His magic power was not as deep as that of Serena, the god of the four kings of Ishgar. At this time, Leila was thinking, why did Makarov become shorter when he got older? Although he was a little shorter when he was young, it was not so exaggerated. I don't understand why all the comics in Zaishi are like this. I am from the Western continent. I met this child during my travels. I have to go back because of some things, but I don't want this child to leave his hometown, nor do I want him to go to the Western continent. The current situation in the Western continent is not very good, so I would like you to accept this child. Auguste seemed to see what Makarov was thinking, and explained. Oh, this child. Makarov looked at Leila beside him. Although he didn't know much about the Western continent, he heard that there were frequent wars there. It would be hard for such a young child to go there. Hello, President, I want to join Fairy Tale. After entering, Leila kept looking around. After all, this is a real environment. If she hadn't joined yet, Leila would have wanted to go around every place. At this time, she heard Auguste and Makarov talking about herself, so she greeted Makarov. Well, that's fine. Makarov lowered his head to think, then agreed to it and accepted Leila. Leila, I'm going back first. Listen to the guild leader and don't mess around. Auguste smiled when he heard Makarov's affirmative answer, and then repeatedly reminded Leila. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Leila also gave Augustus a bright smile. Augustus saw Leila like this, and felt helpless. I'm worried about you like this, and then said goodbye to Makarov. You are Leila, right? What's your full name? Makarov breathed a sigh of relief as Auguste walked out of the door, then looked at Leila beside him. My name is Leila Sloan and I am 7 years old. Well, what is your magic? Makarov nodded, and continued to ask. My magic is the Arc of Manifestation, and of course I can also use the ancient scriptures. Arc of Manifestation? Super ancient scripture. Makarov was amazed at Leila's talent. 2 ancient magics, lost magic is also a kind of ancient magic. Then he thought about it, even he couldn't see through Augustus's magic attainments, and his strength far exceeded his own. Leila's magic should be the same. Old man, there's no need to be so exaggerated, it's just 2 ordinary magics. Leila heard Makarov's exclamation and looked nonchalant, saying it was nothing. Okay, Leila, where do you want your emblem to be placed? Makarov saw through Leila's trick and chose to ignore it. Well, let's put the black one on the right arm. After thinking about it, Leila put the emblem on the right arm. Okay, over there is the commission notice board. You can look at some of the commissions you can do. Of course, you can also cooperate with the members of the guild. Your ancient script magic should be very useful. Maybe it can become our intelligence station. Makarov told Leila something, and at this time Wakaba and Makeo also came. Oh, Makeo, Wakaba, come quickly, our guild has new members, Leila. Hi, Leila, my name is Makeo Kongbo, and I use purple flame magic. My name is Wakaba Mine, and I use smoke magic. My name is Leila Sloan, I use the Arc of Manifestation and the super ancient script magic. Please give me your guidance, seniors. Senior? Haha, you are a good kid. If you have any problems in the future, we too will protect you. Makao and Wakaba looked at Leila with a gratified expression. By the way, what are these 2 magics you use? In ancient magic, the Arc of Manifestation can materialize things that are imagined, and the super ancient script is a magic that can search for all knowledge and compress information. It is said that the speaker of the council is this magic. As Leila explained, she used magic to materialize Makeo and Wakaba, and also demonstrated the intelligence gathering function of the super ancient script magic. Leila, how strong are the 2 of us you have manifested? Makeo and Wakaba carefully observed the 2 people Leila summoned. There are some limitations. First of all, it's a matter of magic power. The stronger the person, the harder it is to materialize, because my magic power is not enough to support it. For example, Mr. Makarov, but I can also materialize a weakened version of him. The second is the problem of imagination. Because I don't know much about you, your strength may be greatly reduced when you materialize. Therefore, I don't know how strong they are at the moment. You mean when you know us well enough and your magic power is strong enough, you can manifest us. Makeo and Wakaba were stunned when they heard Leila's answer. Of course you can, but the manifestation is fake after all, and it is very stressful for me mentally to manifest it all the time. Okay, Leila just came to our guild, you 2 take Leila to know our guild, and introduce her to our members. Makarov saw that if he didn't stop them, they wouldn't stop, so he decisively assigned them a task. Okay, President. Leila, come this way. I'll show you around our guild. Makeo and Wakaba patted Leila on the shoulders and then led her on a tour. At this time, Makarov was thinking to himself that he must write to them to see that there was another amazing little guy in the guild and show off in front of them. The decoration inside the guild is very plain. Leila initially guessed that it was because the members were all doing things, and the guild's money was used to compensate for various situations that occurred during the mission, resulting in the guild having no money to renovate. It's strange to say that there is a sea behind the guild, and it's endless. This is inland, but Makeo and Wakaba said it's just a lake. This lake is too big, are you sure it's not connected to the ocean? First of all, the lobby outside is a tavern. People in the city can come in to eat and drink. On the side facing the gate is the bar counter and the bartending room. The commission notice is on the other side of the counter. There is a medical room and some rooms behind the first floor. On the second floor, Makao and Wakaba told Leila that only S-level wizards can go up there, because there is an S-level commission column there. The rest of us cannot go up there if we don't pass the S-level exam. If we go up there in violation of the rules, we will be punished. There are many punishments, but only that punishment. They have a dead-end expression on their faces, and they didn't reveal anything. So, what is that? Leila asked where the library was, and Makao and Wakaba took Leila to the library on the underground floor. The books here recorded all kinds of magic and stories. Leila thought that it must be left by the first generation. The first generation read so many books, and they would not move the library on Tenro Island here. After transferring the guild, Makao and Wakaba introduced the members of the guild to Leila. There are quite a lot of members in the guild, but there are not many core members at present. They should be pouring into the guild from now on. However, Leila did not see Laxus. She had seen him in the magic parade before. Participating in the magic parade also proved that Laxus should have been implanted with the Dragon Slayer crystal. Otherwise, Makarov would not have let him join Fairy Tail. Leila then went to Makarov to ask a question. Old man, why is our guild called Fairy Tail? Leila still wanted to hear it from old man Makarov himself. Do fairies have tails? And do fairies exist? Because of this, it is an eternal unknown and an eternal adventure. This is what the first generation said, and it is also the original intention of our guild. What about the first president? The first president has passed away, and her tomb is currently resting in the holy land of our guild. Then old man, do you know the adventure story of the first generation? I'm not sure about this, but you can go to the library and look for the adventure records there. After hearing Makarov's answer, Leila thanked the old man and walked into the library. After a while, Makarov came to see Leila. Leila, did you find it? Makarov's voice came before he even entered the library. Found it, old man. Leila was sitting at the table watching the first generation of adventure. Old man, can I take this book home to read tonight? Leila's eyes widened and she looked at Makarov pitifully. Sure, but remember to save it and come back after reading it. Great, thank you, old man. Leila continued reading in the library. During this time, Makao came to ask Leila about some information about his mission, and then gave Leila some rewards. Later, Wakaba also came. Leila looked at their backs, her heart warmed, and her eyes were slightly moist. Although Leila, Makao, and Wakaba had said during the introduction that he was traveling with his grandfather, but his grandfather had something to deal with, so he sent me to this guild and gave me living expenses, they were still worried about Leila's situation. At night, Leila walked out of the guild with the book. He went to a magic shop. There were props he wanted to buy in the shop. He had not spent all his money before, and with the rewards given by Makao and Wakaba, it was enough. Leila put the props in the backpack and walked towards home. There was a river in the middle of Strawberry Street, and there were boats sailing in the river from time to time. Leila walked on the steps by the water and strolled towards home. I'm back. Leila opened the door and shouted as she entered the room. Well, how is the guild going? Augustus heard Leila's voice, opened the door and walked out, stroking his beard with a kind smile on his face. Very good, and I also brought this back, Leila said, holding up the book in her hand. This is the adventure story of the first generation of Fairy Tail. Today, the president told me the story of the first generation. Unfortunately, the first generation has passed away, but the tomb of the first generation is in the holy land of Fairy Tail. Augusta was slightly stunned when he heard Leila's words, and then remained silent, as if thinking. He watched Leila constantly telling the story in the book. Augusta could not hear the content. A voice kept echoing in his mind, her grave. The first generation started from Tenro Island, saved Magnolia, and founded Fairy Tail here. After that, Tenro Island became the holy land of the guild. Well, Leila, can I take a look at this book? Auguste looked at Leila who was talking, and couldn't help but feel curious about the book and wanted to take a look. Grandpa, here you go. Auguste took the book in his hand, and with a little excitement and some helplessness, he flipped through the contents for a few seconds, and then returned the book to Leila. Hey, Grandpa, give me a copy. After Leila took the book, she asked Augustus a little embarrassedly. What else do you want? You already have it. Auguste pointed at the book in Leila's hand. I have to return it tomorrow, it's the guild's stuff. Augustus stretched out his left hand, and a magic circle appeared. Augustus held a book in his left hand. Augustus handed it to Leila, and then went back to his room, but Leila's voice interrupted Augustus' steps. Grandpa, when will you go back? I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Then Grandpa, can you take me to Tianlang Island tomorrow? What are you going there for? Besides, don't you know teleportation magic? I want to see the tomb of the first generation, but it's too far away and I can't teleport there. Okay. Then Augustus turned and walked into his room. Leila stood in the living room with a book in her hand, watching old man Augustus walk into his room step by step. She could clearly feel that the air had softened. The old man must be in a restless mood. Maybe he was reading in the room now. Leila then walked into her room. There was a bed in the room, located in the center of the room, close to a wall. There were soft pillows on the head of the bed, and a soft table lamp beside the bed. The bookshelf was placed next to the bed against the wall, and the bookshelf was empty. The desk was on the side close to the window, with some books and pens on it. The wardrobe was placed between the desk and the sofa, making the whole space tidier. The sofa was placed in the corner of the room, close to the desk, and could be used as a place to rest and read. In the corner of the room was a comfortable sofa, which could be used for rest or reading. Leila put the book copied by Augustus on the bookshelf. There is only one book on the bookshelf, but slowly, it will be filled up. Walking to the desk and sitting down, Leila took out the magic prop she bought, which was a camera. Leila manifested Tom and asked Tom to help take a photo of herself. Leila in the photo was still a little immature, leaning sideways, revealing the fairy tale emblem, with a smile on her face. After looking at the photo, Leila, who had dispersed from Tom, used magic to open the diary, clipped the photo on the first page of the diary, and recorded what happened in the guild today. Then put the diary on the desk aside and continue reading the adventure of the first generation. It was late at night. Leila prepared her things, washed up and went to bed. At the same time, in another room, Auguste looked out the window quietly. Through the window, the faint moonlight sprinkled on his face, and the books on the desk had been closed. However, his eyes gradually deepened, and the waves in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. The next day, Leila took her backpack and teleported directly to the guild gate. Leila's sudden appearance scared Makarov, who was standing at the guild gate. Makarov hit Leila hard with a club and said, "You scared me to death. Don't show up so suddenly in the future." "I'm sorry, old man, please put this book back for me. I have to go out for a while today." Leila touched her head. Makarov's beating didn't hurt. Leila asked old man Makarov to help her return the book. "Oh, go away, don't do this again next time, it will scare people." Makarov took the book and waved his hand to let Leila go. "Goodbye, old man." Leila said this and teleported back. Should we set up a special teleportation location? No, why did this kid learn teleportation magic again? Makarov saw Leila teleported away again, holding the book, and walked into the guild. After thinking about it, he suddenly realized. "Grandpa, let's go." Leila and Augustus came to Sirius Island, a small island off the coast of Fiori. The shape of the island is peculiar, like two islands, with a giant Sirius tree standing in the middle. There are many strange creatures living on the island. It is said that there used to be a guild here. Leila stood on the island and felt the surrounding magic power flowing into her body continuously. It was because of the Sirius tree. This is really a good place to practice. Then Leila followed Augustus into the forest. Leila and Augustus saw a lot of squirrels on the way. It is said that they are rare squirrels that only live on Sirius Island, Tianluo bird squirrels. No biological scientist in the world can compare with them. There are also a group of strange creatures that have been seen by the ancients. Continuing to go deeper, passing a city ruin, Leila noticed a large house with a lizard logo on it, and then looked at the sign on the ground at the door, which was engraved with a red lizard. Leila and Augusta continued to move forward, and after passing a cave, they arrived at the tomb of the first generation of Mavis. After coming out, what caught their eyes was the tomb of the first generation, and there were several bouquets of chrysanthemums on the tomb. At this time, next to the tomb, stood a very cute girl with a pair of emerald green eyes, a pair of small wings on her head, and long golden hair swaying in the wind. She floated in the air barefoot, wearing a white and pink dress. "Are you here to see me?" Mavis's voice reached Leila's ears. "First generation? Are you still alive?" When Leila saw the first generation Mavis, she was very surprised. Of course, her excitement was not fake. It's the living first generation, alive. The first generation is really cute. "Are you Leila? First generation, how do you know my name?" Leila was a little shocked. "I told him." Augusta suddenly said something confusing behind Leila. Did Grandpa tell the first generation? Leila felt that her brain capacity was not enough. Auguste meant that he had met and communicated with the first generation, and even told the first generation about Leila. "That's right, little Leila." Mavis saw Leila's expression, touched Leila's head and comforted her. "Wait, my mind is a bit confused." Leila reached out his hand, wanting to pause time and give his mind some space to think. At this moment, Leila's mind was like the Big Bang of the universe, bombarding him with all kinds of questions. Why did Augusta tell Mavis? Why did he know Mavis? And why did he tell Mavis about me? Actually, I was here last night. Grandpa, you came here last night? What did you come for? Well, buy a bunch of flowers to commemorate my mother. Mother. Leila looked at the chrysanthemums on Mavis's grave and Mavis standing beside her. Hearing Augusta's admission, Leila couldn't hold it anymore. What was going on? Her eyes flashed back and forth between Augusta and Mavis. The script was a little different. Shouldn't they have recognized each other today? Augusta explained the origin of all this. Augusta returned to the room last night. After reading the book, Augusta couldn't calm down. After thinking about it, he decided to go to Sirius Island to take a look. He went to the flower shop to buy flowers on the way. When Augusta arrived at Sirius Island, he sensed a breath and then teleported to the grave of Mavis. At this time, the grave was glowing. With Augusta's powerful magic, he could directly sense that there was a person in front of him. Augusta activated the magic of the divine eye and saw Mavis standing there. She was exactly the same as the Mavis that Augusta had seen when he was a child. Augusta couldn't help but shed tears. Mavis looked at the familiar stranger in front of her, and then saw Augusta shed tears. She felt a little heartache in her heart. She looked at the flowers in Augusta's hand again, and then asked Augusta about the relationship between her and Mavis. In the end, Auguste and Mavis confessed everything. Wait, what about the details? What about the details after the confession? Leila looked at Auguste, who suddenly ended the conversation perfunctorily at the critical point, and was a little furious. Of course, Leila knew the confession, but what about the hug after the confession? Well, that's the thing. Auguste coughed awkwardly and tried to end the topic. No, why don't you say it? It's gone now. As soon as Leila's complaint came out, she was stopped by Auguste's eyes. That kind of eyes Auguste really could kill people. That's it, little Leila, Mavis said, pinching her waist. Well, that's great. Leila looked at Mavis and Auguste standing together. She had wanted to see this harmonious picture for a long time. The ending would no longer be Auguste leaving sadly and alone. Oh, first generation, I brought a camera, let's take a picture together as a souvenir. Leila took out the camera from her backpack and suggested to Mavis. I'm just a ghost, this camera can't capture me. Mavis looked at the camera in Leila's hand and said with some regret. Perhaps, there is a way. Auguste proposed an idea and looked at Leila. Leila felt a little puzzled, then Leila understood what Augustus meant, but Leila thought that after all, what was manifested was not a physical body. What would Augustus do? Just as Leila was thinking, Augustus cast a magic to manifest a body of Mavis, but without consciousness. When Leila saw it, a resentful expression appeared on her face. It was copied immediately. The instant copy magic is really cheating. What is this? The Ark of Manifestation. Mavis looked at her body in front of her. The Ark of Manifestation did not have a magic circle, but could be manifested directly through imagination. Mavis could tell what kind of magic it was at a glance. When I was a child, I saw my mother's body and appearance. It is not difficult to manifest it, and my magic power can support this body for a long time. Grandpa, the problem is how to make the first generation merge into this body. Auguste stretched out his hand, and the magic circle wrapped around Mavis, and then turned into a beam of light and merged into the body. This is advanced additional magic. It is the magic of a friend of mine. When Leila heard this, she thought of the woman with crimson hair. Auguste stopped the magic, but Mavis was still sleeping. Her soul and body were fused, and they needed to be reconciled. Moreover, Mavis had been in the state of a ghost for so long, and it would take time for her to adapt. Grandpa, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for taking me in. No, thank you too. Leila was still thinking in her heart. She put Auguste's matter aside first, but she was still a little worried about Mavis's current state, because everything happened too fast, and he still had a lot of things to figure out. Leila wanted to speak but didn't know how to say it. Something must have happened last night, and Auguste didn't tell Leila about it. During this time, Leila and Auguste silently observed Mavis's state, and no one spoke again. Mavis' ghost figure gradually dissipated and merged into his body. After returning to the room, Leila's physical condition had recovered after eating. However, feeling the little magic power left in her body, Leila simply meditated quietly in the room. Meanwhile, in Mavis's room, Mavis was thinking about whether to invite little Leila to go out for a walk together, but thinking that Leila should still be recovering her magic power, she decided to wait a while before going. Then Mavis went out to find the owner of the inn and asked about some things about the city of Harjan. Then Mavis returned to the room and took out a map of the city of Harjan. She first marked some places on it, such as the train station and the port. The most important thing is that the locations of the magic shop and the seafood barbecue street are circled. Okay, let's go play with Leila. After Mavis finished her plan, she looked at the time and prepared to go find Leila. Leila was interrupted by a knock on the door while meditating. Leila walked over and opened the door to see Mavis standing at the door. Leila, do you want to go out and play? Mavis wanted to go out and see what changes have taken place in Harujian City, and also to see what new things are in the magic shop. Okay, I'll prepare something. Leila turned around and took out her backpack, which contained some items. The most important thing was that Leila felt that Mavis would buy a lot of things and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to carry them. However, Leila was most worried that she would not be able to fit even her backpack in the end. Since Leila and Auguste took the train from the west to Magnolia, but the city of Harujian was in the south of Magnolia, Leila had never been to this city. Of course, he also wanted to visit this place, where they met at the beginning of the story. Harujian is located at the foot of the mountain, with a lush forest behind it and the blue sea in front of it. The town's main industry is fishing, and the port is an important part of the town. It is where fishing boats anchor and load and unload goods. The streets of the town are clean and tidy, exuding a strong marine atmosphere. The restaurants and snack stalls built along the streets serve a variety of seafood delicacies, attracting tourists and diners from all over the world. There is a busy fish market in the center of the town, which is a distribution center for seafood trading. People can buy fresh fish, shrimp, crabs, and other seafood. The most important thing is that fisheries are more important than magic here, so there is only one magic shop. Leila and Mavis came to this shop. The boss's hairstyle is very strange. Leila took a look and recalled what would happen in the future. I couldn't help but smile. The boss has this hairstyle so early. It must be hereditary. The Mediterranean hairstyle and a hat with a star pattern on his head. Hey, little girl, are you here with your brother to buy things? The boss looked at Mavis and a little boy of 7 or 8 years old, that is, Leila. Yes, bring my brother to have a look. Mavis smiled and agreed, then looked at Leila behind her and touched Leila's head. Her smile was full of innocence. Leila reluctantly pulled Mavis's hand off her head. Boss, you go ahead and do your work, we'll take a look around on our own first. Mavis looked at the other traveling wizards who came into the store, then said something to the boss, and walked around the store with Leila. As soon as you enter the magic shop, there is a bookshelf next to it, on which are placed some weekly magazines such as Sashera, and of course some magazines from other newspapers. On the other side is a shelf, with some magic books on the top layer, some magic crystals on the second layer, and some magic potions on the remaining layers. On the wall to the right of the door are hung some knives, swords, and a guandeo, and there is also a set of armor next to it. There is also a sign on the armor describing the detailed information of the armor. In the middle of the store are several display cabinets, which contain some star keys and some magic props such as rings and necklaces. There are also some magic brooms, a magic kettle, and some strange things hanging on the roof. Although the store is a bit small, it is worthy of being the only magic store in the city. There are still a lot of things. What impressed Leila the most was some headphones on the shelf on one side. Looking carefully at the introduction on the side, the sound kettle, a music magic prop, can implant some magic crystals that store music and play them in the sound kettle. This is the sound kettle, it looks really modern. I think this is what Laxus is wearing. Leila looked at the sound kettle in her hand, then put it on, and a piece of classical music came out of the kettle. The sound was gentle and melodious. Leila was quite interested in it, and she would buy one for Laxus later. Mavis, who was standing by, saw Leila stop in front of the sound kettle, then walked over and said to Leila, "Do you like this?" After hearing Mavis's voice, Leila replied, "It's okay, I just think this sound kettle is quite interesting. If you want, I'll buy you one." Really? First generation? Of course, when a sister takes her brother out to play, how can she let him pay for it? For some reason, Mavis always wanted to touch Leila's head, and her hand would involuntarily touch Leila's head. Great, thank you, sister. Leila certainly did not resist this time. Afterwards, Mavis and Leila bought some things, and then returned to the inn. Because there were a lot of things, Leila didn't want any props, so she only bought a sound kettle, but Mavis bought a lot of books. Leila felt a little unwise. Leila put some books in her backpack and held a stack in her hands. Leila remembered that the first generation liked reading since he was a child. He had read far more books than ordinary people on Tianlang Island. He was simply a walking library. The first important thing to do after such a long time was to buy books. Fortunately, Mavis went to the store to buy a suitcase, and Leila's hands were finally freed. So she returned to the inn and put all the books in Mavis' room. Then, seeing that it was a little late, Mavis and Leila went to the seafood barbecue street to eat. As expected, it was a city where fishing was prevalent, and the seafood barbecue here was unique. For some reason, Leila seemed to be influenced by this body, or the animation, and had an amazing appetite. Leila ordered a bowl of shrimp noodles, grilled scallops, grilled lobster, grilled crab legs, grilled fish, and some fruits. Mavis ate less, ordered a small portion of noodles and a crab custard, and 2 desserts. Compared with Mavis, Leila's eating style is hard to describe, but fortunately it was not exaggerated to the point of food flying around. After a full meal, stroll along the street, feeling the coolness and tranquility brought by the night. The port was very quiet at night. The moonlight gently sprinkled on the quiet sea, reflecting the twinkling stars on the sparkling water. A ship slowly passed through, rippling layers of waves. The girl leaned on the railing, silently gazing at the sea. The moonlight reflected behind her, and her golden hair was blown by the sea breeze. At this moment, a sense of tranquility slowly emanated from the depths of her heart like ripples. Mavis looked at the sea quietly, a long-lost sense of peace surged in her heart, and her thoughts gradually returned to last night. Mavis sat on a stone beside her, her eyes fixed on Auguste, revealing deep expectations and care. Auguste sat opposite her, telling her about the past in a soft voice. Auguste told her a lot of things, including his birth, his encounter with Jelal, the origin of his name, and his experiences in the Albarese Empire over the years. Finally, he talked about coming to the Kingdom of Fiori to travel and see the guild created by Mavis, as well as his encounter with Leila and their more than a year of getting along. Auguste did not mention the days after he was abandoned by Presato, and Mavis knew in her heart that it was not an easy time. But in the end, Auguste could not help but tell Mavis the reason why he came here, Leila. Mavis noticed the strangeness in Auguste's words and showed a serious expression. Auguste told Mavis the cause and effect. This time Auguste was ready to leave, but Leila was worried and anxious. The book seemed to tell Auguste something, and the words she said were reminding him intentionally or unintentionally. Auguste knew that Mavis was still alive, but he didn't expect that Mavis would have a missing body on the island. If Leila didn't say it, Auguste wouldn't go. Of course, there are several reasons for Auguste's suspicion. First, Leila was a little sensitive to Auguste's name when her memory was confused. Although Leila covered up the past, Auguste noticed it, which made Auguste pay some attention to him. Second, Auguste proposed to Leila to travel together. Leila's performance was a little calm that didn't match her age. A child can still have good control and decision-making when his memory is confused. It may also be out of a little trust in Auguste to save him. Third, from such a long time together, Leila sometimes shows a mature side. The most important point is that when Leila went to see a doctor for treatment on the road, she didn't care much about not being able to recover her memory. Fourth, Leila's memory problem. Leila knows a lot about some common sense of magic. When Augusta and him were popularizing magic knowledge, Leila was able to absorb it very well, but she didn't know much about the continent, the country, and other professional guilds, and only had a little concept. She lost her memory, but knew magic, as if she had heard Augusta's name. Her body and soul were repelled, and her behavior was somewhat mature. These would lead to a conclusion that Leila's soul was likely an outsider, but Augusta did not detect the soul of this body, and for some reason it came to Leila's body, and Leila was not very clear about the common sense of this world. The only possibility was that Leila was not from this world. Mavis had also heard about the existence of other parallel worlds, but was not very clear about some of the information about those worlds, including Edra's, so he could not be sure of Leila's world. Regarding this possibility, the argument that could convince Mavis was that he was an ordinary person in the world where Leila was, perhaps a parallel world without magic, or there were very few wizards in that world, and Leila had never come into contact with them. As for why it is clear that the relationship between Mavis and Augusta may be that they originally recognized each other in that parallel world, and Leila knows this. Of course, this is just a possibility. Parallel worlds are diverse, so is there a possibility that Leila's world has a faster historical process than this world, and it comes from the future of different worlds. Since this conclusion has been reached, with the unanimous agreement of Mavis and Augusta, Leila's matter has been put aside by the two of them and no longer mentioned. After all, according to Leila's current behavior and performance, there is no danger. For the two of them, Leila's reunion is enough. After that, Augusta sealed and encrypted those memories in their minds. However, if Leila knew the speculation of Mavis and Augusta, she would also be amazed at their imagination, but unfortunately people often ignore or can't imagine the higher dimensional problems. Yes, we will not deny our real existence and think that we are just living in a world in a book. After this period of contact with Leila, Mavis gradually understood and confirmed some things. That guess is actually very likely. Leila, you are such a good kid. Mavis turned her head and said to Leila. Ah, what are you talking about? First generation. Leila put away her things in a hurry, touched her head and said embarrassedly. Thank you for shopping with me. Hey, you're too polite. First generation, just have fun. Let's go back then. I want to go back and read some books. When it comes to reading, Mavis' eyes light up. Okay. Leila followed Mavis's footsteps. Mavis walked leisurely in front, while Leila behind her was carefully talking to Jerry hiding in Leila's jacket pocket. Seeing Jerry's thumbs up to show his approval, Leila was satisfied, and then Jerry's figure disappeared. Back at the hotel, Mavis said good night to Leila and asked Leila to have a good rest. Then he could not wait to go back to his room and start reading. Leila responded and went back to the room and walked to the table. She opened her backpack and took out the diary and camera inside. Opened the diary, recorded today's events, and then took out a stack of photos, including a photo of Augusta and Mavis. When Augusta left, he looked quite decisive, and who knew that he would use telepathy to tell Leila to give him a copy of the photo when he came back. The remaining photos were taken when Leila and Mavis were shopping today. Leila selected a few photos and pasted them on the diary. The photos of Mavis in the photos were taken by Leila, including Mavis bargaining with the manager of the magic shop, and Mavis eating and looking at roadside stalls on the street. Then she focused on she took out 2 photos and put them up. One of the 2 photos was a hug between Mavis and Augusta, and the other was a photo of Mavis leaning against the railings and looking at the sea at night. Leila was going to buy photo frames tomorrow to frame the 2 photos. The room where Mavis was illuminated by the soft light of the bedside lamp, reflecting a comfortable atmosphere. Mavis was lying on the bed, wearing pajamas, with a soft quilt covering her body. There was an open book next to the pillow, and it seemed that she fell asleep unconsciously while reading. The room was quiet and peaceful, with only Mavis. The sound of gentle breathing and the rustling of leaves in the breeze outside the window. On a quiet night, Lyra lay in bed thinking about the scene when Augusta thanked her. Lyra actually knew that he had only lived for more than 20 years in 2 lives. From the moment he agreed to travel with Augusta, it would always be exposed. Because of Augusta's filter, Lyra always brought that perspective to see them in this world. Because she knew about his affairs and his personality, Lyra would have a kind of trust in her heart. It was precisely this unintentional trust that made Lyra relax. Sitting on the train to Magnolia, the train departs from Harujian Station and passes through Magnolia, Onabasai, Ganuki, Ashibana, and Kriba. Leila, who was sitting by the window, rested her chin on her left hand and looked at the scenery outside the window. The train was moving slowly. At first, Mavis was the same as Leila, but after a while, Mavis began to read. Because the journey was not short, the scenery on the road was mostly forests, canyons, and the like. This world is very big, but there are only some places with sparse population. There are not many cities, and not many people live in each city. Mavis, who was sitting opposite, was reading a book quietly. Leila once asked Mavis why she didn't buy a pair of Fengyang glasses. She said that although those glasses can help people finish a book quickly, she still likes the feeling of reading slowly. Mavis raised her head and noticed Leila staring out the window in a daze, and then asked, "Do you want to read with me? What books are there?" First generation. Leila was a little interested. There are some national history books, some magic books that are used in daily life, some adventurer story books, and of course some novels written by famous writers as the boss said. Which one do you want to read? Mavis took out a few books from her luggage and introduced them to Leila. Can I read that adventure book? Leila pointed to the book with a picture of a man traveling through the forest and asked Mavis. Okay, here you go. Mavis nodded and handed the book to Lyra. Lyra took the book and opened it, reading the introduction of the adventurer at the beginning. As the story unfolded, Lyra gradually became fascinated and fell asleep on the table. Mavis was startled by Lyra's snoring. Seeing Lyra lying on the book with her mouth drooling, she smiled helplessly. Leila, Leila. Mavis called Leila several times and gently shook Leila's body. Leila, we've arrived in Magnolia. Oh, okay, first generation. After waking up, Leila followed Mavis's footsteps, picked up her luggage and walked down the carriage. It was already night and the guild was closed. After that, Leila and Mavis said that they would go home to put down their things first, and then go out to eat, because the house had just been bought and the ingredients had not been purchased, so they couldn't cook at home. Leila led Mavis to the house, put Mavis's things in Auguste's house, took Mavis to a restaurant to eat, and then returned to the house to rest. Mavis said that she would find a house tomorrow and just stay here temporarily, but Leila said it didn't matter, it was originally the house bought by Augusta, but Mavis insisted. Back in her room, Leila didn't feel sleepy. She had a good sleep on the train. Although the posture was a little uncomfortable, Leila felt a little familiar after a long time. She couldn't stand the sleepiness when she read a book. So, Leila sat up and began to try to materialize some things. After a while of experiments, Leila's magic power couldn't hold on. Then she meditated for a while and lay on the bed to sleep. After all, still need to get up early. The next morning, Mavis knocked on the door of Leila's room early, shouting for Leila to get up. Leila suddenly woke up when she heard Mavis' voice, muttering that she still got up late, and quickly got up to dress and wash. Mavis on the side couldn't wait. Standing at the gate, Mavis looked at the guild, their figures emerged in her mind, and then opened the door and walked in. Leila followed Mavis silently. Mavis looked around, and the appearance of the guild had changed a lot, but this was normal. The guild was so lively all day long, and every time they had a disagreement, they would start fighting. The table said that it couldn't last a day. No, it couldn't last for half a day and had to be replaced, so the decoration on the first floor was often changed, but other places were basically the same as before. Makarov was sitting on the counter, drinking a glass of wine, and saw Leila bringing a girl into the guild. He was a little drunk and sobered up instantly. Looking at Mavis looking around in the guild, he quickly walked to Leila's side and asked Leila who this was. Old man, who do you think she looks like? Leila looked at Makarov's anxious look and asked him calmly. Brat. Makarov glared at Leila, and then walked towards Mavis. Makarov walked to Mavis, whose eyes were still shining, and said, could you come with me, please? Okay. Mavis saw Makarov's somewhat incredible but calm look, and smiled, then agreed to follow Makarov's footsteps. Come here too. Makarov glanced back at Leila who was ready to watch the show. Oh, okay. Leila also knew the importance of the matter, and still needed to discuss it with the old man, and then followed Makarov's pace. Makeo and Wakaba used their eyes to signal to Leila if there was anything wrong. Leila shook her head and waved her hand to indicate that it was okay. The commission that Makeo and Wakaba had received 2 days ago was not far from Magnolia, and the commission was not difficult. The only thing worth complaining about was that as soon as they came back, the two of them started to compare who earned more, and then the loser would buy a drink. In a room next to the infirmary, Makarov led Mavis into the room, turned around and told Leila to wait outside, closed the door, and then set up a barrier. First generation, is it really you? Makarov asked Mavis anxiously. Yeah. Mavis nodded and answered Makarov affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Makarov couldn't help but feel excited and incredible. He was about to say, what about your body? This body of mine is a fake, the original one is still there, but some unexpected things happened. Makarov thought of something and glanced at the door, then turned and said, does Leila know you? Well, Leila knows some things about me. Along the way, Mavis talked with Leila and learned that Makarov is the current president of Fairy Tale and some other information. She also learned that Auguste and Makarov had met. Mavis didn't keep it a secret any longer and told her the whole story of Makarov. Leila waited outside the door for a long time, and his body was almost covered with hair. He gently lay beside the door, trying to listen to the movement inside, but no sound came out. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this stinky old man, he doesn't allow me to eavesdrop. With a sound, the door opened, and Leila, who was lying at the door, lost her support and almost fell down. She quickly stabilized her body, stood at the door, leaned against the wall, and looked as if nothing had happened. Smelly boy, come in. Makarov opened the door and saw Leila's series of actions. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then asked Leila to come in with a stern face. Oh, okay. Leila heard what old man Makarov said, and walked into the room obediently, looking at Mavis sitting beside the bed, and smiled. What about the first generation? What should we do now? Well, let's keep it secret. What is your identity? Let's just say she's Leila's sister. Mavis looked at Leila, who was pretending to be well-behaved and smiling at her, thinking silently in her heart, and then the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, revealing an innocent smile. Ah, sister. Well, Leila is so good. Mavis was like this, and her identity to the outside world was Leila's sister. Afterwards, Mavis said that she was just here to take a look and would not return to the guild, also to prevent some people from knowing her identity. Makarov and Leila agreed, and then walked out of the room together. You know what to say when you get out, right? Makarov told Leila. Don't worry, old man, I'll take care of it. Leila patted her chest and raised her thumb, looking very confident. Makarov stared at Leila, which made her a little nervous. You'd better make me feel at ease. He thought to himself, you took away a book on the first day you came to the guild, and you didn't come on the second day. When you came back, you brought back the entire first generation. If you stay for a while, you won't bring back other people for me, will you? Walking into the living room, Makarov said hello to Leila and Mavis and went back to the counter, while Mavis and Leila walked to a table and sat down, ordering a few meals. Most of the people in the guild went out to work, but two people, Makeo and Wakaba, came over. Leila, who is this? Makeo saw Mavis next to Leila and asked. My name is Mavis, I am Leila's sister, and I came to visit Leila today. Mavis said gently. Oh, Leila is very well behaved here, and with us here, don't worry, we will take good care of Leila. Wakaba heard what Mavis said and immediately replied. Well, I saw the environment of the guild, it is very lively and full of joy. I think Leila will grow up well here, thank you too. After dinner, Mavis was about to leave, but the figure of a child caught her attention. The child looked very much like Yuri. Laxus walked into the guild, greeted other members of the guild, and then walked to Makarov at the counter. Makarov also jumped down from the counter, looking at Laxus with a kind look. Leila was a little excited, and without any hesitation, she took out the camera from her backpack and took a picture. Then she followed Laxus's footsteps, looked at Makarov and Laxus, and took another picture. Is that child Makarov's grandson? Mavis asked Leila to confirm her guess. Yes. While answering Mavis's question, Leila took out the photo and looked at the finished product. Mavis felt a little speechless. Leila carried her camera with her. Leila explained that it was just a little hobby of hers. She liked to use the camera to record her life. After Makarov finished talking to Laxus, he brought Laxus to Leila and introduced Leila to Laxus. As for Leila, Makarov told her on the day he joined the guild that he had a grandson named Laxus, but he didn't come to the guild that day because of something. After hearing this, Laxus greeted Leila, and Leila responded to Laxus when she heard it. At this time, Laxus was still very friendly. Then Laxus asked what magic Leila was learning. Leila told Laxus that he was learning the arc of materialization. Laxus's face was full of confusion, so Leila and Laxus went to the guild together. Laxus was explaining the magic, and he seemed to be thinking about it. He challenged Leila to a duel again. Leila decisively refused. Leila said that she did not like fighting, and the magic she learned was not for fighting. Makarov on the side also knew Leila's strength. He could see that if Leila really dueled with Laxus, Laxus might not be able to win. Laxus did not feel it was a pity, but just said that he would persist. Maybe he wanted to compete with his peers, or more likely he wanted to prove that as Makarov's grandson, he was stronger than others. Makarov interrupted Laxus and changed the subject. He asked him how his physical examination at Granny Polyasica was. Laxus replied that Granny Polyasica said that he was in good health and the condition of the magic crystal was also stable. Mavis heard it from the side and asked, Magic crystal? Well, Laxus had a dragon-slaying magic crystal implanted in his body because his health was not very good, so his father implanted the magic crystal in him. Makarov explained the reason for the incident, and from his words one could hear a hint of dissatisfaction with Laxus' father. Fortunately, Laxus' body was very adaptable to the magic crystal, and not only did his physical fitness improve, he also learned to use dragon-slaying magic. This child will definitely grow up well and become an excellent wizard. Mavis stared at Laxus and saw that the magic crystal of Laxus was of the lightning type. Thinking that Yuri's magic was also of the lightning type, she couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Sister, who are you? Laxus looked at Mavis. This is Leila's sister, please be polite. Makarov and Laxus said. Oh, hello, sister. Laxus greeted Mavis politely after hearing his grandfather's words. Laxus is also good. Mavis smiled at the well-behaved Laxus. Leila didn't have the heart to disturb Mavis's fantasy, but thinking of Laxus' rebellious period in the future, she would take more photos of him. These are all black material. In that case, I will go back. I feel relieved that Leila is here. Mavis said to Makarov. Well, okay. Makarov wanted to use a polite word, but considering that others didn't know, he just responded casually. Leila, I'm leaving now. Mavis said to Leila again. Well, goodbye, sister. Leila replied helplessly. Macau and Wakaba said at this time, Leila, your sister looks young, but she feels very mature. Yes, it is true. Mavis was probably 13 or 14 years old when the curse struck her, but her actual age should be in her 20s, so she is indeed a little adult. By the way, Leila, do you want to form a team with us? You don't have to go on any missions, just provide intelligence. After a few years, you can do it yourself. Makeo walked to the right of Leila and put his left hand on her shoulder, looking like a kidnapper. In fairy tale, there are many children like Leila. For some reasons, they have no family around them, but the guild will provide some financial support. When they are able, they will be allowed to do commissions. Of course, there will also be seniors watching them to prevent accidents. No, I am not ready to accept the mission yet, but if you want to know the intelligence, you can come to me directly. Any member of the guild is fine. Leila has his own ideas, and he has made a plan. His plan has several steps. The most important thing at present is to create an intelligence station in the guild first, and any information in the guild can be obtained from him to obtain funds. Later, when he has time, Leila will go to the East Forest to practice, but his magic practice is a little unsafe, and he needs to learn some simple spells. Fortunately, Leila's talent is not bad. Leila believes that it should be a problem of his soul strength. His perception of magic and the speed of practice have greatly improved. Leila went to discuss something with Makarov. Old man, please find a seat for me. Leila was massaging Makarov's shoulders and legs. Not bad, very comfortable. Makarov closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Old man, please, I'm begging you, this is for everyone. Leila stood in front of Makarov and begged the old man again. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. Don't panic, let me prepare something. Makarov couldn't stand the look in Leila's eyes, and told her to prepare something for him. Great, thank you, old man. Just like that, Makarov moved a table and a chair to the side next to the commission column. Leila kept her smile and stood stiffly aside. She blinked twice, stretched out her fingers, opened her mouth and wanted to say something but couldn't. Okay. Makarov looked at it with satisfaction, turned his head and said to Leila. Huh. Leila was speechless. Well, what are you dissatisfied with? Got it. Makarov noticed Leila's stiff expression and movements and felt her dissatisfaction. After some fiddling, he wrote an intelligence station sign for Leila and placed it next to the table. Then he gave Leila a thumbs up and said, how about it? It's much better this time, right? President, please stop teasing Leila. Seeing Leila's petrified look, Makeo couldn't stop laughing. That's right, Leila was petrified. Wakaba also agreed. Okay, kid, follow me. Makarov finally stood up and called Leila, and walked towards the room next to the commission column. Leila understood that Makarov was making fun of him, and felt helpless. The old naughty boy was joking with a child, and then followed happily. Makarov gently pushed open the slightly old door, and a faint wooden fragrance came to his face. The furnishings in the room are simple and practical, without too many gorgeous decorations, but revealing a different kind of warmth. Walking into the room, there is an antique bookshelf standing by the wall, on which various books and materials are neatly placed. Next to the bookshelf is a simple desk with a desk lamp and some tools on it, and chairs are placed on both sides of the table. This room, just put whatever you need here. Grandpa, what was this room used for before? It was just a simple study room. Later, not many people used it, so it was left empty. Thank you, sir. Not bad, right? By the way, if you teleport next time, please teleport to this room. Don't run around and scare me again. Makarov gladly accepted Leila's thanks, and then thought of the teleportation and gave Leila some instructions. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm going out now. Leila tidied up the study and put down some of her belongings. After a while of propaganda, some members of the guild began their own tasks. Some tasks were simple and there was no need to ask Leila for information. However, when it came to defeating monsters or thieves, Leila would also use the ancient book magic to search for information. After spending the day like this, on the way back, Leila remembered what Mavis had said to him before she left, that Mavis would wait for him at home. I'm back. You've worked hard, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Mavis was standing in the kitchen and heard Leila's voice, asking her to wash her hands and get ready for dinner. Okay. Leila obediently went to the bathroom to wash her hands, then went to the kitchen and brought the food from the kitchen to the table in the living room. On the way back from the guild, Mavis went to the store to buy some ingredients and returned home. On the way, he also observed the changes in the city of Magnolia. Then he went to look for a house again, and happened to meet the landlady. Mavis asked the landlady if there were any vacant houses nearby. The landlady said that the house next door was vacant, and Mavis just bought the house next door. While eating, Leila and Mavis talked about what happened in the guild today. Mavis listened carefully on the side. After hearing what Leila said, Mavis also said that she had found a house next door. After dinner, Leila and Mavis washed the dishes, and Leila helped Mavis move his luggage next door. After saying goodbye, he returned to his house because he still had things to do. But before leaving, Leila asked Mavis a question. First generation, when will Grandpa come back? Well, he told me that it would take at least a week and at most a month. So what are you going to do when Grandpa comes back? We two agreed to go out and play. Going out to play. Yeah, what about me? Haven't you joined the guild? You should practice hard and become a great wizard. Come on. Leila returned to the room, lay on the table, and began to write something, but it seemed that she had encountered some bottlenecks. Leila's expression was not very good. Helplessly, Leila crossed out some content and replanned it, but Leila could not get what she wanted. However, Leila came to a conclusion that she should do that thing first, and then continue. Leila waved her hand, and a green magic circle appeared, encrypting and sealing the diary in front of her. Lying on the bed, Leila's mind was still thinking constantly, we still have to improve our strength first, otherwise many plans will be difficult to implement. No, learn this first, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with. Then Leila sat up and used the super ancient document magic to search for information for study. Because she was in the guild during the day, Leila's progress was a bit slow. After a few days, Leila first learned that magic, and then Leila went to the East Forest to practice there. During this period, Leila met Laxus several times. Because Laxus's situation was stable after the last visit to Grandma Polusica. Grandma Polusica said very impolitely that Laxus didn't need to go there in the future, and she also said that she hated humans. Laxus then spent the next few days training in the East Forest. At the same time, because of Makarov's concern for Laxus' safety, he asked Laxus to train well and wait for him to examine his ability before accepting the mission. However, seeing Laxus training there crazily, it was also because he wanted to improve his physical fitness because he was in poor health. Laxus rarely cast dragon-slaying magic these days. Considering some reasons, Leila always avoided the place where Laxus trained and then learned the spell. Leila first had to learn the text written in the spell, and its meaning Leila must remember it, otherwise if there is a mistake in the use of magic, the rules will be invalidated. Leila kept reciting the text here. Leila had never seen the text of the spell, so the learning process was not good, and she needed to remember the meaning clearly. Leila kept writing the rules on the grass, always forgetting some details, and sometimes writing it wrong, and directly scrapping it. Overall, Leila spent a day in memory and failed writing. Of course, Leila also succeeded. A barrier was set up. Although it was just a simple age setting, it was not bad. You can use Natsu to test it later. When Leila was immersed in the study of ritual magic, something suddenly flashed in his mind. He remembered that there seemed to be Chinese characters in the three-dimensional text magic. He couldn't wait to open the ancient document magic and search for three-dimensional text magic. After carefully checking the search results, he finally found it, the Japanese character Chinese character. Why are they in traditional Chinese? Leila stared at the screen in front of her. It recorded relevant information and some examples of magic use, but the densely packed Chinese characters were all in traditional Chinese. Fortunately, I can understand Martian language, and traditional Chinese characters are just so-so. Leila began to learn the characters in it. Overall, Leila felt pretty good. After an afternoon, she could read all the characters and use magic to write them out and achieve the effect. Compared with the spell, it is much better. The spell still needs a few days to learn. The main thing is that there are too many characters to remember. If you are not familiar with it, it will take too much time to write it out. Compared with the spell, it is really incomparable. It takes several days to learn the spell, and the main thing is that the characters to remember are as numerous as the stars, which makes people overwhelmed. If you are not familiar with it, the writing process is even longer. Helplessly put the practice of the Arc of Manifestation behind. Before, Leila was relieved because of Auguste next to her. Now she is alone. However, it seems that nothing has happened in Magnolia yet, and the safety is very good, but just in case, it is better to be safe as much as possible. After all, Leila may need to materialize some other people. While Leila is studying hard, on the other side, Laxus is also working hard. Gradually, the sun gradually set, and a figure came up behind Laxus from afar. Seeing Laxus practicing hard, Makarov felt relieved and thought, if Laxus can grow up, I will hand over this guild to him. Forget it, it's too early. Forget it. Then he shook his head and came to Laxus' side. Hey, Laxus, you're still training. Makarov stood behind him, coming here to call Laxus to get ready to go home for dinner. Yes, Grandpa. Laxus stopped when he heard Makarov's voice, turned around and saw Makarov's figure, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Okay, let's go home and eat. Okay. Laxus responded and followed Makarov back, but suddenly Makarov turned his head and looked to the other side of the forest. What's wrong, Grandpa? Laxus looked at Makarov suspiciously, his heart full of doubts, and then turned his head over there, but found that there was nothing. It's okay, let's go home. Laxus' words brought Makarov back to his senses, and he immediately forgot what happened just now, then smiled and took Laxus back. As the perspective turned to the direction Makarov was looking at just now, there was only one figure there, that was Leila. Leila was testing something just now. He used the Arc of Materialization to materialize a sword, and then used the three-dimensional word to send out a slash and hit the barrier on the side. A crack appeared in the barrier, and this crack transmitted the fluctuation of magic, so it was noticed by Makarov. This barrier is so fragile, it really doesn't look like an academic barrier. There was a faint sound of resentment from the barrier. Leila worked hard to create a barrier, but it was cracked by an ordinary attack. Although this barrier did not have Leila's magic support, it was broken by an ordinary attack. It can be seen that Leila has no talent in this aspect. Yes, how well can you expect a person who has difficulty learning English to learn a language again? This barrier is the result of Leila's afternoon work, which is not bad. The content written in this barrier is not very practical. There is only a simple screen shielding and muting. Although it may be a little insufficient, it is enough for now, and no one usually comes to wander in the forest. Leila patted her butt, and today's practice ended just like that. She would go back and continue to recite the words of the ritual at night. It was a fulfilling day. Leila, why are you back so late today? It's okay. I just went out for a walk. Leila came out of the house and ran into an uncle who was still working on the waterway. After saying hello to the uncle, Leila returned home, washed up and went to bed. In this way, today, a week later, Leila was finally able to use the spell to write a satisfactory barrier. The main thing was to satisfy Leila. Leila didn't know about other people. Anyway, it was enough for her to use, and she didn't find any faults. While Leila was squatting on the ground writing the spell, he fiddled with it, and the barrier was set up. Then Leila stood up and stretched. With his palm grasping the air, a sword appeared in his hand. He raised it in front of his chest, made a sword finger with his left hand, and then shouted softly, "Cut." A sword light had already hit the barrier generated by the barrier. The sword light hit the barrier, but the barrier did not shake at all. After Leila's continuous experiments, the barrier has changed from being able to withstand his ordinary attack at the beginning to being able to withstand 100 plus now. Of course, it was not tested one by one. It depends on the different magic power used each time. In that case, let's take a break. You're tired from studying. Leila looked at the intact barrier. This time, the magic power he used was twice as high as before. If it was increased further, Leila's magic power would not be able to hold on. The barrier also needed magic power to maintain. Leila sat on the grass, the spell gradually dissipated, the barrier disappeared. Leila prepared to meditate, but Leila was still able to notice the dangers around. Leila, who entered the meditative state, didn't know a figure was walking towards him. The man approached and saw Leila meditating. He was stunned for a moment, stopped, leaned against a big tree, sat down, and began to close his eyes and rest, paying attention to Leila's state and some animals around from time to time. Leila was unaware of all this. He only felt that his magic power was gradually increasing. He slowly noticed the increase in his magic power, then opened his eyes and looked calm. In recent days of high-intensity training, Leila's magic power has been in a state of growth. He has been used to it. He clenched his fists and felt the increase in magic power this time. Laxus, who saw all this, noticed Leila's magic power, and an idea came to his mind. Leila. Laxus couldn't help but speak, and then he became more and more excited. Laxus, why are you here? A voice interrupted Leila, and she suddenly looked up in the direction of the voice. Leila frowned and thought to herself, what's going on? The barrier didn't work? Did I run out of magic power? It's really not the right time. Oh, when Leila meditates, she will sit on the grass over there. There is a spell barrier written by Leila, but why doesn't it work? Oh, you really know that I'm practicing here. Leila, fight with me. Don't want. If you don't fight me, I'll go back to the guild and tell Grandpa that some people are also training here. Laxus already knew Leila's answer, but this time Leila had no choice but to agree. No, okay. Leila saw that Laxus was about to go back, and she was still caught, so she had no choice but to agree to Laxus. In a tense atmosphere, Laxus and Leila stood opposite each other. Laxus' eyes flickered, and he attacked first. He raised his hand and a lightning magic rushed towards Leila. Leila nimbly dodged to the side, and the electric shock blew a hole in the ground behind him. Hey, no way. Leila glanced at the power of the magic, and saw Laxus' serious attitude. Leila couldn't help but hesitate in her heart. He was fighting so seriously, how would this end? Laxus didn't give Leila any time to think. After finding that Leila easily dodged his attack, he quickly followed up. He clenched his fist tightly, gathered magic power, and a dazzling golden lightning wrapped around his hand, ready to attack again. Leila didn't dare to relax at all. Laxus' speed was a little beyond his expectations. After noticing Laxus' thoughts, he quickly retreated, but the distance between the two continued to shorten. Although Laxus couldn't turn into lightning yet, his speed was already extraordinary. Seeing Laxus approaching, Leila had no choice but to use teleportation magic to teleport to a position more than 10 meters behind Laxus. Laxus missed and then said, Leila, you won't hide forever, will you? Laxus pointed his index finger at Leila. Leila kept hiding and Laxus couldn't do anything about it. Well, don't blame me for being unethical. Leila was still thinking about how to end this duel, but when she saw Laxus' relentless attack, she had no choice but to stop dodging. Magic sword. Leila shouted. Although it was a bit childish, Leila felt quite passionate, just like the effect of shouting King Bomb in Landlord. A sword appeared in Leila's hand. Its blade was wide and presented a deep black color. There were ancient characters engraved on the blade and the hilt. Leila picked up the magic sword and ran straight towards Laxus. Laxus also rushed forward. The two of them collided. Perhaps Leila's weapon had the advantage. Laxus avoided the edge and bounced the sword away with a punch. Leila pretended to hold the sword with both hands, ready to chop it down. Laxus retreated. A figure dodged, and Leila immediately swung her sword, took a step forward, and slashed at Laxus. However, Laxus suddenly grabbed Leila's right hand with his left hand, and then cast an electric shock magic. Leila felt paralyzed, and her right hand loosened, and the magic sword fell. Laxus caught it in his hand with a smile. Leila waved her hand, and the magic sword in Laxus's hand disappeared, reappeared in Leila's hand, and then slashed at Laxus again. Laxus wanted to speak, but was caught off guard by Leila's quick operation. The Thunder Dragon's collapse fist. Laxus held back the words in his mouth. He was depressed and did not hold back. He did not dare to be careless and directly used the Dragon Slayer magic. With just one move, he beat Leila back again and again, but Leila still continued to attack. Laxus gradually couldn't hold back and couldn't resist Leila's continuous attack like a tide. He suddenly jumped back with all his strength, trying to distance himself from Leila. At the same time, a dazzling electric current rushed straight to Leila's face like lightning. This electric shock was stronger than the previous one. Laxus released it even faster. Leila saw the electric shock coming. Without any panic, she activated the teleportation magic and appeared behind Laxus. Laxus sensed the approach of the sword in Leila's hand, and in such a tense situation, he directly turned into a lightning to avoid it. Leila was a little surprised to see this. Obviously he did not expect Laxus to turn into lightning. Laxus rushed towards Leila again, and Leila also rushed forward. The two were about to collide again, but when they got closer, Laxus suddenly changed his moves, and lightning flashed on his body. Oh no! Leila, who was unprepared at such a close distance, was directly dodged. Just when Laxus was about to succeed, Leila activated the teleportation to the limit and avoided the move. Seeing this, Laxus could not help but say, "What a pity. Hey, Laxus, you are so mean." Leila shouted from a distance, "You are almost blind, you are still inexperienced. Leila, you finally spoke up. How can this be considered despicable? This is a strategy." Laxus spread his hands and didn't care. "Well, don't blame me then," Leila said, and a pair of sunglasses appeared in her hand. "That's why I said, what a pity." Laxus knew that after this attack, Leila would definitely have a countermeasure. The next battle was a real one. The previous ones were just mutual tests. The two had never fought each other, so they naturally knew nothing about each other's moves. As time went on, the battle became more and more intense, and the two sides went back and forth, neither giving in. Laxus's physical fitness was extremely strong, and Leila had to keep teleporting to keep up with Laxus's speed. In the end, Leila lost the battle. With his magic power exhausted, he couldn't avoid it at the last moment when the magic sword dissipated. He had to be hit by Laxus and then knocked to the ground with a punch. This was the first time Leila had fought seriously, and he gained a lot this time. But for Laxus, his physical fitness was as strong as a monster, and the dragon-slaying magic required a lot of consumption, but he could still fight Leila back and forth. "Leila, today's game is a draw." Laxus walked to Leila, sat down, and said proudly. "Well, whatever you think is okay." Leila sat on the ground and sighed inwardly. It was finally over. "By the way, why is it a draw? I will keep your secret for you." Laxus did not say it explicitly, but just repeated his promise before the battle. "Well, thank you." After saying that, a feeling of fatigue came over her, and Leila lay down. Seeing this, Laxus also lay down, feeling the faint warmth from the land and the relaxation at the moment. After a long battle, the clouds above were dyed red by the sunset. Leila stared at the beautiful scene, and the fatigue in her heart seemed to gradually dissipate. At this moment, Leila felt an unprecedented tranquility. After an unknown amount of time, Laxus felt that it was getting late. He was afraid that Makarov would find him and Leila would be exposed, so he stood up and said goodbye to Leila. "Hey, don't panic, I'll change your clothes for you." Leila reached out to interrupt Laxus's steps as he was about to leave. "Well, okay." Laxus spread out his hands and checked his clothes, which had been torn by the sword. He would definitely be questioned by Makarov when he returned. Leila snapped her fingers, and a piece of clothes that Laxus wore when he came to him before the battle appeared in front of her. After Laxus put it on, he waved his hand and left. Leila finally let go of her strength and collapsed on the grass. She felt that she might be entangled all the time. The hunger in her body surged up. Leila thought that she had really had a good time today. She stood up, patted her stomach, and went home. Leila was relieved, and the strength of her whole body seemed to be drained. She collapsed on the grass, thinking to herself that she might be entangled in the future, and felt a little helpless. At this moment, the hunger in her body came, and Leila muttered to herself that she had really had a good time today. She stood up slowly, patted her stomach, and turned to go home. "I'm back." Leila dragged her tired body to open the door, and then said weakly, "What's wrong? Why are you so dusty today?" Mavis just brought the food to the table and asked in confusion. "Alas, I had a fight with someone and I feel like my body is about to fall apart." Leila replied, went to the bathroom to wash up, and walked to the dining table. Although Mavis lived next door, when Leila went out to practice during the day, she would go out to buy groceries in the afternoon and come to Leila's place to cook. "There's an extra set of bowls and chopsticks." "Who else? Is Grandpa back?" Leila walked out of the bathroom and saw 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. She asked in surprise. "I came back at noon, and I just went out to buy some snacks. I guess I will be back soon." As soon as Mavis finished speaking, the sound of a key being inserted into the door lock and turned came from outside the door. "What a coincidence? We don't have to wait, and the meal is ready." At this moment, Leila had only one thought in her mind, which was to sit down at the table and eat heartily. She was really hungry. Augustus walked in and saw Leila. He didn't care at all and handed the snack in his hand to Mavis. Mavis took the bag from Augustus, put it aside, and then invited Augustus to eat together. Leila saw this and immediately sat down at the table, waiting for the meal to start. When Mavis and Augustus sat down, "I'm eating." After saying this, Leila's hands never stopped moving. While eating the food in the bowl, she stared at the pot with her eyes. Her mouth was full of food, and her chopsticks were still constantly putting food into her bowl. Augusta was shocked when he saw this, and then asked Mavis next to him what happened. Mavis shook her head and told Augusta that she had a fight with someone, but did not say who it was. Leila, with her mouth full and chopsticks still holding food, heard Augusta and Mavis talking about her, and muttered vaguely woo 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 woo. Okay, let's eat first and talk after we finish eating." Augustus was speechless. Who could understand what he said? He immediately waved his hand for Leila to eat. Leila stopped talking after hearing this and hurried to finish the food in front of her. After dinner, Leila lay contentedly on the sofa. Augustus and Mavis were washing dishes in the kitchen, and they were still whispering something. Augustus came out, sat next to Leila and asked, "Tell me, what's wrong?" It's okay, I had a fight with Laxus, the grandson of Makarov." Leila told Augustus about the duel with Laxus with a sense of relief, and told him the details of Laxus. Well, Dragon Slayer, magic crystal. When Auguste heard about Dragon Slayer, he lowered his head and thought about it. Okay, not bad. Auguste actually praised Leila, who had never been praised by him in the previous trips. Instead, he would hit her on the head from time to time. Of course, Leila did not consider her own reasons. Well, it's okay. I'll go take a shower first. Leila happily accepted Augustus's compliment, went back to her room to get some clean clothes, and then went into the bathroom. After eating and drinking, he just wanted to take a comfortable shower and lie down on the bed. Augustus looked at Leila's back and always felt that something was wrong. After thinking it over again and again, he turned on the magic of the divine eye and looked at Leila. He found that Leila was different from before. Augustus frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Mavis looked at Augusta thoughtfully. Nothing, I just feel a little strange. Auguste shook his head. Weird. Mavis didn't know what was strange about Leila. Leila's magic power seems to have decreased. Augusta then said something strange. Decreased. Because there was no magic power in Mavis' body at this time, Mavis did not notice the change in Leila. Mavis held her chin with her hands on her head, and the wings on her head kept shaking, obviously thinking about the reason for the decrease in magic power. Well, I'll go check it out tomorrow. According to Augusta's idea, since there has been no physical problems for such a long time, it should not be a bad thing. After thinking it through, he also had the answer in his heart. It's just right to go check it out tomorrow. Well, okay, Mavis saw Augustus's expression and knew it was nothing serious, so she was relieved. Leila came out of the shower and saw Augustus and Mavis sitting on the sofa in the living room reading. She said, "I'm going back to the room to rest, and she won't disturb them." Leila returned to the room, fell on the bed without hesitation, covered herself with a small quilt, and began to play. Recalling the fierce battle with Laxus today, Leila couldn't help but sigh that she still let him go. After all, his main purpose was to hone his physical skills through fighting with Laxus. Otherwise, he would directly materialize a rubber man, and Laxus might not be able to start at all. Having said that, Leila has never materialized this ability, and maybe it will be difficult to realize it. It takes a lot of magic power to manifest. After all, the ability setting of the fruit is really outrageous. It is difficult for him to estimate the amount of magic power required for manifestation. As for the awakening state of the fruit, he can only think about it. At this moment, Leila, who was still thinking about the details of the battle, stood up suddenly and decided to write down the problems he exposed in the battle and correct them. Not only that, he also had to work hard to learn the technique. Then, he got up from the bed and sat down at the table helplessly. Leila first took out a pen and a diary, and carefully summarized her problems on it. Then she picked up another notebook full of techniques. This is a notebook specially used to record the writing of techniques. In general, Leila's physical skills are terrible, and he always makes mistakes in the details of the magic circle of the ritual, which may be fatal at the critical moment. In addition, Leila vaguely remembers that there seems to be someone who can directly eliminate the ritual, but he can't remember the name of that person, but it doesn't matter. There is a note on the corner of Leila's desk, which clearly states the basic route, basic decision, basic strategy, and finally a 5-year plan. Basic route, take fairy tale as the core, insist on learning magic, be self-reliant, and work hard. Basic decision, development is the top priority, build a wretched development concept and implement it. Basic strategy, be behind the scenes, never show up easily, in order to win steadily. This strategy is the most important thing is to use this as a bottom line to ensure your own safety and development. 5-year plan, exercise physical fitness, learn physical skills and the use of magic, try to be a versatile chess player, master more magic, and have more trump cards, accept commissions to gain practical experience, insist on meditation, cultivate the mind and spirit, pursue excellence and constantly challenge yourself. Finally, there is a slogan written under this piece of paper: a year's plan starts with spring, and a day's plan starts with the morning. This piece of paper was written by Leila after she joined Fairy Tale, in order to clarify her direction, and to remind herself and spur herself on. Leila picked up the note and took a look at it, clenched her fists, silently cheered herself up, and continued to study at the desk. 2 hours later, Leila continued to study in bed. Super ancient document magic is convenient, and who can resist the charm of the bed? 2,000 years later, Leila fell asleep peacefully in bed. In the early morning, Leila slowly opened his eyes from the quilt, turned his head to look at the alarm clock at the bedside, and there were still a few minutes before the alarm went off, so he turned his head and closed his eyes with peace of mind to continue sleeping. Feeling the warmth in the quilt, he gradually fell asleep again. When he opened his eyes again and looked at the alarm clock, there was still 1 minute left. Leila closed his eyes slowly, quietly waiting for the alarm to go off, and then turned off the alarm to prove that he had woken up. Then, with a hazy sleepiness, he wrapped the quilt more tightly. After a long period of mental struggle between sleeping and getting up, Leila still sat up with difficulty, squinting his eyes to put on clothes. He walked to the window and opened the window. A gust of cold wind blew in. He shrank his neck, shivered, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Walking into the bathroom, Leila turned on the faucet and felt the warm hot water. The heating facilities in this house are very complete, and there is also a fireplace. After washing up, Leila and Auguste simply said hello and stepped out of the house. After going out, on the road, she met a rowing uncle who got up early in the morning to work. After exchanging a few words, Leila went straight to the East Forest. When Leila came to the place where she practiced daily and opened the barrier, the surrounding environment became illusory, as if Leila had never set foot in this place. Outside the barrier, if others came here, they would not be able to see Leila. After a while, the barrier gradually dissipated, and Leila sat on the grass and began to study. A faint sound was heard. It was Leila reciting the text of the ritual. While memorizing, he wrote the ritual on the ground with a branch he picked up. Finally, Leila finished writing the ritual, and the text disappeared, hidden in the space. An invisible barrier was quietly generated, like a transparent shield, covering Leila. Finally, the effect this time is better than ever before. Leila showed a satisfied smile on his face. He couldn't wait to materialize the magic sword, and then began to accumulate power. He saw a huge slash like lightning, raising a puff of smoke. The smoke dissipated, but the barrier was intact. Leila walked out of the barrier and stood outside. Everything in the barrier was natural. He nodded with satisfaction, feeling a little complacent. Then, he walked in again. In this small world that belonged to him, he could practice freely, and more importantly, materialize those imaginary things. The morning passed by like a white horse passing by. Leila came to the stream, took out the fishing rod, and sat there leisurely fishing. These days, he often comes here to enjoy the fun of fishing and have a feast. After a while, Leila swung the fishing rod in his hand, and a big fish broke out of the water. The big fish was still struggling and tumbling. Leila swung his arm and gave it a loud big slap, and the big fish suddenly calmed down. Think about it, for the fish in question, how much psychological damage this one caused. Woo woo woo. Leila snapped her fingers crisply, and the super-fast chef appeared, and manifested a salamander, found some branches, and used the fire of the salamander to make a fire. After that, it was a long wait. When the delicious food was served, Leila ruthlessly dispersed the toolman. After eating and drinking, leaning against a big tree, occasionally throwing a handful of firewood, watching the fire slowly burn, the temperature of the flame was transmitted to Leila's face. This warm and comfortable feeling made Leila want to sleep. Leila was closing his eyes and preparing to take a nap, when a figure broke into his field of vision and blocked the fire. Because of the previous training, Leila physically drove away the surrounding animals, so that no one dared to come to his territory. During normal rest time, Leila's barrier would not be opened. Moreover, Laxus knew he was here, and Leila did not dare to let Laxus stand outside the barrier, which would be more troublesome, and Laxus would definitely threaten Leila to open it. In general, Leila is too lazy. It blocked my fire, and it's not warm at all. Leila closed her eyes tightly, without any reaction, thinking to herself, I don't need to guess who it is, and I can't help but sigh silently. What bad luck, is he here to fight me again? After hearing this, Laxus moved aside, then sat down, facing Leila. Leila felt the warmth of the fire on her face again, and she felt that something was wrong with Laxus. Why was he so? He then opened his eyes and saw Laxus sitting opposite him, looking shy. What's wrong with you? Just say it if you have something to say. Leila stared at Laxus's shy look, feeling very uncomfortable. I heard from my grandfather that your arc of manifestation can manifest people, so I would like to ask for your help. Brother, you want me to be your sparring partner? That's impossible. Besides, manifestation consumes a lot of magic power and is very time-consuming. However, but what? You promise me one condition. Okay, that's great, but I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you later. When Laxus agreed so readily, Leila immediately materialized and closed her eyes. Laxus was about to speak, but hesitant, not knowing what to say. At this time, Leila quickly opened her eyes again and looked at Laxus. Wait, who do you want to manifest? Leila suddenly remembered that Laxus didn't seem to say who he wanted to manifest. Well, I can just manifest myself. I want to see my usual fighting habits. Laxus thought for a moment and answered Leila. Okay, wait a minute. After hearing this, Leila closed her eyes and began to imagine Laxus in the battle yesterday. From time to time, she could see Laxus using his skills as an adult. He quickly shook his head to dispel these thoughts and continued to imagine the present Laxus. After hearing what Leila said, Laxus also sat quietly by the side and waited. During this time, he saw Leila shaking her head and thought that she could not materialize. However, seeing that Leila had not opened her eyes yet, she did not speak to disturb him. Okay, take a look. Laxus didn't have to wait for long. Leila materialized him and then said to Laxus, looking up and motioning him to look behind him. Laxus turned his head and looked back, and found another Laxus standing behind him. He stood up and stared at the materialized person. A strange feeling surged in his heart, as if he was looking into a mirror. Do you want to fight? Then come. Wow, you are a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. You are the worst of the world. Leila looked at the two people who had only said a few words, each of which had no more than 5 words, and then they started fighting. Leila had been sparring with Laxus for the whole afternoon. Because they had the ability of Dragon Slayer wizards, they could both replenish their physical strength by eating thunder. Therefore, the fight between the two was basically close combat. Moreover, during the fight, they punched the lightning directly into each other's body, which was difficult to eat, so it was extremely consuming of magic power. Leila materialized 4 times intermittently in the middle. Leila leisurely took out her sunglasses and put them on, then began to watch the fight. It was pure melee, and Leila wanted to materialize a ring. However, as time passed, Leila's interest gradually waned, and she turned around and began to study her own techniques. When the last clone dissipated, Leila looked up at the sky and found that it was a little dark, so she and Laxus suggested that they stop here today, sit down and rest for a while before going back. How do you feel? What have you gained? Well, it's okay. Leila snorted inwardly, why pretend to be so cool, you still fell into my hands. After a short rest, Laxus was afraid that Makarov would come to find him. Although he told Makarov not to call him before he came out to practice, he was still cautious in order to keep Leila's secret. He waved goodbye to Leila and left. Leila also packed up her things and went back. Before leaving, she thought that she would practice here often in the future, and the barrier would also be set up here. Should she build a house here? Well, it is necessary. When Leila returned home, she did not find Mavis and Augusta. However, she did not care. She thought that maybe they had gone out to play. It seemed that after Augusta came back, they had been together almost all the time, and they seemed to be discussing something. Leila went back to her room and took some of her clothes to the bathroom to wash them. While washing clothes, she seemed to hear some noises coming from the house. When she came out, she saw Augusta and Mavis. Mavis was carrying a meal. Mavis said that she brought a dinner for Leila. They had just eaten outside, and she also brought him one after eating. Leila could not help thinking, if you, an old man, go out with a young girl, people will not think that you are a grandfather and grandson. It is not embarrassing for you two to go out. However, Leila only dared to think about it in her heart. After Leila took the dinner, Mavis told him that they were going out for a walk. It was heard that the latest issue of Magic Weekly had been updated, and there were new magic books, which were already on the shelves of the magic shop. After that, the two hurried away, leaving Leila standing by the door. Looking at their dusty backs, Leila sighed helplessly, thinking that they didn't even close the door after they left. Leila had to swallow her bitterness silently. This matter made me an outsider. I went to the kitchen to get the bowls and chopsticks, took the dinner, walked into my room, and sat at my own table. Without the two of them, I was still quiet. No, the clothes are still soaking. As soon as Leila put down her chopsticks, she was about to get up to wash the clothes, but when she smelled the fragrance of the food, she hesitated for a moment. Forget it, let's eat first, it's okay to soak for a while. She sat down again and started to finish her dinner. After Leila finished eating and washed the dishes, she went to the bathroom to wash the remaining clothes and hung them up. Time went back to this morning. Auguste cast a magic spell to make himself invisible. He followed Leila's footsteps all the way to the East Forest. Seeing Leila walk into a barrier, he couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few days since they last met, and Leila has learned ritual magic again. But it looks quite ordinary. Forget it, the requirements can't be too high. In order to find out Leila's situation, Auguste opened the divine eye. After observing Leila's behavior in the barrier, he also showed an expression of as expected. Although he knew the truth, he still stayed there for a while to see how Leila's practice results were. After seeing Leila studying so seriously, Auguste nodded slightly. It was really much better than when he was traveling, and then turned and left. You're back so soon. Mavis was puzzled, and she was secretly wondering, you're back so soon, it seems that there is nothing unusual. Well, nothing happened. Augustus just smiled and shook his head gently. So what's the reason? Mavis asked again when she saw Augusta's unhurried attitude. The thought body. Auguste told Mavis everything he saw in the barrier. It turned out that Leila was transformed into 2 people in the barrier, and the other person was instantly teleported away. Oh, I got it. Don't worry, that kid is always smart. Then we can travel without any worries. I was a little hesitant before, but he's growing very fast, so we don't need to worry about him anymore. Leila returned to her room and stood in the middle of the room. A magic circle appeared in front of her, looming. In the magic circle, a vague figure gradually appeared. When the magic circle dissipated, the figure became clearer. Looking closely, it was actually Leila. Leila stared at the thought body in front of her, and the body of the thought body began to become nothingness, and then merged into Leila's body. At the same time, Leila was also digesting today's memories. It is really convenient to have a thought body. Since learning the thought body, Leila has divided herself into 2. One is in the guild to make her presence felt, and the other is practicing in the East Forest. However, Leila still focuses on herself in the East Forest. After all, she does not need to consume too much magic power in the guild and is relatively relaxed. Feeling that her magic power has been fully restored, Leila can't help but sigh that the feeling of being filled with magic power is really wonderful. When she was practicing in the East Forest, her magic power was still much inferior to her current self. Leila's plan still needs funds, and her own strength needs to be improved. In desperation, she suddenly remembered this magic and used the thought body to ensure that both aspects can be completed. The only thing Leila is not sure about is whether old man Makarov can see the thought body. Leila is skeptical about this. The old man is one of the 10 holy magicians. The guide, his vision is not bad, but for such a long time, the old man didn't say anything. Either he knew it but didn't say it, or he was still kept in the dark. No matter which way, it had no effect on Leila. Although it didn't matter if the old man knew, Leila was still reluctant to let others know some of her cards. At this time, Auguste and Mavis were already on their way back. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they could be seen from a distance carrying large and small bags in their hands. After sending Mavis back to the house, Auguste also opened the door and walked back to his room with his things. In his room, there was already a suitcase packed with things. Auguste put down the things and walked towards Leila's room. After standing in front of the door and knocking on it, he heard Leila's response from inside, pushed open the door and walked in. "What's wrong, Grandpa? Is there something wrong?" Leila wondered in her heart, not understanding why Auguste came here suddenly. He simply packed up his things and put them in the drawer of the desk. "Well, it's okay. I just want to tell you that we are going to travel tomorrow." Auguste looked at Leila calmly. "What? Leaving tomorrow?" Upon hearing the news that Auguste was leaving tomorrow, Leila screamed out loud, and her mood, which had been calm just now, suddenly became turbulent. "Huh? Didn't your mother tell you? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Auguste remembered that Mavis seemed to have mentioned this to Leila before. "I told you I didn't say it so soon. I've only been back for a few days and you left me alone at home," Leila complained. In her heart, she knew the reason why the two of them went on a trip. One wanted to make up for the guilt of not being with him all these years, and the other wanted to be with her. They both had a hard time these years, so it was reasonable for them to want to go out for a walk. "It's been 2 days since we came back. If it weren't for some mistakes, we would have left today." Auguste and Mavis had originally planned to leave as soon as he came back, but something suddenly happened to Leila, and they were worried, so they delayed the trip for a day. "What's wrong?" Leila was very confused when she heard Auguste's words. "It's okay. Anyway, we'll leave early tomorrow morning." Auguste directly issued an ultimatum. "Let's go. It's okay if I'm the only one left," Leila said unhappily. The next morning, Mavis was already waiting outside the door, and Auguste came out with a suitcase. Leila stood at the door in her pajamas, listening to Mavis and Auguste's instructions, and Leila responded to every word. After saying goodbye, Mavis and Auguste set off. Suddenly, Mavis turned back and said to Leila that she would write to him, and Leila agreed and waved. Leila followed their backs closely, watching them go farther and farther away. Leila turned the door off, turned back to the house, and continued to take a nap. In the next few years, Leila wanted to live a simple life, going from place to place, but in this noisy guild, it was simply a pipe dream to want to live a peaceful life. In X770, Leila and Laxus went through Makarov's test, successfully passed their respective commissions, and officially became a wizard. Leila had already chosen his mission, and the target was a group of thieves with average strength. After he released the thought body for reconnaissance in advance, he took the commission without hesitation and defeated them in one fell swoop. Laxus's commission was an escort mission. To be honest, Leila felt that this mission was incompatible with Laxus's style. In his impression, Laxus should go to defeat those ferocious monsters and let them see what a real monster is. However, Laxus said that this was the arrangement of the old man, and Leila didn't say much. She just asked about the commission by the way and told Laxus the information. After becoming a formal wizard, Makarov originally hoped that Leila and Laxus could form a team to take on a commission together. However, the team fell apart 3 days after its establishment. At that time, after communicating with the client, the old man learned about what the two had done during the commission, and he compensated and vowed to apologize. After sending the client away, looking at the two people who were still bickering, the old man was extremely helpless and immediately announced the disbandment of the team. Because of the commission of the team, Laxus and Leila started a fierce competition for a year. They set the rules that the content of the competition was who could earn more rewards through commissions within a year. But because the time span was too long, they stipulated that the competition was a score system, and compared it every month for a year, and finally decided the winner. In this way, during this year, the fierce competition between the two forced other members of the guild to follow suit and get involved in this internal battle. Because Leila and Laxus accepted commissions frantically during this year, other members could hardly receive any tasks, and even if there were remaining commissions, the rewards were pitiful. This year, the guild was unusually quiet. After the new year, the guild members looked haggard. So Makarov resolutely issued a rule that the guild prohibited the use of commissions as gambling, and also limited the number of commissions each person could make. More importantly, it greatly limited the commissions of Leila and Laxus. So much so that every year when new members joined, they felt confused when they saw this rule, but as a member of the guild, they wanted to cry but had no tears when they mentioned it, and they also said every seemingly unreasonable rule has a bloody lesson. In the end, this commission competition ended with Leila's victory. In the first few months, Leila and Laxus were evenly matched. Before the last month, the score was 6 points for Leila and 5 points for Laxus. Laxus tried his best in the last month just to avoid seeing Leila's smug smile, and he must tie the score and disgust Leila. However, the young Laxus did not understand the evil of human hearts. In the last 2 days, the insidious Leila secretly drugged Laxus. In such a critical 2 days, when the outcome was decided, Laxus went to the toilet for a whole day, and then lay in bed for a whole day. After the competition, Laxus, who was already in good condition, walked into the guild and took Leila out of Magnolia and came to the East Forest. Everyone in the guild looked at each other. I only remember that day, there was a little snow in the sky, and the weather in the East Forest was thundering locally, and Leila did not show up in the guild for 2 whole days. In X771, due to Makarov's regulations and the fact that the two had been paid enough in the past year, Leila and Laxus rarely accepted commissions, so they returned to the East Forest for most of the time to practice. However, because of Laxus' diarrhea, Leila not only suffered a beating from Laxus, but was also forced to be a sparring partner for free. However, on this day, when Leila and Laxus were fighting fiercely in the East Forest, a rapid bell rang from Magnolia. How to ring this bell? Laxus stopped moving and listened attentively to the sound of the bell. What happened? Leila frowned slightly. He was still unclear about the situation at the moment. He could only vaguely hear the sound of the bell. It's the uncle who is coming back. Yes, that's right, you haven't seen him yet. Guild Arts, the strongest of the guild. Laxus saw Leila's confused expression and explained to him. Guild Arts. Leila's mood instantly became excited, and she couldn't wait to meet this uncle. Then, Laxus and Leila rushed back to Magnolia. At this time, there were several magic speakers in the sky above Magnolia constantly broadcasting, reminding citizens to pay attention to safety. At the same time, Magnolia entered Guild Arts mode. From the East Forest, you can see that the city has sprung up like bamboo shoots after the spring, and each house is like a block, gradually splicing into a new shape. There is only one road in the middle of the city that leads directly to the guild from the city entrance, and a figure is walking along this road towards Fairy Tale. At this time the two people from the East Forest returned to the guild with the help of Leila's teleportation magic. The guild was bustling with people, and no one noticed the sudden return of the two. Everyone was celebrating the return of Guild Arts happily. Guild Arts returned, looked at the new faces in the guild, smiled slightly, and walked to Makarov. After the two exchanged greetings, Guild Arts went back to rest. At this time, Leila on the side saw this and hurriedly pulled Laxus to find Guild Arts. Laxus was reluctant to go, but he couldn't persuade Leila. After all, Leila had never seen Guild Arts before, and hoped that Laxus could introduce him to someone else. After they met, when Guild Arts heard Leila's magic, his eyes suddenly lit up and his face was full of excitement. He felt attracted by this magic, but Leila always felt that Guild Arts' eyes were a little strange. However, Guild Arts coughed lightly and returned to normal. In the following days, Guild Arts often watched the battle between Leila and Laxus, mainly because he saw the potential of the two. Especially Leila's magic, he can materialize another Laxus, which makes Guild Arts particularly interested. He even asked Leila to materialize himself as well. Leila decisively refused, saying that she was not capable enough at the moment, but still can't do it. However, Guild Arts was not discouraged. He firmly stated that when he could do it in the future, he must call him. When he said this, his eyes became serious and sharp. In this way, the three of them stayed in the East Forest for a while, and often went fishing together. 2 weeks later, Guild Arts took another SS-level commission, and then packed his bags and left. Before leaving, Leila asked him puzzledly, the reward for the commission was enough to live for a while, why did he go out again after a few days every time he came back? Guild Arts just smiled and touched Leila's head, and said softly, I just like traveling. When will you come back next time? Leila couldn't help asking. Guild Arts didn't answer. He carried his luggage on his left hand and waved his right hand, leaving behind a receding back. In X772, time passed quickly and it was already the 4th year. For some reason, Leila flatly rejected Laxus's invitation to practice and left Laxus alone in the cabin in the East Forest. The cabin was built by Leila herself, because he often practiced there and set up a barrier around it. It was always more convenient to have a room. Later, Laxus also came there, and then rebuilt the cabin and added a room. In July of X772, half a year had passed. Leila stayed in the guild almost all day, and only occasionally took commissions to go out to get rewards to make a living. But in this month, Leila's state was abnormal, and she didn't care about some things. Laxus saw Leila's listless appearance and was confused. After asking, Leila said it was okay. So Laxus found Makarov again and wanted the old man to ask, but Makarov was helpless. On this day, Leila was resting in the guild, and suddenly a bell rang. Listening to the familiar rhythm, Leila instantly understood that Guild Arts was back. Everyone in the guild stood at the door of the guild, excitedly waiting for Guild Arts' figure, but Leila was still hiding in the intelligence room, indifferent. When Laxus saw Guild Arts' return, he had an idea and told him everything that had happened to Leila during this period. After hearing this, Guild Arts said he knew, then explained the commission to Makarov and walked towards the intelligence room. Leila was lying on the table, bored, supporting her head with her left hand, her body tilted, and turning a pen with her right hand. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure broke in. Leila was startled. Hey, Leila, you knew I was back, but you didn't come out to greet me. Guild Arts kicked the door open, smiled, and said to Leila happily, well, Guild Arts, welcome back. Leila responded weakly when she saw it was Guild Arts. Guild Arts walked up to Leila, raised his hand to pinch the back of Leila's neck, and walked straight towards the wall. Leila was scared and screamed, I'm going to hit the wall. I'm going to hit the wall. Then, there was a pop sound, and the wall broke into several blocks. Guild Arts walked out swaggeringly, and Makarov's shouting came from behind, loudly scolding Guild Arts. Laxus looked at Leila who was being carried by Guild Arts like a chicken, and couldn't help laughing out loud. No, no, I was wrong, I will go on my own. Leila struggled desperately in Gildarts's hands, thinking to herself, if the residents of the city saw this, it would be a disaster. Do you know you are wrong? Gildarts lifted Leila up and stared at him. Leila nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of pleading. Come with me. Gildarts saw that Leila was understanding and put him down. Leila followed closely behind Gildarts, crossed a river, and came to Gildarts's home. As soon as she entered the door, she could see a calligraphy with 4 big characters I am the only one written on it. However, after entering, Leila found that the decoration inside was really simple. After putting down the luggage, Gildarts took Leila to the East Forest with 2 fishing rods in his hands. Hey, Gildarts, why do you want to go fishing as soon as you get back? You really have a special liking for fishing. Leila took the fishing rod handed to her by Gildarts and quickly followed. Fishing is a man's romance. It can stimulate a man's hunting instinct and make people feel the beauty of being one with nature. This is a man's real playground. When Gildarts talked about fishing, his expression became serious, and he was completely different from his usual self. When they came to the riverside of the East Forest, Gildarts and Leila sat there and began to enjoy the tranquility of fishing. However, it didn't take long for Leila's mind to stop fishing, and her eyes gradually became dazed. Tell me, what happened? Gildarts noticed that Leila was acting strange, and he asked calmly. It's okay. Leila answered casually. It's okay. Who in the guild can't see what you're thinking? Leila didn't answer after hearing that, but her mind recalled those annoying things. And seeing that Leila was absent-minded, Gildarts stopped talking and just waited silently for Leila to speak. Because the deadline has come this year, Leila must make preparations in advance to prevent accidents. If the time is missed, everything will be irreversible, and everything will return to the track of fate. So he released the thought body and asked it to go to the north to inquire about the news. After months of hard work, in early July, a note was sent to the table in Leila's intelligence house. Leila couldn't wait to open the note and scanned the information on it. Then, a flame rose from Leila's hand, turning the note into ashes in an instant. The note said that Ultia was still struggling in pain, Ulu had accepted Leo as a disciple, and after Deliura destroyed a city in the north, hide it. As for Grey, we will talk about it later. That night, Leila returned home, opened the door, and saw the thought body sitting at the table. Without saying much, the thought body merged into Leila's body, and at the same time transmitted the memories of the past few months to Leila's mind, including the news about Grey. Because there is very little information about Grey now, Leila only remembers his name and his father's name. After that, through the ancient document magic, she kept searching in the north and finally found the city where Grey was located. It was still a long way from Deliura's previous location, so this time period had to be postponed. But in the Magic Development Bureau, Ultair's painful screams and the ruins of the city destroyed by Deliura, these pictures were like heavy haze, shrouding Leila's heart and could not dissipate for a long time. He just felt a little confused. Leila's original plan, after Grey became Ulu's apprentice, it was too late. Alucia would suffer more, Grey would lose his father, and Deliura would destroy many cities. He knew the solution, but chose to delay because he was afraid of his destiny. To be honest, other people were insignificant in Leila's heart, but he could not ignore Alucia and Grey. He began to hesitate. If you have anything to say, just speak up. Don't let everyone in the guild worry about you. Don't keep it to yourself. We are still here for you. Gildarts said softly when Leila didn't speak for a long time. I'm just a little confused. Leila looked ahead, then lowered her head to stare at the fishhook floating in the water. Leila, just do whatever you want to do. I'm still behind you no matter what happens. Gildarts laughed heartily, put his hand on Leila's shoulder and patted her twice, and said with a firm look in his eyes. Yes, I know. Leila stared at Gildarts and nodded vigorously. It's hooked. Gildarts suddenly felt the pulling of the fishing rod in his hand. He held the fishing rod tightly with both hands and swung it violently, throwing a big fish onto the shore. A few days later, Gildarts took on a commission and was about to leave in a hurry. When he went out, he caught a glimpse of a little girl holding a white puppy. Little girl, what are you doing here alone? Go home quickly. If you stay in a place like this, your clothes will be stained with the stink of alcohol. These 2 sentences stopped the little girl from saying anything. Leila saw all this, then told Makarov that she was going to the East Forest, and left the guild. Gildarts walked towards the Magnolia station. When he was walking towards the ticket office, he suddenly paused. Then he turned around calmly and looked around. His eyes gradually became sharper, scanning the people walking around, but he did not find anything unusual. Are you Gildarts? You look strong. Do you want to fight me? I'll be waiting for you in the East Forest. Gildarts looked interested when he heard this, and left the station without hesitation. In the East Forest, Gildarts came to a secluded place. Leila's cabin was in the north, and he was in the south. Come out. Gildarts shouted to the people around him. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of Gildarts. As for why it was a black shadow, the man was wearing a black windbreaker with a hood down, hiding himself in it, not wanting anyone to know his identity. The moment the man appeared, he attacked Gildarts. Gildarts raised his right hand suddenly, and his cloak fluttered backwards. He rushed forward and hit with all his strength. When the 2 fists collided, a powerful wave spread out from their fists, and the surrounding trees were blown to shake. Seeing that the other party did not use magic, Gildarts gave up magic and started a close combat with him. However, after several rounds of fierce confrontation, the man suddenly stopped and took a step back. Let's stop here for today. The man interrupted the fight. Although his heart was filled with irrepressible excitement and his fists were still shaking slightly, he still tried to keep calm and calm down. Good. Gildarts also stopped. After you return from this mission, I hope you can do me a favor. Help? With your strength, do you still need my help? Gildart's voice was mixed with a hint of doubt. From the previous battle, he could feel that the strength of the man in front of him was not bad. For some reason, I can't do it myself. The man said helplessly. What are the conditions? I won't do anything in vain unless you can fight me with all your strength. Fight with all your strength? Unfortunately, no. But I'm sure you'll be interested in this reward. I'll exchange it for a message. A piece of news. Gildarts was full of doubt. He was too confident to ask for help from the strongest Gildarts with just a piece of news. The man only said 4 words, but Gildarts was stunned, his face full of disbelief. He wanted to ask for more details. This is the reward. If you want to know, hurry up and complete the task. I will tell you when you come back. In addition, I can guarantee that she is fine now. After the black-robed man said this, he disappeared in the forest in an instant. Gildarts still stood there, and then realized that this person did not use magic, so how did he teleport? Forget it, let's go to work. Gildarts walked quickly to the station. He just wanted to complete the commission as soon as possible and then come back to ask the man for clarification. Hey, please leave me your contact information. Gildarts took a few steps and suddenly his mind went blank. How should he contact him again? I will wait for you in Magnolia in the next few months. At this time, the man's voice sounded in Gildarts' mind. Okay. Gildarts set off on his journey. At the guild, Kana was staring at Gildarts' back, standing there blankly. The words stuck in her throat, and she didn't say them in the end. She felt mixed emotions, and kept wondering why he didn't realize it was her. Little girl, what can I do for you? Makeo and Wakaba, who were passing by, saw a little girl curled up at the entrance of the guild with a puppy squatting next to her, so they asked. It's dangerous to hang around in a place like this. Wakaba echoed. Excuse me, when will Gildarts come back? Kana heard a voice behind her, turned around, and saw the 2 people. She mustered up her courage and timidly asked them about Gildarts. Are you a fan of Gildarts? Seeing the little girl paying so much attention to Gildarts, Makeo and Wakaba couldn't help but wonder if she was a fan of Gildarts. No. Kana wanted to prove her relationship with Gildarts, but she wanted to tell Gildarts face to face. He is currently carrying out the commission. It may take 2 or 3 days, or even a month. We don't know. Makeo and Wakaba were also a little embarrassed. Don't worry, he will definitely come back. Would you like a glass of juice? Seeing Kana's disappointed face, the 2 of them comforted her. Then they led Kana into the guild. Leila, come and take care of this little girl. When they entered the guild, they saw Leila standing at the door of the intelligence room and called her over. Well, okay. Leila responded and walked over. We are both here, she seems a little reserved, you come and accompany her. Makeo and Wakabala came over to Leila, lowered their heads and whispered, and told Leila that the little girl seemed to have something important to do with Gildarts. I understand. Leila nodded. Leila sat down and saw Kana with short hair and big beautiful eyes, but her eyes had lost their luster and she was a little depressed. Seeing Kana fidgeting, she was about to speak when Macau brought 2 glasses of juice and put them on the table, asking her to taste it. Little girl, if you have anything to ask, just ask this guy. He is also very familiar with Gildarts. Macao said to Kana and turned away. Kana heard that Leila, who was sitting in front of her, was familiar with Gildarts, and her eyes suddenly shone brightly. She wanted to ask immediately, but suddenly seemed to remember something and lowered her head. Hello, my name is Leila Sloan, what's your name? Leila smiled and looked at the little Kana in front of her. My name is Kana Aropalona. Kana answered timidly. Kana, do you admire Gildarts? Yes. Kana's voice was weak but full of determination. Yes, the uncle is very powerful, and everyone in the guild respects him very much. The uncle is also very generous and always smiles at the people in the guild, but he has a small flaw. Disadvantages. Kana's eyes flashed with doubt. Yes, that uncle is an out-and-out workaholic. But he doesn't like work. Work is secondary to him. What he really likes is the feeling of traveling. Like traveling. Kana's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Leila told Kana about Gildart's personality traits, his popularity in the guild, his favorite things, his innocent appearance, and his occasional days. Kana also concentrated on holding the juice and listened to Leila's story attentively. Leila kept telling Kana every bit about Gildarts, hoping that Kana would gradually forget the unhappiness that Gildarts did not recognize her. Kana, do you want to join Fairy Tale? Leila felt that the time was ripe, so she asked softly. Fairy Tale? Are there any conditions for joining? Kana thought about it after hearing Leila's invitation. Joining Fairy Tale would make it easier for her to see Gidas when he returned, but she didn't know the specific requirements for joining the Magic Guild. There are no conditions. If you join the guild, we are a family. Leila explained to Kana gently, asking Kana to think carefully. But I don't know magic. Kana was a little excited, but then she thought that she would have to learn magic to join the Magic Guild, but she didn't know anything. It doesn't matter if you don't know magic. Makarov suddenly jumped out, appeared in front of Kana, and said kindly. Really? Grandpa, Of course, do you want to join? I join in. Okay, let's have a party today. It's Kaina's welcome party? Let's have fun. Makarov shouted after hearing that Kaina agreed to join. The people in the guild were also in high spirits and cheered excitedly. Kaina, who was watching all this, was so moved that she shed tears. Leila also looked at Kaina with a smile. Welcome to Fairy Tale. After Kaina agreed to join Fairy Tale, a grand banquet was held in the guild. Everyone warmly welcomed Kaina's arrival. They put their hands on each other's shoulders and hummed cheerful songs. Makeo and Wakaba were there shouting bring the wine, and Lidas painted this scene on his drawing board. At this time, Lidas was still very thin, and the whole guild was immersed in a lively atmosphere. Leila and Kaina sat aside, watching the people in the guild laughing and playing, and Leila said to Kaina, as for me, I have no father and no mother, but fortunately I was rescued and taken in by my grandfather. But then he had something to do, and he had no choice but to let me join this guild. The people in this guild are very nice, they are lively like this every day, and every guild member treats each other as family. Kaina nodded vigorously and agreed deeply. Although this guild is a bit noisy, everyone is really happy. By the way, Kana, do you have a place to go? If not, the guild has a girls' dormitory. Leila suddenly remembered that Kana was still young and might not be able to work independently, so it would be better for her to live in the guild's girls' dormitory. Well, the president has just told me that he will take me there. Kana felt Leila's concern and answered seriously. Leila looked up at Makarov, whose face was red and still clamoring for a drink, and sighed helplessly. This old man is still very thoughtful, but he really won't let me down. Of course, Makarov did not disappoint Leila. After the banquet, he was already drunk. Leila saw that it was getting late, so she led Kana to Makarov. Hey, Kana, are you enjoying your drink? Makarov was holding up his glass, ready to drink it all, when he suddenly found Leila and Kana standing beside him, and asked without thinking. Old man, didn't you say you were going to send Kana to the girls' dormitory? Leila was speechless when she saw Makarov still talking nonsense. Yes, don't panic, Kana, I'll take you there right away. Makarov was stunned for a moment, apparently forgetting about this matter, and then he put down the wine in a panic and stood up, but he wanted to fall down as soon as he stood up. Forget it, I'll take her there, and you should go back as well, old man. Leila saw that Makarov was unsteady on his feet, so she quickly stepped forward to support him. Well, thank you, Leila, be careful on the road. After Leila said this, Makarov quickly stood firm, then held Leila's hand and said with a smile on his face, Haha, I will. Seeing this, Leila guessed the old man's little thoughts directly, that he just wanted to continue drinking, so she answered with gritted teeth. Then, he said to Kana, who was standing obediently beside him, Kana, let's go. Well, goodbye, Grandpa President. Kana extended her hand and politely said goodbye to Makarov, who smiled and raised his hand in response. Leila led Kana, holding the small package Kana was carrying, and Kana led her dog, out of the guild gate, turned right and walked towards Fairy Hill. It was called this name because the girls' dormitory was built on a small hill. However, the girls' dormitory is very close to the guild. Go to the right and walk past a few houses, then cross a stone bridge, and you can see the dormitory. Finally, climb a small slope, and you will see a sign with the words Fairy Hills. The entire girls' dormitory is in the shape of an eye, with 3 floors, and a long corridor in the middle connecting the rooms on both sides. Before she reached the door, a woman pushed it open, as if she had noticed something that shouldn't be in the girls' dormitory. She stared at Leila and asked, Boys, don't you know this is a girls' dormitory? Oh, Grandma, the old man drank too much, so he asked me to bring Kana to you. Leila quickly explained her purpose, otherwise Grandma Hilda would really beat her. After hearing Leila's explanation, Grandma Hilda let him go and turned to look at Kana, who was standing there obediently. You must be Kana, right? Makarov has already told me. I'll take you to your room. Grandma Hilda took Kana's hand, glanced fiercely at Leila, and was about to go back to the dormitory. Kana looked back at Leila, who smiled and waved at her. Kana, I'm leaving now. Let Grandma take you back to your room. See you tomorrow. Well, okay. Kana agreed, watching Leila leave, and then followed Granny Hilda into the dormitory hall. Granny Hilda arranged a room for Kana at the front desk of the hall and prepared some daily necessities. She also helped Kana register her personal information, and then took her to a room on the first floor and laid out the sheets and quilts for her. Granny Hilda asked Kana if she needed toiletries or other items, but Kana said that she had brought daily necessities and did not need to prepare. Granny Hilda arranged the room for Kana very carefully, and then introduced the whole room to her. After confirming that Kana did not need anything, she pushed the door open and left, and when closing the door, she reminded Kana to take a shower before going to bed, and if she was afraid in the middle of the night, she could call her at any time. After Leila left the girls' dormitory, when she passed the guild, she happened to see Makarov standing at the door and preparing to close the door. Just after Makarov closed the door of the guild, he turned around and found Leila's figure. Send Kana over. That's good. You should go home early too. Okay, got it. After Makarov talked to Leila for a few words, he staggered away with the bottle of wine. Although it was a little late, Leila did not use magic to go back directly, but strolled along the street. Everything happened very quickly. He was not fully prepared yet, but the plan had already begun. He just hoped that nothing would happen during the period. The next day, Leila came to the guild early. There were not many people in the guild. He looked around and did not find any trace of Kana. He thought that she should not have woken up yet. Unlike me, I am so diligent. If Auguste heard it, he would definitely hit her with a stick. On the other hand, Kana had already after getting up, I was shopping with Granny Hilda. It turned out that Granny Hilda noticed that Kana's daily necessities had been used for a long time and were a little worn out, so she insisted on buying some new daily necessities and clothes for Kana. After buying things, the two returned to the dormitory and placed the items in the room. Kana thanked Granny Hilda and said that she would repay her after she started working and making money. However, Granny Hilda said no, and also said, "Don't be a wizard anymore." Kana was confused by this and didn't know why Granny Hilda said so she walked towards the guild with doubts. "Leila, do you know why Grandma said that?" Kana tilted her head and asked in confusion. You ask me? I don't know either. Maybe you can ask the old man. I think he will be happy to answer you." Leila didn't know either. He only knew Granny Hilda but didn't have much contact with her. What happened, little Kana?" Makarov, who was sitting on the counter, noticed Kana walking towards him, jumped down and smiled at Kana. Kana told Makarov that she had moved into the girls' dormitory, and also told Makarov about Grandma Hilda. Kana thought that Grandma Hilda was so nice, why would she say such a thing? Makarov listened to Kana's story carefully, thinking that this old woman was just hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. "Kana, what do you think a wizard is?" Kana is only 6 years old now. She doesn't know the specific content of a wizard's job. They selected and accepted the commissions, and then set out on a journey, but the commissions were accompanied by dangers, because most of them were commissions to defeat monsters. There were many kinds of monsters, and if they were not strong enough, they would lose their lives. There were also many wizards who died because the commissions were too difficult. Kana, being a wizard is very dangerous. Hilda always said that sentence, and it almost became a catchphrase, because every time she saw girls doing dangerous work, she was worried. Makarov said with narrowed eyes, and at the same time recalled the years when Hilda became the head of the girls' dormitory. Kana stood next to Makarov, listening to Makarov's words carefully, and silently remembered these words in her heart. After speaking, Makarov touched Kana's head, and then Kana walked away and walked towards the table where Leila was sitting. Leila was playing a kind of card. Kana was a little puzzled when she saw it. She didn't understand what Leila was doing, and then asked Leila, "Leila, what are you doing?" "Oh, Kana, are you done asking? Did you get the answer you wanted?" Leila noticed Kana and said to her, but she didn't stop her hands. Leila, what are you doing?" Kana answered Leila's question, but what concerned him was what Leila was doing with the cards. "Well, it's nothing. I just want to learn some card divination. Didn't you ask Gildarts when he would be back? I want to give it a try, but I really have no talent and can't figure out anything," Leila said casually. On the way back last night, Leila passed by a magic shop and bought a book about card divination and a deck of cards. Just as she was about to leave, she turned around and bought a deck of wind chant, and went back to learn divination. But I don't know if Leila's talent for divination is really bad, or he is cursed. The results of his divination are all biased, as if his own magnetic field is not compatible with divination. Originally, he wanted to pretend that he couldn't do divination in front of Kana after learning it, but who knew that the result was that he really couldn't do it. He was a little depressed at this time. Leila saw that Kana was a little moved, so she asked her, "Kana, do you want to try it? But I can't do it either, and I haven't learned it." "It's okay." Leila saw that Kana had taken the bait, so she waved her hand, took out a book of card divination from behind, and put it on the table. Kana stood up curiously and looked behind Leila, but found nothing. She was puzzled, but where did this book come from? "Kana, take your time to study. I have something to do." Leila heard Makeo calling him, so he said something to Kana and left. "Well, okay." Kana took the book and responded to Leila obediently. After Leila and Makeo chatted, Makeo left the guild and went out to work, but Leila did not disturb Kana who was studying. Suddenly, Kana frowned slightly when she felt that the guild was a bit noisy. Leila also noticed this, so she walked over and took Kana to her intelligence room, and then Leila left. Half a day later, Kana ran out excitedly, and then took Leila into the intelligence room. Leila was pulled to sit down before she could react, while Kana sat opposite her with a serious expression, staring at Leila and asking her to tell him what he wanted to tell, but then added in a low voice, "It's just a small thing." Leila had been listening to Kana seriously, but when she heard Kana's words, "It's just a small thing," she couldn't hold it anymore, and looked at Kana with a smile, but was choked by Kana's eyes. Then she sat up straight and said, "Let's tell today's fortune." After hearing this, Kana picked up the cards and started to tell fortunes, while Leila watched quietly, thinking to herself, "This method is the same as mine, it won't be successful, it hasn't been learned for a long time." After Kana finished the divination, she took the card and said, "Your fortune is very good today, but you will be entangled by a friend. Even if you have good luck, you will still be entangled." Leila carefully observed the card. He also knew some of the rules. Overall, it was good. "Leila, let's go." The door of the intelligence room was kicked open, and Laxus walked in. When he saw Leila, he pulled her out the door. Leila turned around and saw Laxus, who was furious. Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, she was pulled away by a strange force. Leila knew what Laxus was going to do and understood the meaning of the card. Kana, I'm going out first. Your prediction is very accurate. You should study hard. Before Leila finished her words, Laxus took her out of the guild and rushed out like a flash of lightning. Kana looked at Leila in surprise and wanted to say something, but only Leila's words came out. In an instant, the two disappeared. Kana was still stunned by this scene. Then Makarov came over and said it was okay, and let Kana go back to the house to study. Kana's talent for divination is really good. Leila was dragged by Laxus to fight for an afternoon. Because he encountered stupid things in the commission, he was very angry. In the next week, Kana's divination became more and more profound, and even the members of the guild recognized it. Makeo and Wakaba would come to Kana for divination from time to time. However, Kana did not learn magic. Makeo and Wakaba saw the results of Kana's divination and said, Kana, why don't you just learn to use card magic? Wakaba also agreed, card magic, this is a good idea. But, can someone like me learn magic? Kana lowered her head, feeling a little depressed, and a feeling of inferiority surged up. If it's Kana, it will definitely work. Makeo affirmed, and Wakaba also agreed yes, Kana has a good talent for card magic, she is definitely much better than Leila. What does it have to do with me? How can you belittle me? What can I do? Leila was watching the show nearby and heard her name mentioned in the conversation. Mind, everything comes from the mind you are willing to believe in, Kana. Whether it is divination, faith, or prayer, it is a kind of magic, and it is a miracle that only those who believe can feel. Therefore, only those who believe in the existence of magic, believe in their own power, and believe that everything is with nature can use magic. Makarov came over from a distance, and then said to Kana seriously, Heart. Kana seemed to understand, but she also seemed to have made up her mind. In the following days, Kana devoted herself to learning card magic and immersed herself in the guild's library every day. Leila visited her several times and found that Kana had been studying seriously, sometimes even sleeping directly on the table. A month later, Kana got up early, opened the curtains and pushed open the window to let the sunlight into the house, tidied herself in front of the mirror, and skipped to the guild, humming an unknown song on the way. When she arrived at the guild, Kana took a deep breath to calm down, ordered a glass of juice at the counter, and sat at a table. Leila saw Kana sitting there quietly, and also walked to Kana with a thick face, and asked her with a smile on her face, Kana, can you help me with a fortune-telling today? Before, Leila would always ask Kana for divination when she had nothing to do, and even asked Kana to calculate the fortune of the day every day, but Kana said that she couldn't do this, because it would affect herself, so she asked Leila to come to her when she was in a good mood. It's not clear whether someone went to measure the fortune too frequently, or whether it was really bad. In short, after Kana reminded her, Leila rarely asked this question again. But Kana seemed to be in a good mood today, and Leila also saw Kana smiling unintentionally, otherwise he would not ask Kana, okay, do you still want to test your fortune today? Kana was in a good mood and agreed to Leila's request, then asked, yeah. Leila agreed after hearing this, and then watched Kana do the divination silently. Today's divination results show that you will travel far, and this journey will be smooth. Kana said the result after analyzing the divination cards, and she looked at Leila while speaking. Traveling far? The only long journey recently was to the north, and Kana seemed to be in a good mood today, so Gildarts must be coming back. Leila frowned slightly, unconsciously holding her chin, staring at the table. Are you going out? Kana looked at Leila, interrupting his thoughts. Well, I do have to go out. Thank you for your divination, Kana. Kana's words brought Leila back to reality. He immediately reacted and answered quickly. After that, Leila stood up and walked towards Makarov's position, leaving Kana who was about to ask. Hey, old man, I have to go out today. Leila walked up to Makarov and told the old man that she was going out. You usually don't tell me when you go out. What's wrong? Will you be out for a long time this time? Makarov opened his right eye and glanced at Leila, then asked casually. Grandpa President, Leila will be out for a long time. I have already predicted the result for him. Kana saw that Leila didn't want to say anything, so she followed him from the table. Well, Kana is really amazing, what's the result? Makarov immediately changed his voice to a gentle one when he heard Kana's voice, narrowed his eyes and smiled, and spoke to Kana in a friendly manner. The result was very smooth, but the time is not very certain. Kana told Makarov the result obediently. Well, okay, how long do you want to predict? Makarov nodded after hearing Kana's words, then looked at Leila and agreed, but still asked Leila the time. It could take as little as 1 or 2 weeks, or as much as a month. Seeing that Makarov agreed, Leila was relieved and told Makarov the approximate time she estimated. Fortunately, she had the result of Kana's divination, otherwise it would be difficult to get the old man to agree. Okay, be careful. Oh, take this with you. Makarov said to Leila after getting the answer, and then took out a magic crystal from his back and gave it to Leila. Good. Leila took the magic crystal and put it away. Kana looked at her in confusion. She was so small, but she had a big question mark in her mind. This is a magic crystal specially used for communication, for emergency use, and easy to carry. Makarov explained, and then turned to look at Leila, not polite at all, with a hint of disgust in his tone. Okay, get your things ready and leave. Okay, I'll go back first. Leila said and went back to her intelligence room to pack up and teleport away. Makarov felt the fluctuation of the teleportation magic, glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Kana glanced at the time, and couldn't help but get excited. She put her hands on her legs, lowered her head and smiled secretly, practicing the sentence repeatedly in her heart. At this time in the East Forest, Gildarts was still standing where he left last time, waiting. Soon the figure appeared in front of him, but this time Gildarts could sense that he used the teleportation magic, but there was no trace of magic fluctuation last time. I thought you would wait a little longer. Gildarts was getting impatient, but he still tried his best to remain calm. Let's go. Can't you tell me some details in advance? Gildarts knew it was not a good idea to ask for the reward before completing the commission, but he still couldn't help but feel confused at the news. All right, I'll go back to the guild. Gildarts was silent for a while, feeling a little disappointed. Sure, I'll tell you the news directly, but you owe me a favor. Good. Gildarts decisively accepted the condition, hoping to learn as soon as possible. Your daughter, her name is Kaina Alyupalana, and she has now joined the Fairy Tale Guild. After hearing this, Gildarts kept repeating this name, wanting to remember it in his heart. At this time, Gildarts was no longer calm, with only the name Kaina in his mind, and he couldn't help but want to go straight to the guild. Here's a piece of news. The last time you left the guild, the girl at the door was Kana. She is Kana, but why didn't she say it? Gildarts felt a little sad after hearing this. Maybe it was because you were in a hurry to catch the train, but it could also be because she realized that you didn't recognize her. Gildarts was speechless. The guilt in his heart urged him to walk directly towards the guild. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Oh my god, you are walking so fast, hurry up and go back to the guild to take a sneak photo. Teleport. Magnolia rang the bell, and this time Gildarts no longer had a dazed expression on his face, but walked quickly to the guild, and found that most people were standing at the door of the guild waiting for him. He smiled and greeted everyone, while searching for the figure in the crowd, but did not find it. He had no choice but to walk into the guild and talk to Makarov about the matters of this work, and then told Makarov that he had something to do and would be away for a while, and could not accept the commission. Makarov first noticed something after hearing this, and then told Gildarts that it was okay and understood. After Gildarts finished speaking, he was about to continue looking for Kana, and Makarov suddenly said, by the way, Gildarts, this little girl wants to tell you something. She is the new member Kana. She is very cute. As she said that, Kana walked out from behind Makarov and said in a trembling voice, please excuse me. Gildarts saw the familiar hair color, quickly stepped forward, squatted down, and hugged Kana tightly. You are Cornelia's child. Gildarts' nose was sore, tears could not stop flowing, and his voice was also a little sobbing. Kana was hugged tightly in Gildarts' arms. She didn't know what was going on and wanted to finish what she had just said, but Gildarts' words made Kana stunned. Sorry, Kana, I didn't recognize you last time. No, it's okay, Dad recognized Kana this time. Daddy won't leave you alone next time. Dad. Makarov and other members of the guild were all stunned, and some of them were petrified. However, a figure in the crowd quickly took out a camera, took a picture, and disappeared. At the same time, Lidas quickly took out his equipment and fixed the scene of the two of them in the painting. The recognition between Gildarts and Kana was very touching. On the other side, the lonely Leila was bored waiting for Gildarts in the forest. She picked up a branch and poked it on the ground. She looked up to the sky and sighed, how long do I have to wait? I really want to go back and see. After the two recognized each other, the members of the guild couldn't believe that Gildarts, a natural and rough old man, actually had such a lovely daughter. However, they were more happy for the reunion of the father and daughter. After all, when they saw Kana coming to the guild alone before, everyone thought Kana was an orphan. They couldn't help but feel pity and sympathy for the little girl's life experience. Who would have thought that Kana's father was actually Gildarts? The guild members knew that the two also needed space to be alone at this time, so they held a simple celebration ceremony in the guild and didn't disturb them afterwards. Gildarts took Kana back home and told her the story of himself and Kana's mother Cornelia. After he married Cornelia, he was always busy with work and ignored Cornelia's feelings, which led to her leaving him. Gildarts had heard that she had left before, but he didn't know that they had a child. Gildarts said he was very sorry to Kana. Later, Kana also told Gildarts that he learned about him from his mother's notes. Later, with the help of Father Brock, he embarked on a journey to find Gildarts. After that, he joined the guild and lived in the girls' dormitory. The dormitory head mother-in-law was also very good to her, and she also learned magic in the guild. They talked for a long time at home. Both of them were telling each other's stories, but Gildarts was talking, and his guilt surged into his heart like a tide. Listening to Kana's unfortunate experience, Gildarts hugged her tightly, and Kana also hugged Gildarts tightly. Both of them were silent, quietly enjoying this rare moment. Time passed quietly. Gildarts saw that it was getting late, and the man was still waiting for him in the East Forest. He had to fulfill his promise. Although he was extremely reluctant, he still told Kana that he had things he had to do, and then promised Kana that he would be back soon and let her take good care of herself in the guild. At the same time, he brought Kana to the guild, paid the rent for the girls' dormitory for Kana, and asked Makarov to take good care of her. Kana also waved goodbye to Gildarts, and said that she would take good care of herself and wait for him to come back. Seeing Kana so well behaved and sensible, Gildarts felt warm in his heart. He smiled, gently stroked Kana's head, said I'm leaving, then turned and left the guild, taking firm steps, and walked towards the direction of the East Forest. I have to speed up to complete the task, and then come back to accompany Kana. He said silently in his heart. You are finally here, Guildarts. Let's go. Guildarts obviously heard the meaning and responded awkwardly. Okay, let's go, I've already bought the ticket. In that case, please tell me the purpose of your visit first. Guildarts doesn't know the specific mission of this help yet, and it will be difficult to deal with it without intelligence. Northern Territory, Deliura. Hearing the word Deliura, Guildarts paused, then quickened his pace and followed closely, feeling a little excited. This trip is really interesting. Is it a demon? By the way, what's your name? I haven't asked yet. I can't keep calling you that person. Guildarts suddenly realized that he didn't know the other person's name. Call me Sunday. The answer was still concise and clear. Sun. What a strange name. It's not as nice as the name of Master Guildarts. Guildarts stroked his beard and whispered the name. With this name and such strength, there seems to be no such person in the kingdom of Fiori. Wait, are you going to take the bus like this? Guildarts pointed at Sun's black windbreaker and the hooded jacket. I will show my true face before getting on the bus. Oh. Guildarts looked at Sun with a smirk. He was very interested in Sun's true appearance. After checking the ticket, Guildarts saw Sun's appearance. He was just an ordinary person, but his hair was quite unique. However, Sun put on a hood afterwards, which didn't give anyone a chance to remember him. Guildarts took the ticket, glanced at the car number, and walked into the car. But as he walked, he noticed something strange. He looked back and found that Sun had walked into another car with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, Guildarts ran over and grabbed Sun. Wait, Sun, why are the compartments still separated? He asked suspiciously. Well, I didn't buy them together. Sun replied expressionlessly. Really? Guildarts looked at Sun with suspicion, as if he wanted to find a flaw in his face. But Sun ignored Guildarts' suspicion and walked straight to his own carriage. Looking at Sun's receding back, Guildarts hesitated to speak, and finally sighed, muttering to himself, if you don't want to reveal your identity, just say it. I'm not the kind of person who likes to pry into other people's privacy. Why be so cautious? The two got on the train, found their own beds, and put down their luggage. After Sun packed his things, he sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the scenery outside the window, as if he was thinking about something. Unexpectedly, Guildarts swaggered across the carriage, came to Sun's side, sat down on his bed, and lay down. What are you doing? Sun asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. I came to chat with you and ask about the details of this incident. Guildarts mainly wanted to know why Sun wanted to attack Deliura, as well as detailed information about Deliura. There are no details. Just go find it and kill it. It has lived long enough. Sun noticed that there were people on the beds around him, and Guildarts didn't say it clearly, so he made a quick decision and communicated with Guildarts through telepathy. Well, then you know where it is now. Don't tell me you didn't find it and asked me for help. Guildarts thought this mission was quite interesting, but he still asked the key question. As far as I know, it is currently dormant in a snow cave. I don't know when it will come out to destroy the town, so we must take this opportunity to destroy it. Sun told Guildarts what he knew. Well, okay, but we'd better act as soon as possible. Guildarts said seriously. Are you a little anxious? I have to go back quickly, Kana is still waiting for me. Guildarts said, and he began to imagine Kana's figure in his mind, still calling her dad affectionately, and Guildarts' eyes were full of love. Sun didn't say a word, walked straight over and pushed Guildarts off the bed, then lay down on it, turned around and closed his eyes, as if he didn't want to have any communication with Guildarts. Seeing this, Guildarts also tactfully returned to his own carriage. It was late, and it was indeed time to go back and rest. At this time, Leila had arrived at the terminal of this train. Due to the repeated use of teleportation magic, his magic power was too much, but he still took the time to rent a carriage and rushed to the town where Woola was, while recovering his magic power while the carriage was moving. Since the northern region is full of snow-capped mountains, the next journey can basically only rely on carriages and hiking. After all, it snows all year round here, and trains cannot run in such bad weather. After a long day of traveling, Leila finally arrived at the town where Woola was. He took a short rest and found a hotel in the town and settled down. Next, he had to wait. When the time was right, Leila went out to Woola's cabin outside the town. It was daytime, Woola was still teaching Leo, and Leila stood in the distance and watched quietly. As night fell, Leo had fallen asleep in the house, so Leila gently knocked on the window of Woola's room. Woola was awakened by the sudden sound. She immediately got up and looked around, then noticed the figure outside the window and showed a state of alert. Leila opened the telepathy to talk to Woola and explained to her, I have no ill intentions, I came to ask you for help. Woola did not let down her guard when she heard what the person said in the telepathy, but she was still confident in her own strength, and if this person really needed help, Woola thought to herself, come in. Seeing that Woola had let down her guard a little, Leila teleported into Woola's room like a ghost. Teleportation magic. Ulu thought to herself when she saw Leila teleport directly into the room from the window. Hello, Woola. Leila said politely when she saw Woola. Who are you? Woola stared at the man in front of him. Leila was wearing a black windbreaker with a large cotton jacket underneath. It was no wonder Woola was too vigilant. His outfit was indeed a little weird, but Leila had no choice. The north was really cold and she was not used to it. First of all, I mean no harm. Secondly, I want to ask you for a favor. Leila went straight to the point, without any hesitation, and was also avoiding the question. Help. Wola looked at Leila with a puzzled look. Of course, this is not a request, but an exchange of equal value. I will use an important piece of information in exchange for your help. Leila continued. What's the matter? Ultia. Leila's words were like a flash of lightning, instantly arousing Wola's murderous intent. Wola placed both hands on her waist, her left hand was in a palm, and her right hand was clenched into a fist. A dazzling white magic circle suddenly lit up. However, Wola did not launch an attack. She just stared at Leila coldly, and her meaning was self-evident. She's still alive. Leila felt Wola's threatening look and blurted out without hesitation. No, it's impossible. The people from the Magic Development Bureau said she has. Wola stopped what he was doing, stared at Leila with eyes wide open in disbelief. So, if you do me a favor, I will tell you all about her. Leila took the opportunity to put forward her own conditions. How can I trust you? Wu Lu obviously would not easily believe what this person said. These are the truths about the Magic Development Bureau. I believe you will know after reading this. Leila took out a stack of information from behind her back and handed it to Wola, then took out a photo. Wola picked up the information and glanced at it hastily. When she saw the photo Leila handed over, her hands trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She quickly put the information down and held the photo tightly with both hands. Her eyes were moistened instantly. Then she covered her mouth with her right hand, revealing an expression as if she had seen a ghost. She could not calm down for a long time. I won't do anything without a bottom line. Wola calmed down and accepted Leila's conditions, but she said she would stick to her bottom line. It's okay, this matter is very simple. I want you to accept someone as your disciple. What is the character of this person? I promise he won't let you down. Okay, but you can't interfere when I teach him. Okay, let's get ready to go. I think you can't wait. When Leila saw that the matter was settled, she took Wola and prepared to leave. Let's go. Wola looked at Leila and urged anxiously. Then stand still. Leila stood beside Wola and immediately cast a teleportation spell. A purple magic circle bloomed under their feet, and then the two disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After teleporting, Leila and Wola arrived at their destination, the Magic Development Bureau. This is a crescent-shaped mechanical building. The development members in it are all dressed in white clothes, with a light blue cloak on their shoulders and a red mask on their faces. The mask and cloak are printed with the logo of the Magic Development Bureau. What are your plans? Wola stared at the building from a distance and whispered to Leila, who was standing beside her. I have recorded the details in the files. Most of them are ordinary developers with average strength. The only threat is the director of the Magic Development Bureau. However, I am not sure if he is here. There was a hint of caution in Leila's voice. I can't stay calm anymore. Wola looked at the building in front of her, and a strong hatred surged in her heart. Brian's words at that time kept echoing in her mind, piercing her heart like a sharp thorn. She thought to herself, if she could have persisted a little longer, maybe she could have changed the current situation. Don't panic, I'll go in and find out. You wait for my news. A trace of worry flashed in Leila's eyes. She didn't worry too much about Brian, but what Leila was really afraid of was his other personality, Wu. To be honest, the combat power setting in the anime is extremely confusing and cannot be compared at all. It is also unclear whether Wu Lu can defeat Wu, so for the sake of safety, it is better to observe first. Okay. Wola took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that she couldn't act impulsively at this moment. Not long after, Leila came back to Wola like a breeze and said, let's go. Brian is not here. Then, Leila cast a teleportation magic and teleported Wola and him to a room without attracting anyone's attention. Experimental Subject 3373 was written on the door. Entering the room, what caught my eyes were the strange decorations around. There were almost no daily necessities in the room, only a bed. And Ultia on the bed was sleeping, her eyes were a little swollen, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She seemed to be having a terrible nightmare, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Ultia's tears burst out like a flood. She walked quickly to the bed, stared at Ultia who was sleeping soundly, gently stroked her face, and whispered softly, I used a sleeping spell to let her have a good sleep first, and then leave here. Leila looked at the touching scene of the mother and daughter reuniting, and although she was touched, she still carefully carried out her plan. What about the other children here? Ulu learned from the information provided by Leila that the developers here treated these children as experimental subjects and used them to develop magic. Alucia was number 3373. The number of similar children has been increasing in recent years. Don't worry, I have copied the information and submitted it to the council. Brian's crime is doomed to fail. Calculating the time, the council's troops should be here soon. Before leaving, Leila had handed the key information to Yahima. This was also thanks to the deep friendship between him and Mr. Makarov. Otherwise, Leila really didn't know who to hand it over to. At this time, outside the Magic Development Bureau, the council's troops were already on full alert. I'll take you back first, Leila said, and took Ulu and Ultia back to the cabin, then turned around and left. Wait, you haven't made it clear what conditions you promised me. Ulu gently put Ultia on the bed, and when he saw Leila was about to leave, he hurriedly asked, "I will contact you later." Leila left this sentence and disappeared through teleportation magic, leaving only the mother and daughter to enjoy this rare time alone. However, he secretly took a photo when Wula was not paying attention. The next morning, for some reason, Altair felt that her sleep was particularly comfortable. The pillow was so soft, the quilt was so warm, and she felt a familiar embrace in her dream, as if everything had become beautiful today. Her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, but the torment in her heart did not decrease at all. She didn't want to open her eyes and face the room. They said that the device could enhance magic power, but she was afraid. She was afraid of pain. But today seemed different. Without the whispers of those people, the surroundings were so quiet that it made people feel at ease. Altair stared at the wooden house above her head. She realized that this was not a laboratory. This small wooden house was as familiar as a painting in her memory. She gently stroked her face and pinched her arm hard. "It hurts. This is real." Tears slid down her cheeks like a flood. She struggled to get out of bed and carefully pushed open the door in her memory. The back of a woman came into her sight. She could no longer suppress "Mom, Mom." She strode towards the figure she had been thinking about day and night. When Wula heard the voice, her body trembled slightly, and then she turned around and her eyes met with Ultia. Wula squatted down and hugged Ultia tightly in her arms. Her eyes gradually became moist, and she smiled and responded softly with a gentle tone, "Mom, I'm sorry, please don't abandon Ultia." Ultia grabbed Ultia's clothes tightly and cried in her arms. "It's Mom's fault. Mom will never leave Ultia alone again," Ulu said distressedly while listening to Ultia's words. Such a touching scene was interrupted by an uninvited guest. It was Leo who came back from the town with a shopping bag. This morning, Ulu told Leo about Ultia's situation. He was a little shocked and felt deeply sympathetic for Ultia's experience. After that, Ulu asked Leo to help buy some food in the town. She couldn't go with him because she didn't want Ultia to find that she was not there when she woke up. After their conversation was interrupted, Ulu talked to Ultia about Leo and introduced Leo to her. Leo smiled. He looked towards Ulu's daughter and said hello softly. Alucia stood behind Ulu, holding the corner of her clothes tightly, and responded to Leo timidly. After a simple greeting, Ulu gently picked up Alucia and placed her on a chair next to the dining table. He took the food from Leo's hand, and then asked Alucia to wait for a moment, and went to the kitchen to get a bowl of steaming porridge and placed it in front of Alucia. At this time, the atmosphere at the table was very strange. Leo's brain was working fast, thinking about how to speak so as not to appear awkward and to take care of Alucia's mood. Alucia tried her best, although she was a little concerned about the boy in front of her. The bowl of hot porridge that Ulu served her was more attractive to her. At this moment, her stomach began to growl, so she picked up the spoon and tasted it carefully, one mouthful after another, feeling the familiar taste. However, tears fell from her eyes involuntarily. Leo found that Alucia was crying, and he was at a loss for what to do. He was about to call Ulu out, but was interrupted by Alucia's words, "I'm fine." Then, he saw that Alucia continued to drink the porridge, so he sat aside silently and watched her quietly. After that, Ulu called Leo to serve the meal. Leo immediately stood up and walked quickly to the kitchen. Ultia also stood up and helped to serve the meal. Ulu and Ultia expressed their gratitude gently, and the three of them sat at the table and enjoyed breakfast together. Then, Ulu asked Leo to go outside to exercise. Leo understood and went out quickly. Only Ulu and Ultia were left in the house. Ulu explained to her that she did not mean to abandon her. She told Ultia about what had happened over the years, and Ultia finally understood the truth. Ultia wiped away the tears on Ulu's face and said softly, "Mom, Ultia is back. Well, Mom swears that she will never leave you alone again." Ulu hugged Ultia tightly in her arms and stroked her head gently. Wula was a little worried. She was afraid that Ultia's experience in the Development Bureau would cause psychological trauma to her, but seeing that Ultia was in good condition now, she felt relieved. When she realized that Ultia was still wearing laboratory clothes, Wula searched for Ultia's previous clothes, but the results were not satisfactory. Wula couldn't help but sighed. "Ultia has grown up, and the clothes that Mom left for you are no longer suitable." Then Wula took Ultia to the town to buy new clothes for her, and Leo was left at home. His clothes were also borrowed for Ultia to wear first and returned to him when he came back. "I feel so redundant. It would be nice if I had someone to accompany me." Leo said goodbye to Wula and sighed as he returned to the house. In the town, Wula was trying on clothes for Ultia. Every time Ultia tried on a piece of clothing, she would stand in front of Wula and turn around. Wula would also reply with praise, "Ultia is so beautiful." The two of them tried on clothes in the store happily and finally bought several pieces of clothing for Ultia. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't take any more, Wula would have wanted to continue. The two of them walked home talking and laughing. However, a figure saw Wula from a distance and shouted loudly. Wula turned around and found that it was the owner of the hotel in the town. After answering, she asked, "What's the matter?" The owner replied, "A guest in the store asked me to give you this letter." Wula took the letter handed over by the owner with full of doubts. Now the only person who can write to her is that person. She asked the owner of the hotel, "What does that person look like?" The boss shook his head and said, "I don't know. He was wearing clothes and I couldn't see his face. Besides, the letter was given to me last night. The customer said he must give it to you today." Well, thank you. Ulu thanked the innkeeper and turned back. After returning home, Ulu carefully opened the letter, which read, Ulu, although I don't have the heart to disturb your reunion, please come to this town in 2 days. The disciple I asked you to accept is here. His name is Grey Fulpasta. In addition, I have a suggestion for you. At present, Alucia's body is fine, but just in case, I suggest you go to Magnolia, where there is a healing magician with superb medical skills. Mom, what's in the letter? Altia, who was standing by, changed into new clothes and put the extra clothes into the closet. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Well, nothing. Mom has some things to deal with. Does Altia want to go with Mom? After reading the letter, Wula stroked the well-behaved Altia, her heart full of love. Yes, I want to go with my mother. Altair nodded firmly. On the other side, Sun and Gildarts had already got off the train. They both decided to take a day off to recuperate and continue their journey tomorrow. 2 rooms. Sun took out the money and asked the innkeeper for 2 rooms. The owner took 2 room keys and led them to the room. After the two put their luggage in the room, they went out to eat together. When they arrived at the tavern, Gildarts's true nature was completely exposed. There was no way, this uncle was like this, even with Kana, it was difficult to change. Fortunately, Sun did not touch Gildarts's luggage, otherwise this uncle would really be angry. After the meal, Gildarts said after that, it will be free time. Then he left Sun with a chic back. Sun returned to the hotel and prepared to rest. Thinking back to the journey, it was really hard. First, in the town of Fos, the western entrance to the border of Fiori, the two planned to cross the river to the national border in the east. Gildarts received a commission in the town to defeat the aquatic monsters that hindered the operation of ships Unicol. The reward is as high as 30 WJ. Thinking that it is just right to make some money by the way, Gildarts is still full of energy. On the boat, Gildarts only used 1 punch to deal with the monster, but the boat was also destroyed. After falling into the water, the two could only swim to the other side. Fortunately, the distance was not far. After crossing the river, they arrived at the border city of Munia. The two first found an inn to rest for a while. Gildarts went out for a while, saying that he was going to ask for the reward, but there was no news for a long time. When Gildarts came back, Sun saw that he was a little embarrassed and asked what happened. Gildarts didn't say much, just urging him to hurry up. He picked up his luggage and ran away. Sun walked out of the inn and saw a large number of troops coming to the town. On the way, Gildarts told him in detail what happened. It turned out that he robbed a woman bought by the Lord. The woman and her sister were bought by the Lord to pay off a debt. Seeing that their lives were not going well, Gildarts accepted their commission. Later, he sent the woman and her sister on a ship heading west and let them cross the river to leave. In the end, Gildarts successfully sent them out of the town, but Unicol's commission to conquer the city also ended in failure because it was the Lord's. Gildarts was sent a task, and this move of Gildarts undoubtedly ruined the good fortune of the Cappuccino Lord. However, the army arrived and arrested the Lord who tried to occupy Munia as his own territory. As soon as Gildarts saw the army, he fled in panic, thinking that they were here to arrest him. He is indeed one of the most destructive members of Fairy Tale, and he is particularly afraid of the army. When he arrived at the next town, on a street, Gildarts met a sad lady again. She cried Master Wizard and asked Gildarts to help her get revenge. So, Gildarts found the 5 bridges one and Sun was very puzzled as to why Gildarts always met women outside and always encountered various accidents. He really deserved to be the protagonist? But Sun was not in a hurry. After all, everything was still in plan. Sun, who was lying on the bed to rest, was thinking that he could reach the town in 2 more days. The time was just right. Suddenly, a hurried knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Gildarts was knocking hard on the door outside, shouting his name. Sun got up from the bed helplessly, walked to the door, opened the door, and asked, "What's the matter? Something happened. Do you want to go with me?" Gildarts's expression was serious. "What's the matter? Tell me." Sun sighed silently in his heart. He was used to this kind of situation and asked calmly, "A family in this town asked me for help to rescue her child." It turned out that when Gildarts was drinking in the tavern, he said that he was the strongest wizard. As a result, on his way back after drinking, he was caught up by the family and asked him to rescue their child. Okay, Sun agreed without hesitation, then closed the door and followed Gildarts out. Then, Sun and Gildarts walked on the road covered by heavy snow, and their footprints seemed to be submerged in this white ocean. "What are the details?" Sun asked Gildarts. "The wizard guild called Noisy Seconds kidnapped the child of that family. I don't know what their purpose is, but the child can use a kind of magic, speeding up the passage of time in the egg." Gildarts told the information he knew. This magic is very useful. When Sun heard the effect of this magic, he immediately thought of the use scenario of this magic. If this magic is used to raise animals, it will be very convenient. I think so too. So what does the guild want to use this magic to hatch? Gildarts and Sun have the same idea. Let's go and have a look. As they spoke, the two saw a building that looked like a fortress on the snow, with many cannons on it. Sun was thinking about some plans, but Gildarts walked over with a swagger. Seeing this, Sun followed closely. The two entered through the pipe at the entrance of the guild and suddenly sensed a strange breath. "Sun, do you feel it?" Gildarts looked at Sun seriously and asked. A very strange smell." Sun also had a serious expression. He had never felt such a smell before. It's familiar, but I can't remember what it is. Let's take a closer look. Gildarts held his chin with his hand, stroked his beard, and tried to search for the source of this breath in his mind. Finally, he decided to go directly to find out. Okay, Sun agreed. To be honest, for some reason, the hall in the guild was empty. They should all be where the smell was. Sun used sleep magic to make everyone he met on the road fall asleep. After that, the two followed the smell all the way. After passing through several rooms, they finally found the room with the strange smell. When they walked in, they saw a group of people standing inside, including a dwarf on stilts, who was particularly eye-catching. In the center of the room was a huge egg, surrounded by various strange devices, and a little girl was standing next to it. Who are you? How dare you break into my guild without permission? Where are the others? Why didn't you report it? The dwarf on stilts saw Sun and Gildarts quietly enter the room and immediately asked angrily. Gildarts ignored him and cast his eyes on the little girl standing next to the egg. Comparing it with the client's description, he confirmed that she was Nano. Are you Nano? He asked softly. Uncle, who are you? Nano stopped what she was doing and looked at Gildarts in confusion. I am the wizard your parents hired to take you home. After confirming that it was Nano, Gildarts smiled and said, do you think I'm air? Nez was furious that the two dared to enter his guild so casually. He immediately launched a spherical object towards Gildarts, with a small pointer on it. I'm talking to the little girl, can you be quiet? Gildarts didn't move. The ball flew in front of him and shattered instantly. What? My magic is broken? Who are you? Nez was horrified. He looked at Gildarts in disbelief, as if he saw a monster. Oh, I remember, that's the devil's egg, right? You want to hatch it, right? I can't show mercy. Gildarts touched his head and suddenly became serious. Because he remembered the smell of the egg, which was exactly the same as the smell of the devil in the previous commission to subdue the devil, and both exuded a disgusting feeling. Devil's egg? Is this the breath of the devil? These people really deserve to die. Sun heard what Gildarts said and muttered to himself. Destroy evil and reveal good. With a roar, Gildarts threw a punch with all his strength, and Nez flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, the entire guild and the devil's egg were shattered under the powerful force of the crushing magic. Sun hugged Nano tightly and fled from here quickly, while Gildarts slowly walked out of the ruins. You've gone too far. Aren't you afraid of being recognized and reported to the council? Sun looked at Gildarts calmly, without any emotion in his eyes. It's okay. No one knows my identity anyway. Besides, the council will never tolerate the existence of the devil's egg. Gildarts smiled slightly, but then he looked at the ruins behind him expressionlessly. They sent Nano to the town. When Nano knocked on the door, her parents hugged her and cried with joy. Gildarts and Sun had already left and were ready to continue their journey. 2 days later, Sun and Gildarts finally arrived at their destination. Gildarts, are you ready? Sun looked at Gildarts with a serious expression. It's been prepared for a long time. Let's go and let Master Gildarts meet it. Gildarts chuckled twice, clenched his fists, and was eager to try. When the two men first walked into the cave, they did not notice anything unusual. As they continued to walk inside, there was an extremely subtle breath in the air, which was the disgusting breath of the devil. But when the two men went deeper inside, the breath gradually dissipated. The two were startled, looked at each other, and secretly said that it was not good. They quickly ran towards the depths of the cave, but found that there was no sign of Deliara at all. Sun hurriedly said, let's go and check out the town next door. Gildarts nodded fiercely, without saying anything more, no longer hiding his strength, and rushed towards the town next door. Because they had been on the road for the past 2 days, and took the path to go straight here, they did not pass through the town. And the direction of the town was opposite to the direction they came from, so if Deliara arrived in that town, they would not hear any movement. Originally, they planned to get rid of Deliara in this uninhabited place to avoid destroying other things. But now, the development of things has exceeded their expectations. At this time in the town, Deliara is still wantonly destroying the town. However, it is gratifying that there are not too many casualties. Only a woman stood in front of Deliara, that is Wula. After receiving the letter written by Leila to her, Wula quickly packed her luggage and prepared to leave. Therefore, she arrived in advance. Wula went to this town and found Gray. Wula's heart was full of doubts. That person always concealed his identity, but asked her to accept Gray as her apprentice. What is the relationship between him and Gray? She did not immediately go up to ask the townspeople about Gray's information, but found a hotel in this small town and opened 2 rooms, one for her and her daughter, and one for Leo. Wulu is well known in this area. After all, her strength is very strong. She can be called Holy 10, and she has rescued many people, so many people know her. Under her indirect questioning, a group of children told her about Gray's situation. Now Gray lives with his parents. Wulu thought Gray's family is very good. How could he go to Magnolia with me? It is not easy to accept him as an apprentice. Why did that person insist on me accepting him? Ulu had already decided to go to Magnolia after fulfilling her promise and asked the magical healing magician to check on Ultiya's condition. However, she was in trouble at the moment. She didn't know how to accept an apprentice. She had no choice but to go to Gray's house. After entering, she was entertained by Gray's parents. At the same time, she also saw Gray's potential and Gray's character. She explained her purpose to Gray's parents, but Gray's parents seemed a little embarrassed. After all, they had to leave here. They finally promised to think about it carefully, and Gray, who was standing in the house, didn't know what he was thinking. After that, she returned to the hotel, but she suddenly felt something strange. Looking far outside the town, she saw a huge figure approaching the town. She couldn't help but be startled in her heart. Deliera. Ulu immediately took Leo and Ultia to the mayor's house, shouting on the way for the people around to flee quickly. Deliera was coming. After Ulu arrived at the mayor's house, she urged him to sound the alarm in the town. Suddenly, Deliera shot a powerful magic bullet from his mouth and flew straight in the direction of the town. Ice Make Rose Garden. When Wulu saw Deliera gathering power, she quickly gathered her magic power with both hands, gathered it at her left waist, and then launched a powerful magic on the ground. Circles of giant roses made of ice surrounded Deliera's body, trying to block Deliera's attack. However, the explosion caused by the magic bullet instantly shattered Wulu's ice wall. In the chaotic crowd, there was a figure that swiftly shuttled back and forth in the explosion. Oh my god, luckily I am smart. It turned out to be Leila. On the way here with Gildarts, he took advantage of the toilet time to materialize Wukong, and then came to the town alone to see if Ulu had come to the town. After all, why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Who knew that he would encounter such a thing as soon as he arrived here? Leila could only teleport in a race against time. However, his teleportation ability was limited, and he could not take away all the people affected by the explosion safely. After feeling the overwhelming aura of Deliera, Ulu, who was standing aside, made a prompt decision and quickly let Ultia and Leo follow the residents of the town to leave this dangerous place. Leo, take good care of her. Ulu turned around, looked at the two of them firmly, and solemnly instructed them, then ran towards Deliera without hesitation. Lucia looked at Ulu's back as she walked away, feeling reluctant and trying to catch up, but was held tightly by Leo. Ultia, let's go first. We will only be a burden to Ultia here. Leo pulled Ultia to explain. Mom. Ultia stretched out her hands, trying to grab Ulu, but she was held back by Leo and couldn't take a step forward. Ice Make Shotgun Impatience. Beside Wulu, crystal impatience flowers bloomed, and ice bullets shot out from the stamens, shooting at Deliera. After a puff of smoke, it did not cause any effect, just some insignificant scratches. I didn't expect my body to be so strong. Ulu whispered softly. Deliera spit out another powerful magic bullet from his mouth, whistling towards Ulu. However, Ulu remained calm and continued to cast magic calmly. Ice Make Shield. A dazzling white magic circle appeared in response, and shields were stacked in front of Wulu. Finally, after breaking more than a dozen ice shields, Deliera's attack was blocked. Ice Make Infinite Blades. Ice Make Return, Big Lily. Wulu ran towards Deliera quickly and cast several magic spells. A large number of sharp ice blades like leaves emerged from her back and hit Deliera's arm in unison. At the same time, a huge lily was created around her body, spinning rapidly around Wulu. Wulu continuously released magic and engaged in a thrilling battle with Deliera. Sometimes she released icy ice blades, and sometimes she released colorful impatience, which hit Deliera's right arm like a storm. Under her continuous attack, there was an obvious wound there. However, Wulu's high-intensity use of magic really made people worry about how long she could last. Ice Make White Rose Garden. Wulu touched the ground with both hands, and in an instant, the ground around him froze. Ice roses continuously emerged from the ground, tightly surrounding Deliera with spiral attacks, launching fierce attacks. Deliera screamed, and his whole body was attacked. It was obvious that he had been hurt. One of the roses pierced his right arm like a sword, and Wulu on the other side also consumed a huge amount of energy. Wulu is so strong. This magic is not only powerful, but also so beautiful. Why hasn't the uncle arrived yet? Why is he so slow? If not, I'll speed him up. After teleporting the suffering residents one by one to the hillside far away from the town, Leila disappeared from the spot and stood far away to watch the battle. This time, the experience of fighting against the strong was very rare for him. More importantly, Leila liked Wulu's magic so much. The town was full of flowers made of ice. Leila held the broken ice petals, and even the lines on them were clearly visible. Leila was also a little anxious. With his current strength, he would only become a burden to Wulu if he rushed forward. But under the current circumstances, Wulu didn't know how long he could hold on. Deliera kept releasing magic bullets, and Wulu could only try his best to resist. Wulu was still trying his best to ensure that he would block the attack without hurting others, but blindly defending would always have omissions. An attack was instantly launched towards the town again, and Wulu was overwhelmed. At the moment when the attack came into contact with the ground and was about to explode, it was suddenly shattered into cubes and lost its effect. Uncle, you are so slow. Leila suddenly turned her head to look at Gildarts, who had arrived late from the other side of the town. Wulu watched the magic bullets attack the town. She was anxious, but she could do nothing. However, to her shock, the attack was crushed in an instant. What is this magic? A familiar feeling surged in Wulu's heart. She remembered the man she had only met once. The magic he used was the shattering magic. Hey, Wulu, long time no see. Gildarts took the attack easily, then smiled and looked at Wulu, who was in a daze. Long time no see, Gildarts, you are still so strong. Wulu saw Gildarts, and a big stone in her heart finally fell. She smiled and replied. Sun looked at Deliera in the distance, and was secretly comparing her strength in his heart. Her body size was much larger than that of the gorilla. At this time, a message sounded in his mind. It was Leila's message. Do you two know each other? Sun turned to look at Wolo and Gildarts and asked. Well, I met her when I was on a mission to defeat monsters in the north. Gildarts couldn't help but smile slightly as he recalled his encounter with Ulu. Who is this? Wolo looked at Sun curiously, and then asked Gildarts, because Sun and the people who helped her before were wearing the same cloak. His name is Sun, he's a friend of mine, and we're here to kill this guy. I can't do it. Sun shook his head helplessly. He knew that with Leila's strength, she couldn't bear his consumption. It doesn't matter, but Wolo, let me do it. Gildarts laughed twice. Then he stretched his muscles and looked serious. Don't you need my help? Wolo saw Gildarts rubbing his hands and wanted to go with Gildarts. Just watch my performance. Gildarts left a word and rushed towards Deliura. Deliura saw a figure rushing in front of him, roared, clenched his left fist and hit Gildarts fiercely. Gildarts clenched his fist and directly confronted it head-on, but he was evenly matched. It is hard to imagine how Gildarts has trained his body to confront such a huge Deliura head-on. After Gildarts tested Deliura's physical strength, he immediately changed his fist into a palm, and a large white net was released from his hand, tightly wrapping Deliura's right hand. The magic penetrated silently. After a while, blood began to seep from the inside of Deliura's right arm, and finally the entire right arm was shattered. Gildarts rarely uses magic every time he fights with others. After all, few people can directly receive his shattering magic based on super advanced destructive magic. His shattering magic can change the nature of the shattering according to his own wishes, and there is no magic circle. Gildarts is concentrating on fighting here, while Ulu and Sun on the other side are talking leisurely, forming a sharp contrast. After all, both of them know how powerful Gildarts is. Sun, what is your relationship with him? Wolo asked with full of doubts. However, Wolo was answered by silence. Leila had told him to pretend not to hear when asked about his identity. Seeing this, Wolo stopped asking, but her mind was full of thoughts. These two people did not show their true faces. They led her to this town and brought Gildarts here. Their purpose was obviously Deliura. All this was so coincidental that she couldn't help but feel suspicious. And the matter of Magnolia, everything seemed to be arranged. After a few minutes, Deliura was covered with wounds, and blood began to ooze from his body. But Gildarts was unharmed, and even his cloak was not damaged at all. Deliura made a desperate move, gathered all the magic power in his body, condensed it into a magic bullet in his mouth, and prepared to make a final struggle. Seeing this, Gildarts stopped dealing with him and directly used his ultimate move. Destroy evil and reveal good. One day, he gathered the magic power in his body into his fist, and then quickly punched out. A dazzling white light, an invisible attack, easily shattered the magic bullet. The moment the magic bullet dissipated, it continued to attack Deliura. Deliura let out a desperate roar, and then her whole body was shattered into countless pieces. Gildarts took a deep breath, and the powerful aura emanating from his body receded. Then, he walked towards Wolo and Sun with a proud step. Haha, how about it? Simple. Gildarts said happily. This battle made him feel very comfortable, as if all the pores on his body were opened. He had not experienced this comfortable feeling for a long time. In his eyes, Deliura was a living target with no ability to fight back. Facing such an opponent, he did not need to hold back. In the past, he basically held back. After all, his magic was too dangerous. If he was not careful, it would cause great damage and even hurt others. Sun stared at Gildarts, his eyes burning with blazing flames and full of desire. He secretly regretted that it was a pity that his condition did not allow it, otherwise he really wanted to fight with Gildarts. Yeah, it's really strong. Sun's voice was filled with envy. I'm glad you're all right. Ulu looked at Gildarts with a smile, secretly amazed. Now that it's over, I should leave. Sun suddenly heard Leila's message in his mind, and he said goodbye to Gildarts and Ulu. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Before Gildarts could finish his words, Sun's figure disappeared. Gildarts was stunned and stood there. After a while, he came to his senses and roared loudly, hey, Sun, you are too much. You ran away after using me. You are such a heartless person. Oh, Wolo, I'm going back too. Seeing that Sun had left, Das prepared to go back to accompany Kana. He had been out for 2 weeks and missed Kana very much. Wait, I will go with you later. Wolo's words surprised Gildarts. He asked in confusion why? Didn't you say you don't want to partner with me? What? Did you change your mind after seeing how brave I was when you were in danger and saved you from the fire and water? Gildarts said jokingly, but he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Wasn't Wolo going to realize her dream here? Why did she suddenly change her plan? When he first met Wolo, Gildarts invited her to be his partner, but unfortunately Wolo didn't agree. Wolo said she didn't want to leave the place where she lived with her children, and she wanted to promote the arrival of the next generation in this place. I found my daughter. Wolo smiled. Now her only concern was her daughter and her disciples. She found happiness again. Ah, that's good. Gildarts looked at Ulu's smile, just like the way she talked about her dreams when they first met. Her eyes were full of tenderness and hope. But her health is not good. I heard that there is a healing magician with superb medical skills in the town of your guild. I would like to ask him for help. While Ulu expressed his thoughts to Gildarts, he was also worried about Alucia's health. Oh, are you talking about Polya Saika? She is the pharmacist consultant of our guild, and her medical skills are indeed very good. Okay, I will wait for you to go together. Gildarts heard this and decided to go with Ulu without hesitation. Wooloo, I have a daughter too. When we get there, I'll show you. She's very cute. Alright. Everything came to an end, and the two walked and talked as they headed towards the hillside far away from the town. Mom. Altia quickly ran to Wooloo and lay tightly in Wooloo's arms. When she saw her mother fighting the monster, her heart was in her throat, fearing that Wooloo would leave her again. Aludia, Mom is fine. Ulu hugged Aludia and comforted her. Is this your daughter? Gildarts looked at Altia, who looked exactly like Ulu. Yeah. Wooloo replied with a smile, looking at Altia with happiness in her eyes. That's great. Gildarts was happy for Ulu when he saw her. Hey, uncle, you are so strong. What Ulu said is true. Leo watched the whole process of Gildarts defeating Deliera, and his eyes were full of admiration. Before, when Leo heard Ulu say that there were wizards stronger than her in the West, he was dismissive. He believed that Ulu was the strongest and aimed to surpass Ulu. But now that he saw Gildarts, he realized that what Ulu said was true. Haha, you have good vision, boy. Gildarts felt the enthusiastic gaze from afar, and when he approached and heard Leo's words, he couldn't help laughing out loud. His heart seemed to blossom, and he patted Leo heavily on the shoulder. While they were chatting, the mayor and the residents came over. After seeing Deliera being eliminated, they were all surprised and their mouths widened, followed by heartfelt gratitude. The mayor and the residents were about to kneel down to express their gratitude to Ulu and Gildarts, but Ulu and Gildarts hurriedly helped them up, repeatedly saying that it was okay and asked them to get up quickly. After a round of greetings, Ulu and Gildarts asked the mayor, what are the casualties among the residents in the town? Alas, some people did not escape the aftermath of the explosion and unfortunately fell in the ruins. Some people were injured, but fortunately, if it weren't for the wizard, the casualties would be even more serious. The mayor sighed heavily. He had already counted the number of people. Those who were in the ruins of the explosion were probably Mage? Where is he now? Wooloo wanted to thank the mage in person. After all, it was difficult for her to withstand all the attacks alone. She felt guilty for not protecting everyone. The wizard disappeared after saving us. The mayor replied. Disappeared? Do you still remember what he looked like? Wooloo continued to ask. The wizard was wearing a cloak to hide his appearance, so we didn't know. The mayor shook his head helplessly. Okay, I got it. Ulu knew it in his heart. It must be him. He used teleportation magic to save the residents, and then left with Sun. Then, everyone returned to the town. With Ulu's strenuous resistance, the town was not damaged much. There was only a big hole in the west of the town, which was destroyed by Gildarts. When Gildarts heard the mayor talking about this, he pretended not to hear it, as if it had nothing to do with him. After properly settling the people in the ruins, Ulu talked to the mayor about the restoration work in the town. The mayor said gratefully that there was no need to trouble them, and he was grateful to help them kill the demon. After Ulu finished talking with the mayor, she looked for Gray in the crowd. After all, that person asked her to accept Gray as her disciple. After searching back and forth in the crowd, Gray was finally found under a house. He was squatting there alone with his legs hugged in his hands, and his head buried deeply in his arms. The mayor came over and said softly, Gray's parents have not been found. The child lost too in an instant, alas. The mayor only said half of his words and stopped talking, just sighing heavily. The fact that he didn't find it said it all. Wooloo walked quietly to Gray's side, her face full of guilt and self-blame. She slowly squatted down and gently hugged Gray. Gray, I'm sorry. Wooloo, why? Gray felt Wooloo's embrace, raised his head, and looked at Wooloo with tearful eyes, his eyes full of endless grievances. Gray, it's my fault. I failed to protect this town. When Wooloo saw Gray's heartbroken look, she felt as if she was stabbed by a needle. Wooloo, I want to become stronger. Gray burst into tears, his tears pouring down like a flood, but his eyes flashed with an unwavering light. Okay, Gray. From today on, I will do my best to teach you. A trace of relief flashed in Wooloo's eyes. Just like that, Wooloo accepted Gray as his disciple. Gray later built a cenotaph for his parents and presented them with a few chrysanthemums. He told them a lot, as if he wanted to pour out all his thoughts and pain. A day later, Wooloo and his party said goodbye to the townspeople and set out on a journey to Magnolia. They headed west without encountering any emergencies on the way. It was obvious that all problems had been solved when Gildarts came. They returned to Forth smoothly and boarded the train back to Magnolia. Along the way, Gray was silent. Even though Deliera was dead, the pain left behind still tormented his heart. However, with Gildarts and Leo accompanying him to chat along the way, he gradually recovered. During this period, Wooloo asked Gildarts some questions about Sunday. Gildarts wondered why Wooloo was so interested in him. Because I also met a man wearing the same cloak as him, and it was because of him that I found my daughter. Wooloo told Gildarts the details of what happened. That's really strange. Gildarts also told Wooloo about his reunion with his daughter. After that, the two looked at each other. After all, their experiences were basically the same. They even had no idea about the identity of Sun and the other person. Let's not talk about this anymore, Wooloo. What are you going to do when you get there? Why don't you join my guild? That's fine. After all, I still need to make a living. But I probably can't be your partner anymore. I still need to take care of 3 children. It's okay, just join us. When Ulu and the others were heading towards Magnolia, Leila had already arrived in Magnolia. He first rested at home for a day, then returned to the guild and reported to Makarov that he was safe, and then walked into his room, almost collapsed on the table, not wanting to move at all. Along the way, he first released his thought body, and rushed on his way without stopping, sending the evidence of the Magic Development Bureau to Yahima, and then went to the town where Ulu was to save Ulti, and then arranged for Ulu to go to that town to accept Gray as his apprentice. He also used transformation magic to transform into the appearance of Wukong, and set out with Guildarts to the north to attack Deliera. For this plan, he also learned sleep magic and transformation magic. During the whole process, Leila did not rest well, and was exhausted. In order to avoid suspicion, he had to come back early. At this moment, Leila was lying on the table, and the fatigue surged like a tide. He could no longer resist and fell asleep. Kana went to find Leila happily, but when she entered the room, she saw Leila sleeping. Leila, wake up, you've been sleeping for several days. Where did you go before? You're so tired. Kana walked to Leila, grabbed his arm and shook it. She was very curious about why Leila was in such a bad state after coming back. Well, Kana, go play with Laxus, I'll sleep a little longer. Leila felt her arm being shaken and woke up in a daze. When she saw it was Kana, she said casually, then lay down and continued to sleep without answering Kana's question. When Leila went out to execute the plan last time, Kana played with Laxus. Before leaving, Guildarts specifically asked Makarov to take good care of Kana, and Makarov asked Laxus to accompany Kana. After a few visits, the two became familiar with each other, and Laxus also took good care of Kana. Although Laxus is a few years older, he is a classmate of Kana, and Laxus also respects Guildarts very much. Leila, don't sleep. Kana saw that Leila looked drowsy and pushed him twice again. Go to sleep. You won't be able to sleep when your dad comes back. Seeing that Leila didn't respond, Kana left him alone after saying this. What? Uncle is coming back? Let's go. Leila woke up instantly after hearing Kana's words, and then followed Kana out of the room. After a bell rang, Guildarts, who was quietly waiting for the changes in the town, turned back and signaled to Ulu to follow him and walked along the only road towards the guild. How did this town become like this? Gray and Leo followed Guildarts' footsteps. They watched as the normally normal town suddenly began to shake, and heard the broadcast saying that the town had entered Guildarts mode. Then the town was like a block, the foundations kept rising, and it was combined into a new shape. In the end, only one road was left, and there was a building at the end of the road. Haha, this took a lot of effort from the mayor. It was because of my return that this Guildarts mode came into being. It's just that they're afraid you'll sabotage it. Ulu's words hit the nail on the head, though late. The complacent Guildarts was choked and speechless. However, Guildarts also showed off in front of Leo and Gray. The two kept asking Guildarts questions about this mode, and Guildarts explained them very seriously and patiently. After all, how could he miss this opportunity to show off? They walked to the guild, talking and laughing, and everyone in the guild stood at the door of the guild, waiting for Guildarts to come. The first to bear the brunt was Kana. She saw Guildarts and the people around him from a distance, and she couldn't wait to run to Guildarts and throw herself into his arms. Dad, welcome back. Kana was filled with joy and snuggled happily in Guildarts' arms. She felt a little lost because she had to separate from Guildarts the last time she met him. Guildarts caught Kana steadily, picked her up, and said with satisfaction, "Is this your daughter?" Ulu looked at Guildarts holding Kana with a happy smile on his face and asked curiously, "Yes, her name is Kana, isn't she cute?" Guildarts held Kana in his arms and proudly introduced her to Ulu, while also turning his head to let Ulu take a good look at Kana's cute appearance. "Well, it's really cute." Ulu also praised sincerely. "Dad, who is this aunt?" Kana sat on Guildarts' arm, blinking her big eyes and looking at Wooloo curiously. "Well, just call her Aunt Wooloo," Guildarts said gently. "Hello, Aunt Wooloo." Kana greeted Wooloo obediently, and then her eyes fell on Ultia who was hiding behind Wooloo. After all, there were few other girls of the same age in the guild. "Hello to you too, Kana." Wooloo responded with a smile. "Let's go, I'll take you to see the president." After Guildarts and Ulu introduced Kana, they got back to the point. "Okay." Wooloo nodded. Then, Guildarts and the guild members walked into the guild, talking and laughing. After seeing Makarov, he led Wooloo to Makarov. After they walked into the guild, the other members of the guild began to whisper. After hearing Wooloo's introduction, they couldn't help but wonder if it was that Wooloo. Then a group of people followed into the guild noisily, waiting to see the show. "Hey, President," Guildarts said with a smile to Makarov. "Guildarts, is everything done?" Makarov sat on the counter and looked at Guildarts and asked. "Well, everything went well. And I brought someone with me. Her name is Ulu, and she wants to join our guild." Guildarts stepped aside to make room for Ulu, then extended his right hand and introduced her to Makarov. "Wooloo? Is that Wooloo from the north?" Makarov jumped off the counter and stared at Wooloo standing there. "Hello, President Makarov, I am Ulu, and I want to join Fairy Tale." Ulu and Makarov shook hands and said hello. "Well, sure, you're welcome to join us. But will the 3 kids around you join us too?" "Well, they are joining too. This is my daughter Ultia, and these 2 are my apprentices Leo and Gray." Ultia pulled behind her and introduced her to Makarov. Ultia said sweetly, "Hello, Grandpa," and Makarov said with a smile, "Hello, Ultia too." Then, all turned around and pulled Leo and Gray, who were looking around in the guild, over to Makarov, and they also greeted politely. Makarov was delighted to see so many people joining, especially Ultia. Okay, let's start the banquet, the welcome party begins. Makarov jumped onto the counter and shouted loudly. The atmosphere of the guild was instantly ignited, everyone became excited, and everyone enthusiastically devoted themselves to the preparations for the banquet. Woola, this guild is a bit noisy. If you are not used to it, you can sit at the table over there. Guildarts explained to Woola with a smile, while pointing to a table in the corner of the guild. Well, thank you, but I can feel their mood, this guild is great. Woola shook her head and looked at the smiles on everyone's faces in the guild. Although the guild was noisy, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In this guild, it must be full of joy. Hey, Guildarts, good job, how did you convince Ulu to join? Seeing Ulu surrounded by other guild members, Makarov was very happy to have a strong person like Ulu join the guild. Well, of course it's my personality. Guildarts laughed loudly and boasted to Makarov. Forget it. Makarov glanced at Guildarts with disdain. Her daughter is not in good health, so she wants to ask Polyasyka to take a look. She also wants to join the guild to live here. Guildarts' expression became serious. Well, I'll talk to Polyasyka later. Makarov nodded deeply, indicating that he understood. Everyone warmly welcomed Ulu's joining, and then Ulu was constantly asked questions by members of the guild. After all, she is a famous wizard, and her ability is enough to match the title of Holy 10. You know, only Makarov has the title of Holy 10 in the guild. Guildarts was rated as a dangerous person by the council because he often destroyed things. In addition, those council members did not want multiple Holy 10s in a guild, worried that it would affect the balance, and Guildarts did not care about those false names, so Guildarts did not enter the Holy 10. After Ulu introduced everyone to each other, she led Ulusia to sit at the table over there. She was mainly worried that Ulusia would not adapt to this environment. Leo and Gray had already played with other members of the guild and played there to their heart's content. After Ulu and Ulusia sat down, Ulu breathed a sigh of relief. It was really too enthusiastic. A figure at the counter came over with a glass of wine and a glass of juice and handed them to. Hello, Erla and Altair, welcome to join Fairy Tale. Thank you, who are you? My name is Leila Sloan. Hello, Leila. Wu Lu greeted Leila enthusiastically after hearing her introduction. Well, my magic is ancient scripture magic, so I can also collect intelligence. Over there is my room, if you have something you want to know, you can come and ask me. Leila said to Wulu in a friendly manner, and then pointed to her intelligence room. Okay, I understand. Wulu looked in the direction Leila pointed and nodded to show that she understood. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. After Leila met Ulu, she turned around and left, leaving them some space to be alone. However, before leaving, she glanced at Ultia who was sitting quietly next to Ulu, and then went to find Lida's. After Ultia felt Leila's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. She didn't know why she felt that Leila's gaze was a little strange. Ulu also stared at Leila's departing back, thoughtfully. At this time, Lida's was looking at everyone in the guild and creating. Leila walked over and talked and laughed with Lida's. Since they both liked to record every bit of everyone in the guild, the two sometimes exchanged some paintings and photos, so they gradually became familiar with each other. At this moment, Kana bounced towards Ulu, with a faint smile on her face. Kana first greeted Ulu, and then cast her eyes on Ultia. Ultia raised her head and her eyes met Kana's, and both of them flashed curiosity about each other in their eyes. Kana took the initiative to say, Hello, Ultia, I'm Kana. Ultia nodded slightly, a smile spread across her face, and she replied, Well, hello, Kana. Then, the two began a friendly exchange, asking each other some basic questions, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed and pleasant. The topic of the two gradually unfolded, and then, like a pair of good sisters, Kana took out the cards and taught Ultia to play some card games. Ulu sat quietly aside, watching them, and the worries in her heart gradually dissipated. After the banquet, Makarov found Ulu. He talked to Ulu about Ulu and said that he would take them to find Polyasyka tomorrow. After expressing her gratitude, Ulu was about to leave, but Makarov stopped her and asked if she was willing to live in the girls' dormitory of the guild. Ulu asked Makarov about the rent of the girls' dormitory and whether there were boys' dormitories, and got after hearing Makarov's answer. Ulu politely declined. She still had some savings, and Leo and Gray needed to live in the house, so Ulu took Ulusia, Leo, and Gray to find a house to live in. The next day, under the leadership of Makarov, Ulu and Ulusia came to the cabin where Polyasyka lived deep in the East Forest. Makarov turned around and asked Ulu to wait a moment, then climbed the steps, reached out and knocked gently on the door. Crisp footsteps came from the house, and Polyasyka opened the door. She glanced at Makarov, then looked back and found Ulu and her daughter standing behind Makarov. Her eyes were tightly locked on Ulusia, and then she glanced at Makarov. Can you help this child take a look at his body? Makarov's expression was serious. Come in. Polyasyka looked at Ultia carefully, then turned and walked into the house. Walking into the wooden house, the house was neat and tidy, spotless, and every corner exuded an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Polyasyka walked to the desk and said without turning his head, sit on the bed over there. Okay. Ulu responded softly, leading Ulusia to sit down by the bed. After seeing Alucia sitting down, Polyasica came to sit beside her and carefully checked Alucia's physical condition. After roughly understanding the situation, she turned back to the table and began to prepare magic potions. After waiting for a while, Polyasica handed the potion to Alucia and told her to drink it. Then she explained to Ulu this child's body seems to be forcibly injected with extremely powerful magic power, but she can't use it herself, causing the body to be overloaded. This bottle of potion can effectively relieve the symptoms. I will prepare some potions for her to take once every 3 days. However, these magic powers still cannot be eliminated and will take a long time to slowly transform. Then Polyasica took another magic book from the bookshelf, handed it to Ulu, and said if possible, this magic book will help her treatment and let her learn it. Ulu took the magic book and thanked Polyasica. When she saw the name Arc of Time on the book, she couldn't help but wonder, what kind of magic is this? Polyasica seemed to remember something and added, by the way, don't let her learn the magic recorded in the last few pages of this magic book. Alucia nodded heavily when she heard this, indicating that she understood. After Alucia drank the magic potion, a strong sense of sleepiness came over her like a tide, and she lay on the bed and fell asleep. This is normal, and her mental burden is also very heavy. Ulu was about to ask, and Polyasica took the initiative to explain Alucia's situation. Then, Polyasica continued to use the magic instrument on the table to make a month's worth of potions, put them into a bag, handed it to Ulu, and then urged them to leave. Makarov stepped forward and took the bag of potions, while Ulu carefully picked up Alucia, bowed deeply to thank her, and then turned and left the wooden house. After the two left, the door was closed, and Polyasica stood quietly at the window, watching their backs as they went away, his eyes firmly fixed on Alucia, with a trace of heartache in his eyes. That magic book, Polyasica, I have read it carefully and did not find anything unusual. However, the content of the last few pages is indeed, as the man said, extremely dangerous. Those pages record in detail a magic called the End of Time. A few days ago, Polyasica met a mysterious masked man. To be precise, the man was waiting for her. Polyasica did not know his purpose. He did not say much, just threw the book down and told her to keep the magic book. Later, Makarov brought a child to her for treatment and gave the book to the child for her to learn. Polyasica did not accept it at first, but the man said, Grandili of Edras, I have no ill intentions. She was stunned for a moment. The masked man turned and left after he finished speaking, leaving Polyasica, whose identity was exposed, standing there. After the man left, Polyasica slowly walked to the magic book, picked it up, and took it back to her wooden house. In the past few days, after carefully checking the contents of the magic book, she put it on the bookshelf. Thank you, President. Ulu looked at Makarov, who was carrying a bag beside him, and his gratitude was beyond words. You're welcome. Now that we've joined the guild, we're all one family. Makarov smiled and continued to walk forward. Yeah. Ulu nodded slightly. The Arc of Time? Never heard of it. Makarov leaned forward and looked at it carefully. What about you, Guildarts? Ulu turned to look at Guildarts and asked. I don't know, call Leila over. Guildarts held his chin with his hand and shook his head. After Ulu settled Ultia at home, he brought the magic book to the guild and called Guildarts and Makarov. The three of them sat around the table with the magic book in the middle. Both of them knew nothing about this magic. After listening to Guildarts' advice, Ulu went to the intelligence room to find Leila. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Wolo. Leila looked at Wolo as she walked in, not knowing why. Leila, can you help me find some information about this magic? Wolo asked directly. Leila, come over here and take a look. Guildarts and Makarov called to Leila from across the table. Good. Leila stood up and followed Wolo to the table. How about it, do you know this magic? Guildarts pointed at the magic book on the table and asked Leila. The Arc of Time. Leila picked up the magic book and exclaimed. Oh, did you know? Gildas saw Leila was so surprised, obviously he knew something. I do know that this magic is the same as my Arc of Manifestation, both are lost magic. Oh, Wolo, I can also use the Arc of Manifestation, which is also a lost magic. Leila introduced to Wolo, and then continued to explain this magic to them. The idle members in the guild tavern also gathered around, stood behind Leila, and listened to him quietly. After all, the rare magic that even the three big guys in the guild didn't know about had a huge appeal to them. This Arc of Time is rarer than my Arc of Manifestation, and more difficult to perform. As its name suggests, this is a kind of time magic that can make things return to the past or push them to the future, but it is ineffective for creatures other than plants. It is said that this magic is incomplete, so it is considered a lost magic that has been forgotten in ancient times. Where did you get this magic book? I have been searching for it but couldn't find it. It is very rare and can be called a treasure. My ancient magic book only has a few brief introductions to it and does not include this magic. The specific magic learning should be recorded in this book. After Leila finished speaking, Guildarts and the other three had their own thoughts, and the other people in the guild couldn't help but sigh. Guildarts wondered how powerful this magic was, and he was eager to see more powerful magic. Makarov was thinking, if this magic is learned, the guild's items can be restored to their original state over time, so a lot of money can be saved, and the guild can be decorated well later. Ulu was thinking, this magic is indeed very beneficial to Ultia's current situation, and a lot of magic power is required, which Ultia just meets. Although it is difficult to learn, I don't know if she can learn it. The key is that no one teaches her. Hey, what are you thinking about? How did you find this book? Leila stretched out her hand and waved it in front of the three of them, interrupting their thoughts. Oh, this book was given to Ultia by Polyasica, Makarov replied. Granny Polyasica? She is busy sorting out medical books every day, but she has such a rare magic book. Leila was very puzzled. I don't know. I'll find some time to ask her about the origin of this magic book. Makarov also felt that it was a bit suspicious, so he decided to ask her tomorrow. Well, that's all I know. As for how to learn this magic, I have no idea. After all, few people know about this magic nowadays, let alone learn it. Leila said helplessly. Well, let's keep this magic book first. I'll take it back and let Ultia see if I can learn it by myself. That's right. There is someone who must know this magic, maybe I can ask her for you. Leila suddenly thought of someone. With her extensive knowledge, she must know this magic, and maybe she could get more information by asking her. Who? Ulu, Gildarts, and Makarov asked in unison. Leila said nothing, but stared at Makarov with a meaningful look. Oh, indeed, if it was your sister, she might know. Makarov was a little confused when he saw this, but then he suddenly realized something and thought of someone. He almost said something wrong when he was about to speak, so he changed his words and turned the conversation to Leila. Your sister. Ulu and Gildarts stared at Leila in astonishment. Ulu didn't know much about Leila's specific situation, so she was naturally a little confused. Gildarts had never heard that Leila had a sister, and his expression was extremely shocked. Well, I was taken in by my grandfather. I have an older sister. My grandfather and my sister went on a trip and entrusted me to the old man. Leila briefly explained her relationship with them. My sister, although her magic power is not strong, she reads a lot. She is simply a mobile all-knowing library. Although my super ancient book magic is convenient and can give a general understanding of some magic, she has read all of it carefully and memorized it in her mind. Leila explained to Ulu and Gildarts. I'll go back and ask her tonight. Leila said to Wulu. Then you can take this book back, Leila. Wulu handed the magic book to Leila. Okay. Leila took it. At night, Leila left the guild and returned home. He walked into the room and took a communication magic crystal from the upper right corner of the bookshelf. This magic crystal was left by Augustus when he left. Leila usually chatted with Augustus and Mavis through it, and Augustus and Mavis would also send back some photos and letters during their travels. Leila opened the communication magic crystal and established a connection with the other end. Mavis' figure immediately appeared in the magic crystal. Leila, what's wrong? Mavis waved her hand and asked with a smile. Sister, do you know the Arc of Time? Leila asked. The reason why Leila called her sister so naturally was because after Leila called her sister before, Mavis agreed with this name and told Leila that the first generation was not nice, and she was only in her 20s. Leila told Mavis everything that happened today, and then placed the magic book Arc of Time in front of the magic crystal. Mavis knew something about this magic, but she couldn't be said to be proficient in it. The Arc of Time was created by a descendant of the god of time who broke a taboo in the village and was driven out. After traveling all the way, she created this magic, and this magic was rarely recorded. She recorded some details in the autobiography of another author of time magic, and no one knew what happened later. After the incident, the wizard disappeared in the long river of time, and her magic book was nowhere to be found. Regarding learning this magic, her advice is to first get in touch with other time-related magic, and after mastering those relatively simple time magics, then learn the Arc of Time, so that you can apply what you have learned to other similar situations. Leila said that she would convey it to Ulu tomorrow, but Mavis suddenly warned Leila with a serious face that she must never learn a forbidden magic in the Arc of Time. That magic is extremely dangerous and is called the End of Time. Then, Mavis told Leila in detail about the dangers of this magic, and repeatedly told Leila to pay great attention to it. Leila said that she had kept it in mind, then said goodbye to Mavis and hung up the connection of the communication magic crystal. Mother, what did Leila say? Nothing. He asked me how to learn the magic of the Arc of Time. He wants to learn this magic again. No, it's a girl from the guild who wants to learn. Oh, does this kid still know the principle of biting off more than he can chew? Mavis didn't say much, just glanced at Augusta. I'm different. Well, that's the situation. Leila conveyed to Wulu in detail what Mavis had said to him last night. So, I need to buy some other types of time magic now, right? Wulu lowered her head and thought. Well, that's not necessary. I can transfer most of it directly to Ultia, and the rest can be dealt with when needed. Leila thought, Sister Lei's own talent is enough. That's really troublesome for you, Leila. Wulu said embarrassedly. But I want to learn Mum's magic. Ultia stood quietly aside and said softly, but her tone was very firm. When Leila saw Ultia's look, she was startled. She did not ask for Ultia's opinion. Perhaps it was based on the consideration that she could learn this magic in the original plot, but ignored Ultia's own feelings. When Ulu heard Ultia's words, her eyes were a little moist and her heart was warm. She squatted down, took Ultia's little hand, and said gently, Ultia, Mom just hopes that you can be safe and sound. You don't need to learn Mum's magic. When you master this time magic and your health improves, you can also learn Wula's magic, just like me, and master 2 kinds of magic. Leila also echoed. All right then. Altia listened to her mother's consolation and Leila's reminder. Although she felt a little disappointed, she still accepted the suggestion. Leila activated the ancient script magic, and a huge screen suddenly appeared in the entire guild. At the same time, he searched for all the information related to time magic. Then, he condensed a small part of it into a small ball and transmitted it into Altia's brain, because he was worried that transmitting too much information would bring some burden to the brain. Well, if you want to learn more, you can always come to me. Thank you, Leila. Woolu looked at Altia, who closed her eyes and was digesting the transmitted magic knowledge, and then solemnly thanked Leila. You're welcome, Ulu. Leila touched the back of his head. During the time when Alucia was digesting the knowledge, Ulu had always been with her. And Leila sat quietly by her side, gently opening the Ark of Time. He was ready to integrate the secrets of this magic book into his own ancient book magic. This process may take some time. Woolu, please wait a moment. Yes. Leila took advantage of this opportunity to ask for Woolu's consent and recorded the Ark of Time into her own ancient writing magic. After recording, she closed the book and returned it to Woolu, and then waited silently for Altia. Using ancient writing magic to transmit knowledge is certainly much more convenient, but it also has certain limitations. Everyone's mental endurance is different. Once there is too much knowledge, it may lead to overload. At present, Altia is in good condition. When Altia completely digested it, she opened her eyes, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. How is it? How do you feel? When Woolu saw Woolutia wake up, he looked at her with concern and asked. These magics seem quite easy. Altair casually expressed her experience. Easy. When Woolu heard these two words, she showed an expression of disbelief. It seems that Altia's talent is indeed extraordinary. President Makarov walked behind Altia from the gate and interrupted. President, when did you come back? Ulu and Leila looked at Makarov in surprise. Just came back. For Altair, learning this magic is definitely a piece of cake. Makarov looked at Altair with a look of certainty. Well, thank you, Grandpa President. Makarov laughed a few times, and then said to Woolu, come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Makarov did not explain too much, said a word to Woolu and walked towards the room. Okay, President. Woolu knew that Makarov had come back from Polyasica, and understood that he might have found out something important. Woolu followed Makarov into the room, only to see Makarov sitting on a chair beside her, and then told her everything that had happened. What impression do you have of this person? Woolu couldn't help but murmur, another masked man? How could it be such a coincidence? He must be in the same group with them, why would he do this? Leila, this is not good, is it? It's okay, we were listening openly, they were talking too loudly and we overheard it accidentally. At this time, Leila was outside the house, holding the door furtively, leaning sideways, with her ear pressed against the door, looking obscene. Altia on the side was still a little restrained, and whispered to Leila, but, your actions. Hush, don't talk, there seems to be no sound inside. Leila whispered to stop Altia, asking her to be quiet, while she held her breath and listened carefully to the movement in the room. It's getting dangerous, run away. Leila instantly grabbed Altia's hand, and the two of them disappeared like ghosts. At the same time, after Leila and the others disappeared, the door of the room was opened. Makarov stuck his head out, looked around vigilantly, and found nothing unusual, so he closed the door again. Afterwards, Altia told Makarov everything that happened along the way, and also expressed some of his own guesses. The two had a heated discussion in the room. In the intelligence room, Leila was panting, taking deep breaths, and patting her chest constantly. She said with lingering fear, I was almost discovered. Fortunately I ran fast. Leila, what kind of magic was that just now? Altia's attention was completely focused on the magic Leila used. She asked curiously. Teleport. The old man was about to open the door just now, but I was startled. Leila calmed down and replied, and also complained by the way. How many other magics have you learned? Altair asked. Not much, but I did learn a lot of simple magic, such as telepathy. Leila said nonchalantly. By the way, if you want to learn magic, I can recommend a good place for you. Leila suddenly remembered something. Okay, but you won't eavesdrop anymore. Altia asked doubtfully. There's nothing we can do. The old man must have been alert this time. He has probably set up a barrier so we can't possibly hear anything. Leila shook her head helplessly. Leila took Altia's hand and walked out of the room. After briefly greeting Makao and Wakaba, she teleported away with Altia. At this moment, Altia was telling Makarov about her experiences along the way in detail. President, we know nothing about their identities, not even their purpose. Let's continue discussing this matter after Guildarts comes over. Makarov responded calmly. The two then walked out of the room and began to inspect the guild. However, they found that Leila and Altair were not in the guild, and the two who were about to go to the intelligence room were suddenly interrupted. Makao and Wakaba noticed it, and then told the president and Ulu where Leila was. President, Ulu, Leila took Altair to the East Forest. At this time in the East Forest, Guildarts was grilling fish leisurely, while Laxus and Kana were fighting fiercely with magic. Leila stood aside, watching Guildarts grilling fish. Ulu sat quietly on a stone beside, sometimes concentrating on watching the exciting duel between the two, and sometimes turning his attention to Guildarts grilling fish. Laxus dodged Kana's intensive card attacks with ease, occasionally sending a lightning attack to Kana, but these attacks were easily avoided by Kana. Gildarts glanced at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Before Laxus and Kana fought, Gildarts had warned Laxus to be careful. His eyes were full of threats, and he stared at Laxus. Gildarts, are you able to do this? Don't burn the fish. Leila stared at Gildarts beside the grilled fish, her face full of doubt. I have been fishing here for more than 20 years, and I always grill the fish on the spot. My skills have been tested. Gildas's face was full of confidence, and he calmly stated the fact. But the grilled fish you made before was really disappointing, and I heard that people who cook bad food will always cook bad food. Leila curled her lips, showing a look of distrust. Don't talk. I'm serious this time, just wait. Gildarts had a look on his head, but seeing Kana beside him, he held back and just glared at Leila fiercely. Okay, let me see your performance. Leila reluctantly stretched out her hand to show her agreement, but she still muttered softly, I'd better catch another one. After all, he and Laxus had tasted the fish made by Gildarts before and vomited on the spot. The taste was simply indescribable. Although Leila's muttering was very small, Gildarts still heard it. He curled his lips in disdain and secretly competed in his heart. However, when Leila caught a fish, he waved his hand and summoned the chef team, and started to grill the fish on the spot. Seeing this, Gildarts on the side widened his eyes and roared, Smelly boy, you are cheating. My own cooking is terrible, so I can't ask for help. Leila responded confidently, with a proud look on her face. Gildarts was so angry that he was speechless. Uncle, don't say I didn't warn you. When Kana smells the fragrance of my fish, she will definitely come to eat it. You can digest it yourself if you roast it. Gildarts snorted coldly and ignored the shameless Leila. Kana, come and try the grilled fish that Dad made. Gildarts shouted loudly, and at the same time stopped the two people who were fighting. Hey! Leila shuddered and got goosebumps. Leila muttered to herself, this uncle becomes abnormal when he touches Kana. His voice is full of flattery. Why is his setting so strange? Gildarts's grilled fish is already cooked, but Leila's side is still being processed. It feels like a big meal, with all kinds of seasoning plates, grills, complete equipment, and professional chefs. Anyone can tell which side is better at a glance. Kana came over, and Gildarts immediately picked up a small piece of fish with chopsticks, put his left hand under the fish to prevent it from falling, and then sent the fish to Kana's mouth. Kana opened her mouth slightly, swallowed the fish meat, chewed it twice and swallowed it. Kana couldn't help but praise, well, it's delicious. Then she looked at Leila with a puzzled look. What? Impossible. Leila rushed to Kana and tried to grab the chopsticks from Gildarts's hand and try it herself, but Gildarts dodged. Use your own chopsticks. Gildarts stared at Leila with hostility in his eyes. Leila immediately turned back to the table, took a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. What's going on? Leila looked suspicious, but couldn't help chewing. Ha, this is my true level. Impossible, the grilled fish you made before was simply inedible, how is this possible? Humph, in order to make Kana feast on a delicious meal, I have studied cooking skills for a long time. Do you think I have nothing to do all day? Damn it. Leila's face was full of indignation. Laxus ignored the argument between the two, snatched Leila's chopsticks and took a bite of fish, then took Kana, who looked confused, to the dining table, took the tableware and set it, then put the grilled fish on the table, ready to feast on it. Wait, Laxus, why did you take the grilled fish? You two are too fake. As soon as Laxus finished speaking, the two of them became stiff in an instant. Gildarts, I told you that your acting is not good. Nonsense, it was obviously you who exposed the truth. Seeing the two still arguing, Laxus warmly invited Kana and Altair to enjoy the food, because he knew that Gildarts did a pretty good job. Gildarts had already found Leila before, and asked her to use magic to materialize a chef, and then humbly asked for the method of making grilled fish. Gildarts was holding a small notebook, recording the steps and key points very carefully. After trying more than a dozen fish, he finally made the ideal taste, just waiting to show his skills today. Not only that, he also hired Leila to act as an actor. Laxus felt that all this was too obvious. First, because the fish Gildarts made before was really unpalatable, he would not give the fish he made to Kana to eat, wouldn't that be self-destructive? Second, because the behavior of the two of them was really weird, and finally, the grilled fish Gildarts made this time tasted very similar to Leila's. He often eats it, which is easy to taste. After Laxus explained all this to Kana suddenly realized it. Then, she looked at the two people who were still arguing about whose fault it was. Dad, come and eat, the fish will be cold and not tasty. Kana's words went straight through Gildarts' heart. Oh, okay, I'm here. Gildarts immediately gave up the argument with Leila, turned around and walked to the dining table, sitting next to Kana. What a face. Leila muttered quietly and walked to the table and sat down. At the same time, Leila's grilled fish was ready and served, and the chefs left. Laxus and Leila were fighting for a large piece of fish, while Gildarts was whispering to Kana and kept picking up fish for Kana. Altair sat there quietly, staring blankly at this warm scene, feeling very warm in her heart. Here, Altia, eat more. Leila snatched the big piece of fish from Laxus's chopsticks and put it on Altia's plate. Well, thank you, Leila. Altia smiled at Leila and said sincerely. Well, you're welcome. Leila stared at Altia's smile and froze in place for a moment. That smile was deeply imprinted in his mind and he would never forget it in his life. What are you doing? Can I join in? Woola's voice came from not far away. Mom. Woola. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Woola coming. Mom, come quickly, this grilled fish is delicious. Altia just picked up a piece of grilled fish, tasted it, and turned around to hear Woola's voice, and shouted happily to Woola. Okay. Ulu smiled and sat down on the right side of Altia. Seeing this, Leila materialized a set of tableware in time and placed it in front of Ulu, and then everyone enjoyed the delicious grilled fish. After the dinner, everyone started this afternoon's training. Guildarts watched Kana fighting with Laxus, and Ulu patiently watched Altia use her newly learned simple time magic. Leila lay leisurely on the grass to rest. He hadn't been so comfortable for a long time. However, this comfort did not last long, and he was called by Laxus. It turned out that it was time to change shifts, and he would accompany Kana to train next. I haven't rested enough. Leila sighed. Kana, attack faster. Leila gripped the hilt of the magic sword tightly with her right hand and took a step back flexibly to avoid Kana's card attack, and then dodged the fireball released from the card again. Kana held the cards in her left hand, and quickly pulled out a few cards with her right hand, flying towards Leila. Gradually, Kana felt exhausted and her body was shaking. Leila noticed it and quickly stepped forward, cut off the cards one by one, and attacked Kana again. Kana staggered back and fell to the ground. Leila arrived beside Kana and helped Kana up. Then, the magic sword disappeared in Leila's hand. Kana, take a break. Well, okay. Guildarts ran over quickly, pulled Kana to sit on a chair beside him, then picked up the teapot on the table, poured black tea into Kana's cup, and handed it to Kana. Kana took the cup a little embarrassedly and said, I'll do it myself, Dad. She already felt that Guildarts was getting more and more clingy. Leila also sat down opposite Kana, poured herself a cup of tea, sniffed the tea, took a sip after waking up, savored the fragrance of the tea, and put down the cup. Kana, what do you think about your cards? Leila looked at Kana and asked casually. Kana was stunned when she heard this sudden question. You should be able to feel that although your card magic is comprehensive, you lack powerful cards, which is a big weakness. For ordinary wizards, you may be able to cope with it, but facing a strong man like the uncle, you have no way to deal with it. Leila has been thinking that although Kana in the original work is also very powerful, she is not ranked among the stronger members of the guild. Except for the fact that the first generation lent her the light of the fairy in the later period, giving her a trick, there does not seem to be much room for improvement in the card aspect. Therefore, Kana needs to learn more about cards and learn to make cards by herself. Kana is still buying basic cards in the store now, but in the later period, she must learn to make a deck that suits her. Therefore, you must learn to make cards, and then build a set of weak cards according to the characteristics of each of us, so as to face the various enemies that will appear in the future. Leila stared at Kana, who was lost in thought. Okay, I understand. Kana looked thoughtful. Apparently, she had already realized the inadequacy of her card magic during the battle with Leila and Laxus. Leila's words pointed out a way for Kana to improve her card magic. Kana, don't be anxious, take your time and take a rest first. Guildarts said softly. Okay. Kana was indeed a little tired. The battle with Leila and Laxus had consumed a lot of her energy. Leila, let's have a fight. Laxus shouted to Leila. I don't. I see that you seem to be in a bad state recently. Did you make a mistake when learning a certain magic? Laxus deliberately emphasized the word certain and looked at Leila with sharp eyes. No, then be gentle. Leila knew she couldn't escape, so she had to agree. The two stood up from the table and walked to the open space beside them. In a blink of an eye, they were ready to start a fierce battle. Kana, watch carefully, I will give you a practical lesson. Leila said to Kana on the side, motioning Kana to watch carefully. The battle was about to break out, and neither of them hesitated at all. In an instant, Laxus rushed towards Leila like an arrow from a bow, and Leila quickly dodged. With a flip of his right hand, a card appeared in his hand and then flew towards Laxus. Laxus was slightly stunned. He finally understood what Leila meant by teaching, but he did not take it lightly. He knew Leila's strength very well. Then, he cautiously stepped aside and kept a distance from the card. After waiting for a while, no abnormality was found, and Leila's figure had already appeared behind Laxus, and a card was quietly placed behind Laxus. The fate of summoning thunder. Several lightning bolts struck Laxus' body fiercely, stirring up a puff of smoke. In the smoke, a hand quickly pulled out like lightning and grabbed Leila's collar. Leila, how could you use lightning to attack me? Laxus said. As the smoke around him dissipated, he opened his mouth slightly and sucked the lightning into his mouth, turning it into magic power in his body. However, Laxus only saw the corners of Leila's mouth slightly raised. Magician's illusion. This Leila was just a clone. At his command, the clone dissipated, leaving only 2 cards. At the same time, a dazzling sun flashed, accompanied by another puff of smoke. Laxus came to his senses, and he quickly turned into lightning, trying to distance himself. But in his haste, he was still tricked and inhaled a small amount of smoke. He felt weak all over. The smoke contained an anesthetic effect. He first used thunder to attract and lower Laxus's vigilance, then used the card clone to confuse him, and finally used the sun's radiance and the fool's temperance to make Laxus suffer a great loss. Guildarts looked at Leila's sneaky figure in the distance, analyzing the layout step by step, and explaining it to Kana at the same time. So amazing? It feels like Leila's magic power is the same as mine, but she can fight Laxus on par. Kana listened to Gildarts's explanation while looking at Leila in surprise, her eyes full of admiration. Don't worry, just keep watching, Laxus is just testing you, Gildarts said calmly. Hey, Laxus, are you awake? Leila shouted from a distant open space. Laxus did not answer. After his eyes adjusted and he was able to open them, he launched another lightning attack in the direction of Laxus, who quickly dodged. Laxus, why don't you dare to attack me closely? Are you afraid of my clone? At this time, a figure of Leila appeared next to a tree behind Laxus. Hey, Leila, you are such a wicked person. Laxus finally couldn't help but said praise to Leila. Who are you going to fight this time? Leila raised her lips, gladly accepting the compliment, then looked at Laxus with ill intent and asked with a smile. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus roared and shot at Leila standing in the open space. This time, Leila did not dodge because the roar was too fast and he had no time to react. The figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only 2 cards, falling alone on the ground. Seeing this, Laxus roared at Leila standing under the tree on the other side. Unfortunately, this time Leila noticed his intention in advance and dodged easily. The roar went straight through the tree, leaving a deep hole. So cautious? Why don't you take the initiative to attack? Leila saw Laxus still standing there, and sighed in her heart. It was obvious that Laxus would not be fooled again. Humph. Laxus snorted coldly. He originally thought that Leila could easily win by using Kana's card, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Leila's insidiousness and cunningness. Well, then, if you don't come, I'll go find you. Leila spread her hands and said helplessly. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 or 6 Leilas suddenly appeared around and rushed towards Laxus. Laxus saw a group of Leilas rushing towards him, gathered lightning in his fists, and then smashed it to the ground with all his strength. Thunder Dragon Jaws. With a loud bang, powerful lightning burst out all around, defeating Leila's clones one by one. At the same time, Leila noticed the power of this attack and released the magic power of the card in advance. Thick smoke instantly filled the surroundings. But Laxus turned into a flash of lightning, soared into the sky, quickly escaped the encirclement, and then rushed straight to Leila who was standing in the distance and did not move forward. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. A golden magic circle flashed in front of Laxus's right hand. Taking advantage of the momentum, he continuously accumulated the lightning in his fist, and then released it, hitting Leila fiercely. Leila did not dodge the attack, and let out a scream, and then disappeared like smoke. What? Another clone? Laxus shouted in surprise. Just as he was about to step back, Leila appeared from behind Laxus, raised her hand, and shot a card at Laxus. The Queen's Forest. Dense forests grew around Laxus, and the trees tied Laxus tightly with vines. When the clones just dispersed, 3 cards fell. Fountain of Prayer, Icicles of Death, Temperance of Fools. 3 magics were released in succession. From the fountain card, countless water whips were summoned, spreading outward from the card, and then freezing Laxus. Paralyzing smoke filled the air. Seeing Laxus frozen, without any hesitation, Laxus casually manifested a large number of cards, and regardless of anything, all kinds of magic were shot wildly towards Laxus' position like a storm. After a while, Laxus suddenly broke through the ice, roared, blew away all the magic around him, and then ran towards Leila's position, vowing to punch him. Stop! I give up! Leila shouted loudly, and quickly ran to Gildarts and hid behind him. Why are you admitting defeat? I haven't even touched you yet. Laxus was holding back a grudge. I have no magic power left. The attack just now has exhausted my magic power. I won't fight anymore. Leila said confidently. You, humph. Laxus had no choice but to suppress his anger and gradually calm down. Kana, how do you feel? Leila looked at Kana with a proud face. Leila, you are amazing. You can fight Laxus to this extent with just these card magics. Kana looked at Leila with admiration in her eyes. Humph. Laxus looked disdainful. Laxus is so strong, he was fine throughout the whole battle. Kana looked at Laxus and was full of praise. Well, it's just so-so. Laxus accepted Kana's praise with pleasure and responded modestly. After witnessing Leila's actual combat teaching, Kana seemed to have been enlightened, and eagerly asked Leila about many details of the operations in the battle and the overall layout. Seeing Kana in this state, Gildarts thought to himself, although this can greatly improve Kana's combat ability and actual combat experience, will she learn too much from Leila? Leila is playing too dirty, and Laxus is almost furious. While thinking, Gildarts cast his eyes on Leila who was sharing all kinds of disgusting routines with Kana. Kana, next time you make a move, don't report the move at the end, or deliberately report it wrong, so that the opponent will mistake it for other magic and make a wrong judgment. Although this is a small detail, in a battle, a small mistake is enough to turn the tide. Think about it, next time you fight Laxus, you say you're going to use Fate of Thunder summoning, but you actually release a fireball. Do you think Laxus will open his mouth to eat the fireball? Leila was like a devil, frantically inputting all kinds of insidious moves into Kana's mind. Kana stood aside and nodded frequently, memorizing these moves in her heart, and her eyes would light up from time to time. Laxus heard the 2 people conspiring loudly on the side, and black lines appeared on his forehead. He cursed in his heart, can't these 2 people discuss in a low voice? And they are talking so loudly in front of me? Leila, let's have a battle, you use the cards. Gildarts couldn't help interrupting Leila when he heard her words becoming more and more outrageous. No, uncle, I won't bother you anymore. If you take action, how can I have a chance to play the card? When Leila heard Gildarts' voice, her body instantly stiffened and she was sweating profusely. Kana, you must keep improving your magic power. Magic power is like a spring, it is inexhaustible. The deeper your magic power is, the sharper your magic attack will be like a sword, and it will be indestructible. This is the most important thing. Gildarts said earnestly. Well, I understand, Dad. Kana nodded heavily. Well, Kana, if you want to learn how to make cards, I can impart the knowledge directly to you. Leila also said to Kana. Okay. Kana replied with great interest. Leila immediately cast the ancient script magic to transmit the card-making method to Kana. The progress bar above Kana's head grew rapidly and the transmission was completed in a short time. Kana had already stored this knowledge in her mind. Next, she needed to slowly learn and integrate it by herself. Leila's fighting talent is indeed amazing. Ulu took Ultiya to Leila's side. Before that, Ulu saw that Ultiya had gradually mastered other simple time magic, so he took her to the cabin, wanting Ultiya to try to learn the Arc of Time. Also because the battle scene was too noisy, Leila suggested to Ulu that she take Ultiya to the cabin, where there was a magic barrier he set up, which not only blocked the noisy sounds from the outside world, but also the environment inside the house was quite good. In the cabin, Ulu silently watched Ultiya constantly flipping through the magic book of the Arc of Time. Ultiya gradually immersed herself in it, and seemed to forget everything around her. There was only this magic book in her eyes, and the contents of the book were also deeply imprinted in Ultiya's mind. In the sea, Ultiya suddenly turned to the next few pages and found that these pages did not record the learning method of the Arc of Time. Instead, it wrote a magic called the End of Time. Ulu found this scene and warned Ultiya seriously that she must not learn this magic. Ultiya was puzzled and asked Ulu the reason. Ulu conveyed Leila's explanation at the time to her, and repeatedly reminded Ultiya. Alucia understood the danger, agreed, and stopped watching. Afterwards, Ulu took Ultiya out of the cabin, and at the same time saw Leila use Kana's card magic to perfection, and was not inferior to Laxus in the fight. Then, seeing Leila transmitting some knowledge to Kana, he waited for a while before approaching Leila and talking to him. No, it's just a little bit. Leila waved her hand and said modestly, but the smug look on her face was revealed. Then we have something to do, so we will leave first. I need to buy something for Ultiya. Ultiya said. Okay, bye. By the way, Gildarts, tomorrow morning, the president wants to discuss something with you. After walking for a while, Wola suddenly turned back and said to Gildarts. Okay. Gildarts was stunned for a moment and responded. It's getting late, we should go back. Gildarts looked at Laxus and Leila and said. Bye, Leila, Laxus. Kana held Gildarts with one hand and waved to the two with the other. Okay, see you tomorrow, uncle. Leila and Laxus replied. The two looked at the people going away, and Leila sat down immediately, slumping in the chair like a deflated ball. Seeing this, Laxus sat opposite Leila and said, everyone has left, it's time for you to say something. What did you say? Leila asked back listlessly. You are still pretending. I don't remember you having so little magic power. Where did your thought body go? Laxus laughed angrily. Oh, I told you not to do it, but now you've exposed yourself? I used Kana's magic to try to hide my magic power, but you still managed to detect it. No, it's mainly because you seem to be avoiding me. I was just testing you. Magic can be hidden, but your reaction is exposed. So, what about your thought body? I let him do other things. Is it dangerous? You should know that if the thought body dies, your magic power will never come back. I know what's going on. Don't worry. I can ensure safety. It's better to do so. You should take less actions recently, so as not to be exposed. Laxus said, and then turned and left. Leila looked at Laxus's figure getting farther and farther away, and muttered, what at Sundara? Then she slowly packed up her things and put them in the wooden house, while thinking whether she should expand this wooden house. After all, Gray and Leo might come here to exercise later. Speaking of these two brothers, they have been fully arranged by Ulu's exercise plan these days. Because Alucia's body is still learning time magic, Ulu can't take care of the two of them, so Ulu made a plan to let Leo take Gray to exercise. The next day, Gildarts took Kana's hand and came to the guild. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Makarov, who had been waiting for a long time, and Ulu was sitting next to him. Leila and Alucia were sitting at a table in the tavern, as if they were discussing something. Laxus sat aside, with his arms folded across his chest, listening to their conversation carefully. As soon as Alucia saw Kana's figure, she couldn't wait to stand up and call her name, waving her to come over. Gildarts let go of Kana's hand, whispered a word, and Kana ran over. Gildarts then walked towards Makarov and asked what was going on. Makarov just asked him to follow, and then entered a room, followed by Ulu. Leila saw Kana coming, smiled, and asked her if she had seen the method of making cards and how she felt. Kana told her feelings truthfully. After she went back yesterday, she bought some materials for making cards and some basic decks on the way according to the knowledge in her memory. She went home and tried to make some, but the success rate was not high. Later, due to insufficient magic power, she had to give up the idea of continuing to make. After Kana finished speaking, she took out several cards made last night from the bag on her waist. The patterns on these cards were exactly what Leila used yesterday. Moreover, Kana added magic power during the production process, which enhanced the power of the cards. Well, okay, Kana, I have an idea. Leila nodded with satisfaction. What? Kana asked curiously. As we all know, card wizards need to buy a lot of cards to supplement their decks. However, most card wizards do not know how to make cards, and the magic power of card makers is very limited. This is also the reason why card magic is comprehensive but not powerful enough. After all, if magic power is strong, who would choose this profession? Leila explained seriously. But, Kana, you are different. You can make your own cards, and as the daughter of Guildarts, you have considerable magic power. Therefore, you can make some powerful cards. Leila's eyes were full of expectation. Kana heard Leila's explanation, and her eyes flickered, as if she had seen the powerful cards she made. Leila did not stop, and continued to talk. Next, it's the card types. First of all, your card types are not comprehensive enough. Now you only have some simple magic cards, basically elemental magic, and special effect cards are only paralysis and sleep. The purchased cards are basically these, so you need to make them yourself. The cards you make can be roughly divided into 3 categories: summon cards, magic cards, and trap cards. Summoning card, you can summon some creatures or items, for example, you can summon a dragon, or you can summon various tools in life. Magic cards are the mainstream elemental magic of most card wizards nowadays. They are mainly comprehensive magic that can deal with different enemies. Trap cards are cards with special effects, such as cards that can speed up magic recovery, make cards invisible, poison enemies, and other troublesome cards. However, in this case, your magic power consumption will be very large. You are still growing and your magic power has not been fully developed, so you must train well. When your magic power increases, you will become a unique card wizard. Kana was fascinated by what Leila said. Every time Leila said something, she imagined a picture in her mind. Leila stopped, picked up the teacup on the table, put it to her mouth and paused for a moment. She was secretly proud of herself. I must look so handsome in this way. She could already feel Kana's admiring gaze, and then she took a sip of tea. Leila, why do you have so many strange ideas? Altia sat opposite, her eyes widened, shocked by Leila's wonderful ideas. This is talent, right? Leila replied calmly and nonchalantly. He was secretly proud of himself. Humph, I didn't play the card game for nothing. Ultimately, you still have to improve your magic power. Laxus said. Laxus, if you want to improve your strength quickly, I can also give you some advice. Leila looked at Laxus with a sly smile, her eyes revealing a hint of cunning. Humph, I don't need it. I'm going to practice. Laxus said disdainfully. He stood up and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Leila. Wait a minute, follow me, let's go together. After Leila finished speaking, she brought Altair and Kana to the intelligence room. Laxus folded his arms and leaned against the door frame, already looking arrogant. Leila walked in, drew a magic circle on the ground, and then quickly hid under the wooden board. When he stepped on the magic circle appeared again, but there was no sign of magic being activated. What kind of magic circle is this? Kana and Altia asked curiously. Their eyes were attracted and they stared at the magic circle closely. Hey, watch out. Leila picked up a magic crystal from the bookshelf in the room and carefully placed it in the center of the magic circle. Suddenly, words flashed like lightning, and then another magic circle appeared on the floor. A dazzling white light lit up within a meter of the center of the magic circle. Kana, Altia, go in and take a look. Leila said. Curious, Kana and Altia carefully stepped over the magic circle and walked into the white light. Suddenly, the white light dissipated and the two disappeared. Let's go, Laxus, stop trying to show off. Leila glanced back at Laxus, then reached out and pulled him to the side of the magic circle. I'm not trying to be cool, and are you teleporting? Right. You Laxus wanted to ask more, but Leila pushed him hard without mercy, and he stumbled and fell into the white light. Okay, then just talk to Guildarts and Ulu. After seeing Laxus being teleported away, Leila prepared to go see if they had discussed the matter, and then explained the matters concerning the teleportation array. Leila opened the door and bumped into Guildarts and Ulu. She bumped directly into Guildarts, who touched his head and muttered, Uncle, slow down. Leila, where is Kana? Guildarts ignored Leila's complaint and looked into the intelligence room, but found that Kana was not there. Where's Altia? Ulu asked from behind. Oh, you ask that, look. Leila swaggered into the room with a smug look on her face. What? Guildarts said calmly, but he sensed a hint of magic in the air. Take one more step forward and you will know. Leila directed Guildarts to walk into the magic circle. Guildarts took a step forward doubtfully. When his foot landed, the magic circle emerged, and a cylindrical white light appeared in the middle. Oh, teleportation magic. Guildarts realized that the attribute of this magic was a kind of space magic, and it was very similar to teleportation. Leila, is this the magic circle you drew? Woola was also a little surprised. That's right, let's go, I'll explain it to you when we get there. Leila pushed the two of them into the white light and teleported away. After Leila left, Makarov walked in. Where's the person? I saw him walk in just now. He touched his bald head, shook his head and walked out. It must be Leila who used teleportation to teleport the person away. Let's talk about it later. Leila, you are so slow. Kana was about to ask why Leila took so long to teleport here, but when she looked closely, she found that the person in front of her was not Leila. Dad? Why are you here? Kana was so shocked that she stood there in a daze. It took her a while to come back to her senses and ask, Mom. When Altia saw Ulu following closely behind Gildarts, a happy smile immediately broke out on her face, and she ran over and hugged Ulu tightly. Leila followed and walked out of the magic circle. After the white light dissipated, the magic circle also quietly disappeared. He glanced at everyone, but didn't care. He squatted down and carefully felt the magic power content in the magic crystal in the magic circle. After some exploration, Leila found that the magic power of the magic crystal had been consumed by about half, and 6 people were teleported. In this way, this ordinary magic crystal can only support a single person to teleport 12 times. It seems that the efficiency of the use of magic power in the magic crystal needs to be improved, and part of the magic power has been input into the ritual. This is just an ordinary magic crystal. If it is a more advanced magic crystal, it may be able to last longer, but the price is not cheap, and it is still a money-burning thing. Leila, your teleportation magic circle is quite convenient. How did you do it? Laxus approached and looked down to see that Leila had opened her eyes and removed her hand from the magic circle. Laxus' question also aroused the curiosity of the 4 people behind him. After all, this teleportation magic circle could be used by other people, which would surely bring great convenience. They also held their breath and waited for Leila's explanation. The magic we usually use is based on our own magic power, which is then transformed into a magic circle. Each specific magic circle corresponds to a specific magic. My teleportation magic circle uses magic crystal as the source of magic power, which provides a continuous supply of magic power for the magic circle. I drew the magic circle in these 2 locations. When the magic circle is activated, it will draw magic power from the magic crystal to activate the teleportation magic. This can be regarded as a unique holding system teleportation item. Unfortunately, there is still a shortcoming. The utilization rate of magic crystals is not high. If you want to use them, you need to consume a lot of magic crystals. Leila took out another magic crystal and put it into the magic circle. The magic crystal immediately disappeared. Where is the magic crystal? Altair asked curiously, and Kana nodded repeatedly. Obviously she was also curious about this question. I added a spell and set rules for the magic circle. Only when someone with the guild emblem steps into the magic circle will the magic circle be activated. If no one is noticed or is not a member of the guild, the magic circle will not be activated, thus hiding the magic crystal and the magic circle. In addition, due to the limitation of teleportation, I fixed the teleportation distance, and then realized the fixed point teleportation through the connection between the 2 magic arrays. I have been studying this for a long time, and it was not until recently that I finally perfected it. Now it seems that further improvement is needed. Leila recalled the hardships along the way. For this research, many small animals paid the price of their lives. In the end, with the belief of serving the people and the unremitting determination, he succeeded in bringing it to the world. It sounds amazing. Kana was confused, but her admiration for Leila did not diminish. After all, Leila had given her some advice on cards before. Yeah. Altair also echoed. She knew a little about the principle. This idea was indeed very avant-garde. Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, Gildarts, you have to pay. Leila heard Kana and Altair's praise and laughed proudly twice, then suddenly turned to Gildarts who was standing aside in amazement and asked for money. Why? Gildarts was secretly amazed at Leila's ingenious ideas, but was suddenly asked for money, and was stunned. Without Jay, how can we spread the cost of technology development? It's not easy for me to do research. Besides, I also provided the magic crystals, and you have to prepare them by yourselves. Do you still expect me to do charity? Leila said righteously. What about them? I didn't come here alone. Gildarts couldn't accept it and pointed at Ulu and Laxus, while Kana and Altair were not mentioned specifically. Ulu is a woman, the first time is free. Laxus has no money, so he is exempted this time. You are different, uncle, you have money. Leila's words deeply hurt Gildarts' heart. Ulu, Kana, and Altia watched the confrontation between Leila and Gildarts, covering their mouths and laughing. Laxus turned his head to look at the ground, pursed his lips, trying not to laugh. I don't have any money. Gildarts finally compromised, but he did not have any money. It's okay, I'll keep the account for you. Leila took out an account book from behind her back, picked up a pen and wrote on it, Gildarts teleports twice, price to be determined. Wait, why twice? Gildarts glanced at Leila's account book. Aren't you going back later? Leila looked at him with a puzzled look. I will walk back by myself later instead of taking the teleporter. Gildarts said angrily. Okay, don't be angry, I'll give it to you for free later. Leila said nonchalantly, and then changed it in the account book. Oh, it feels so good to have control over others. That's more like it. Gildarts said reluctantly. Then the 6 people walked out of the house, and Kana also prepared to practice with Laxus. However, this time, Laxus became extremely cautious, because after listening to Leila's various insidious tricks, Kana gradually put pressure on Laxus. Gildarts went fishing. He is indeed a real fisherman and is addicted to fishing. Leila called him to sit here and rest for a while, but Gildarts couldn't even hold on for a minute. He couldn't wait to walk to the river after saying something to Leila. Altia was on the other side and began to practice magic with full concentration. She took out the crystal ball that Ulu bought for her yesterday, and placed the Arc Magic Book of Time next to it. Altia compared it with the magic book, raised the crystal ball, closed her eyes, and placed a glass of water in front of her. The water in the glass was constantly surging, but there was no obvious change. Altia was not discouraged. She tried again and again, carefully studying every detail in the magic book. Section. Ulu watched Altia's training quietly and gave her support silently. Leila sat at the table, concentrating on writing the modification plan for the teleportation magic circle. He had thought before whether he could transfer his own magic power into it and store it. But other people's magic power might not work. Only his own magic power can play a role. Perhaps it will only be useful if people who can use teleportation magic input magic power. This point needs to be modified later. Add a magic converter in the middle to convert other people's magic power into the attributeless magic power in the magic crystal, which should be able to achieve universal use. For now, it can only be like this temporarily. The details of the magic circle need to be recarved and some details need to be added. The spell also needs to add more conditional settings. It's so annoying. In this way, the magic power required has increased again. Leila tilted his head in distress, his left hand clenched into a fist to support his chin, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his right hand unconsciously turning the pen, shaking his head and sighing from time to time. In the following days, everyone spent their time like this, except for Gildarts, who was a little nervous. Gildarts, what's wrong with you? Leila noticed his abnormality and looked up at him. Nothing much. Gildarts answered absent-mindedly. If you have nothing to do, just sit at the table over there. You smacking your lips and sighing here and there bothers me. Leila frowned and pointed to the table on the other side with her pen. Yes. Gildarts responded, but did not stand up. Instead, he looked at Leila hesitantly. Tisk, just say whatever's on your mind, don't be so fussy. Seeing him like this, Leila reluctantly put down her pen and urged him. Leila, I want to ask you something. Gildarts glanced at Kana who was fighting, then hunched over and spoke to Leila in a low voice. You tell me. Leila replied. Come closer. Gildarts looked back again, then pulled Leila closer. Go ahead, I'm listening. Leila had no choice but to cooperate with him. Leila, how should I tell Kana that I'm going out to do a commission? Gildarts finally expressed his distress carefully. So this is what you've been doing all this time. Leila didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sat up straight. This matter is very important to me. Gildarts looked at Leila seriously. I think you should just tell her about this matter directly. Leila said nonchalantly. How can that be possible? Gildarts looked grim. Gildarts, you just think too much. Kana is more mature than you think. She will understand you. Leila ignored Gildarts and continued to concentrate on his improvement plan. Am I really overthinking it? Gildarts muttered to himself, still feeling a little unsure. His eyes continued to focus on the battle between Kana and Laxus. On the other side, Altair's training was also on track. She could only rely on her own efforts. Ulu also began to train Leo and Grey. The three of them were in the room. Ulu was patiently explaining the key points of ice-shaping magic to them, while Leo and Grey took off their clothes and soaked in a bathtub full of ice cubes. To control the cold air, you must become one with it. This is the primary task. Hey, Wolo, when are you going to teach me magic? Grey sat in the bathtub, shivering with cold, but still pretending to be calm. Grey, don't panic, these are just the basics. Once your foundation is solid, I will teach you magic. That's right, I've been training with you from the basics. Leo sat next to Grey, holding his head with his hands. He had already completed the basic training, so he was not afraid of the cold. Grey was still holding on, but unfortunately he didn't hold on for long before curling up. Wolo looked at Leo and Grey and sighed secretly in his heart. It was only August and the weather was still a little hot. They could only do a simple training here. The rest could only wait until winter to train these two people properly. Seeing that the time was almost up, Wolo asked the two to get up, wipe off the water droplets on their bodies, change clothes, and go outdoors, and then began to demonstrate the release technique of modeling magic to Grey. She first showed Grey the movements. It was crucial to release magic with both hands. Then Wolo solemnly warned Grey not to use one-handed modeling like Leo. One-handed modeling had poor balance and often could not be used at critical moments. Altair, how are you learning magic? Leila walked behind Altair with her notebook and asked. Leila didn't want to disturb Altair, but Gildarts was too annoying. He kept nagging about Kana and kept talking about Kana. What's going on? Altia was concentrating on the crystal ball, and she didn't notice Leila approaching. She was startled when she heard Leila's voice, and she covered the crystal ball in a panic. What are you doing, Altia? Why are you blocking the crystal ball? Leila looked at her with confusion. Altia's heart was pounding, and she explained in a panic, I'm fine, it's just that the magic failed. She quickly changed the subject. Then I'm leaving. After hearing her explanation, Leila turned around and left without thinking any more. Altia watched Leila leave, patted her chest with relief, and breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes then fell on the crystal ball again. Oh, isn't this Wolo teaching Leo and Grey magic? Leila. Altia was startled by the sudden appearance of Leila. It's okay, you can watch it if you want. Leila said with a smile. I just want to know how to learn my mother's magic. Altair lowered her head in embarrassment. It's okay. Of course you can learn. I think Ulu will be happy to teach you whenever you want. But I think you can wait until those two have finished learning before asking for advice. By then, there won't be those two big lights. Leila's words touched Altia's heart. She looked at Ulu who was teaching the two people magic, with a bright light in her eyes. Ulu taught Grey step by step, carefully explaining the key points of the movements, allowing Grey to feel the magic in his body, to feel the flow of magic power, to gather the magic power in his hands and release the magic. Grey did as he was told, but nothing happened. Ulu gently told Grey not to worry and to calm down. Then, she showed Grey how to make a shield with ice, which was the most basic shape. Grey watched carefully, then closed his eyes, followed the method Ulu said, and calmed down, and finally succeeded in releasing it. It was a small shield, although it was still a little inadequate, but it was already pretty good. Afterwards, Ulu began to explain the key points of the shaping magic to Grey, and asked Leo to demonstrate it in front of Grey. Leo easily created a gorilla with ice, but he was soon punched because of the one-handed shaping, and a big bump appeared on his head. Modeling magic is a free magic, and the magic shapes that can be created are different. Practice hard, and then find your own shape. Grey nodded, not quite understanding, and then continued to train, and at the same time began to think about what kind of shape he wanted to create. Altia no longer paid attention, and focused all her attention on the water cup in front of her. This time, her magic was performed very smoothly, and the water instantly turned into ice. Her face was filled with a bright smile. Leila looked at Altia's progress, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, it's worthy of Sister Lei, she is so talented. Leila looked around and looked at the people around her. Everything was on track. The next plan should also be put on the agenda. I don't know how many years it will take. Now I can only wait for his news. After the training, everyone went their separate ways. On the way home, Gildarts held Kana's hand, and Kana happily hummed the ballad she had learned from Father Brock. Gildarts was absent-minded, and his steps slowed down unconsciously. Kana held Gildarts' hand and shook it constantly. Gildarts looked at Kana's cheerful appearance, and although he felt reluctant, he still spoke with difficulty. Kana, I have to go out to work tomorrow. Kana heard this, her body suddenly paused, and the ballad she was humming also stopped abruptly. She slowly turned around and looked at Gildarts with some reluctance in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Kana nodded gently and said softly, well, then go, be careful on the road. Her words revealed her concern for Gildarts. Gildarts was extremely shocked by Kana's answer. He couldn't believe it in his heart, and asked tentatively, you won't blame your father, will you? No, why would you think so? Kana tilted her head, her face full of confusion. Because I haven't been able to spend enough time with you, and I have to go out. Gildarts looked down at Kana, his eyes full of guilt. Well, that's enough. Dad has to go out to work, and you like traveling very much, don't you? Kana shook her head and smiled to show her understanding. She still clearly remembered that Leila had told her that Gildarts liked traveling very much. Kana. Gildarts hugged Kana tightly, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Okay, Dad, let's go back and eat. Kana hugged Gildarts gently and said softly. Okay, Dad will cook for you tonight. Gildarts couldn't suppress his joy and even forgot himself. Let's go out for dinner. Kana's ruthless words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Gildarts' enthusiasm. At the same time, it also indirectly showed the true level of someone's cooking skills. Oh, all right then. Gildarts was a little disappointed, but when he thought about having dinner with Kana, he smiled again. The two walked farther and farther away. Behind a tree not far from them, Leila heard the conversation between father and daughter and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Gildarts always felt that he owed Kana something, so he was so uneasy and afraid of being rejected and disappointed by Kana. However, Gildarts had not realized that Kana had matured a lot. After all, when a child embarks on a journey to find his father, the hardships he experiences during the journey are imaginable to others. Now that the two have confirmed their relationship, Kana's knot has also been resolved. After it was untied, she no longer worried that Gildarts would leave, because she knew that Gildarts would not leave her. The next day, after Gildarts finished talking to Makarov, he set out for the train station. Makarov specifically reminded Gildarts of this commission, as if this commission was specifically for Gildarts to go. Before leaving, Kana handed a card to Gildarts and told him to carry it well with him. Gildarts took a look at it and put it in his package. Kana also explained the effect of this card to him. Gildarts kept it in mind, hugged Kana, and turned to leave. After that, although Kana knew that Gildarts would definitely come back, her mood was obviously a little low. Every day, she would tell fortunes for Gildarts, and this situation would only change when Gildarts was about to come back. Ulu will also have to go out to work in the next few days. Unfortunately, she cannot accept S-level commissions. Although her strength has reached the level of an S-level wizard, she still needs to pass the S-level exam as she has just joined the guild. However, according to Ulu, Makarov has decided to include her in this year's exam list. With Ulu's strength, she will definitely pass the exam smoothly. Generally speaking, Makarov the S-level exam will be held at Sirius Island at the end of this year, in early December, and the test takers will have a week to prepare. When Leila learned about this, she quietly told Makarov about his suggestion for the exam, letting Ulu and Gildarts meet during the exam, and the fight between the two will definitely be very interesting. The fight between two Saint level 10 people will definitely be very eye-catching, but unfortunately this proposal was decisively rejected by Makarov, who pointed at Leila's nose and cursed, "You want the tomb of the first generation to be destroyed? We still have to clean Sirius Island regularly." When the exam started, Makarov announced the start, but he said that there was only Ulu on the list this year. When the list came out, no one in the guild had any objections. After all, Ulu could be said to be the one who was chosen for this exam. Moreover, the guild has gradually entered a bottleneck period. Those who are capable have already become S-class wizards, while those who are not capable are not qualified yet. Since there is only one Ulu, Makarov also gave Ulu a simple exam task, which is to complete an S-class commission. Leila was murmuring in her heart, "This is too easy for Ulu, it would be better to let Ulu and Guildarts fight. I also want to see this epic production." S-level commissions are a piece of cake for Ulu. With her strength, it is no problem for her to compete for the Holy 10, but she is not interested in it. A week later, Ulu completed the commission brilliantly, and Makarov even received thanks from the client for the first time. He was very moved by this, because all he received before were compensation bills. Makarov praised Ulu in the guild, and yelled at the guild members to learn from Ulu and stop thinking about causing trouble all day long, so as to reduce his pressure. He gets scolded every time he goes to the council, and it is not easy for him. However, he was sleeping and didn't hear the content of the lecture at all. Makarov was standing on the stage and talking excitedly, but the members of the guild just ignored what Makarov said and just smiled and comforted him, saying that they would pay attention in the future. Seeing the perfunctory attitude of the crowd, Makarov was so angry that he jumped up and down, and no longer mentioned the matter. He directly announced that the S-class wizard of X772 was Ulu. The guild returned to its former liveliness. Everyone held a banquet. Auguste also gave Ulu a carefully prepared gift, which was a pure handmade bracelet with a cute smiling face painted on each bead. This year's events ended successfully. It is worth mentioning that Kana and Auguste have already mastered magic and will be able to accept commissions in a few months. Leo is also eager to try and is ready to take on commissions, but Gray still needs some time to grow. After all, he started slowly. In the days that followed, Guildarts and Ulu often asked Leila to take care of Kana and Ultia when they went out on missions. It was said that Guildarts even asked Wolo if she wanted to be his partner. However, Wola still refused mercilessly. After all, she was not interested in the commission. If she could choose, she would rather accompany Ultia. Wola chose some easier S-level commissions, which were not difficult and the rewards were enough to live on, so she spent most of her time teaching her disciples and accompanying Ultia. Guildarts understood Wola's thoughts, but when he thought of Wola's refusal, he felt regretful, so he set out on his journey alone again. During the time when Guildarts and Ulu were away, it was very difficult for Leila. Kana and Ultia always dragged Leila to train. Leila's strength was far beyond theirs, so she needed to pay attention to the degree of training. Whenever this happened, Laxus would take on commissions and go out to work, deliberately delaying his return for a few days. Leila finally understood how Laxus felt. In April X773, Kana and Ultia also decided to form a team to accept the mission. During this period, the two gradually became familiar with each other's magic and cooperated with each other to fight with Leila. Now they have a good understanding. They couldn't hold back their excitement and couldn't wait to find Makarov. Makarov just looked at Leila, and after seeing Leila nod slightly, he agreed to their request. After thanking the old man, Kana and Ultia hurried to the commission column and started to choose. Makarov was a little worried. He looked at Leila and motioned to follow them. Leila gladly accepted. According to the address on the commission, the three took a carriage and set off for Jolie Village. Jolie Village is located to the west of Magnolia, not far away, and it only takes half a day to arrive by carriage. Kana and Ultia received the task of defeating a group of thieves named Devon's family. Leila did not provide any substantial help and was silent all the way. Kana and Ulter were full of energy and began to discuss the plan actively in the carriage. They thought that the most urgent thing was to communicate with the client first and get the intelligence information of the thieves. Leila lay in the carriage, listening to the discussion of the two, and gradually fell asleep. He even felt that his participation was a bit redundant. The thieves from this small village could bully ordinary caravans. For Kana and Ulter, it was a piece of cake. He also specially looked up relevant information and found that this group of thieves had only learned some physical skills. Kana and Ulter were enough to give them a hard time. "Leila, we're here, wake up." Ultia and Kana gently woke Leila up. "Well, okay." Leila enjoyed the wake-up service of the two girls, rubbed her eyes, sat up and stretched. The smile on the corner of her mouth could not be suppressed, she slept so comfortably. "Then let's go find the client." The three of them walked into the village of Juri. The first thing that caught their eyes was a towering tower that looked simple and elegant. Leila introduced them to the 5-story pagoda of Juri village, which had a long history and was often visited by villagers for worship. After passing through the 5-story pagoda, the three of them arrived at the client's house. Kana and Ultia knocked gently on the door, and an uncle answered and opened the door. He first saw the two little girls, and then Leila. "Leila, you're here." Owen's voice was full of surprise. "Hey, Uncle Owen, I knew it was you." Leila also smiled and stretched out her hand to greet Owen. "Oh, is this another commission you accepted?" "Almost. They mainly answer the calls. I am here to help." "You know each other?" Kana and Ulti looked at each other, then turned back to look at Leila. Leila quickly introduced Uncle Owen. I met him when I was doing a commission before. Uncle Owen is a fruit supplier. He has several fruit gardens at home. Sometimes Uncle Owen also delivers fruits to our guild. Hello Uncle Owen. Well, hello. Okay, that's enough of the small talk. Uncle Owen, please tell us the details of the commission. Okay, come in and sit down. Owen enthusiastically led Leila and the other two into the house, and then asked them to sit down on the sofa. He also took out some fruits and tea and put them on the table, indicating that they were welcome. Leila and the others gladly accepted Owen's kindness, and then Owen told them about the Devons family of thieves. The Devons were lying in ambush somewhere on the trade road. When they saw a passing caravan, any goods would be looted, and Uncle Owen was not spared. Recently, everyone in the village has suffered a lot from it. The villagers hated them to the core, but they had no choice but to ask for help. He was very impressed with Leila. After all, he had known Leila before. When Leila came to entrust him, Uncle Owen was still skeptical about why a child was sent to solve the commission, but later, he was impressed by Leila's strength, and gave Leila a large basket before leaving. Fruit. This time, he did not hesitate to initiate a commission to Fairy Tale. When he saw Kana and Altair, he did not despise them. It was also because of Leila that he had a very good impression of Fairy Tale. After listening to Uncle Owen's story, Kana and Altair discussed the plan, and then discussed it with Uncle Owen. Uncle Owen took a look at Leila and readily accepted the plan. Then, Uncle Owen pulled out a carriage from the backyard with several baskets in the carriage. After everything was ready, Owen and Leila drove in front, while Kana and Altair hid in one of the baskets. Because the two were petite, the basket was big enough to accommodate their bodies. As soon as they walked onto the road, a dark shadow was peeking in the dark in the woods next to them. Leila glanced at it inadvertently, then quickly turned her head to look forward, and the one in the basket behind her Ulti had already sensed his movements through the crystal ball. The man saw a small carriage, and based on the principle of not letting go of any opportunity, he prepared to go back and call for help. The fish has been hooked, and all that is left is to wait. Leila sat leisurely in the carriage, chatting with Uncle Owen about family matters, and Owen did not look worried at all. After all, he had seen Leila's strength. Not long after, a group of thieves suddenly rushed out of the woods and blocked the way of the carriage. The horses were frightened and stopped with a neigh. Each of them held a sharp blade in his hand, staring at Owen and Leila with a sneer, with light in his eyes, staring at the prey in front of him. Uncle Owen once said that this group of thieves was extremely cunning, and would never act easily before they were sure that it was not a caravan or cargo. Unfortunately, there has been no caravan traveling in the village for some time, so they held back. Unable to stop, finally appeared. The thief leader Devon was about to speak, but Kana and Altair jumped out of the basket. At the same time, Kana's cards shot at the thieves, and Altair's crystal ball also rushed away. Devon also had some experience. Although he was facing two little girls, after seeing the cards and crystal balls, he still shouted and asked the brothers behind him to disperse, and he also jumped away quickly. Crystal balls kept flashing in the air, and more crystal balls appeared at the same time. Devon felt that he swung a few knives and hit the crystal balls, but unfortunately there were too many crystal balls, which kept hitting his body like raindrops. He was finally unable to resist and was shot down directly from the air. After Devon shouted, the brothers were alert, but Kana had already placed cards around and surrounded the group of people tightly. Then, she launched magic, and dazzling lights flashed, and the thieves instinctively covered their eyes. After that, thick fog rose up around them, surrounding them. Only the sound of falling to the ground was heard. As the smoke dissipated, only the thieves who were sleeping soundly were left. After that, Owen and Leila came forward with ropes and tied them up one by one. This commission was unusually easy. After that, they only needed to hand them over to the nearby army. After Owen thanked the three of them, he settled the reward. Owen also sent a few baskets of fruit to express his gratitude. After that, Owen returned to the village and told the villagers the good news. Then each household began to get busy and continue to deal with their own affairs. After all, because of the thieves, many caravans in the village did not transport goods during this period, and some transactions were delayed or cancelled. Kana and Ulti also completed the commission excellently. When they returned to the guild, Makarov was relieved to see Kana and Ulti return safely. He did not ask too much about the commission, but only cared about whether the two of them were injured in the commission. Kana and Altair shook their heads and told Makarov the details of the commission. The old man praised them. Then he told Makarov about the fruits Owen sent. They sent too much and it was difficult to store them. They planned to use them in the guild. The fruits in the guild just needed to be replenished, so they simply put them in the guild's warehouse. Hey, Leila, you should team up with us from now on. Kana put her hands on the table, slapped it hard, and said loudly to Leila who was still lowering her head. Yes, it's boring to do commissions alone. Aren't you very relaxed all day long? Altair also echoed beside him. No. Leila didn't even raise her head and continued to concentrate on writing in the notebook. Forget it, let's go, Kana said, pulling Ultia away angrily, ignoring Leila. Why, Leila? Ultia gently pushed Kana's hand away, her eyes flickering with confusion, staring straight at Leila and asking, I have too many things to do, and I am not interested in these ordinary commissions. Perhaps I can consider the S-level commissions in the future. Leila saw that Altair was not giving up, so he had no choice but to explain. He then closed the notebook, stood up, greeted the two, and turned back to his intelligence room. Kana looked at Leila's back with some anger. Lydia lowered her head in thought. For now, she should deal with her own affairs first and not create any more complications. Recently, Leila has rarely accepted missions. After all, he is an intelligence chief and is not a vegetarian. Just providing intelligence is enough for him to live a comfortable life. He does not need to pay rent, nor does he have the pressure of mortgage. He uses magic to travel when he goes out. However, nothing has happened recently. It seems that those black magic cults have not started to act yet. It will take some time. There is no movement in the Paradise Tower now. As for the thought body, there is also no news. He does not know the exact timeline, which puts Leila in a very passive situation. He does not know how many years he will have to wait. Leila squatted on the ground, ready to continue his experiment. He had further improved the teleportation array a few days ago and recarved the magic array. Now he only needs the last step. Leila's hand gently placed on the magic array, and a dazzling white light instantly illuminated the whole room. He only felt the magic power in his body flowing continuously into the magic crystal in the magic array. This magic crystal is not ordinary. It is a high-end product that Leila bought from the black market. Moreover, Leila has carefully modified it so that it can store his magic power. Now this teleportation array is truly completed. Leila stepped gently into the teleportation array and kept shuttling between the two places. Then he carefully recorded the data about the teleportation array in his notebook. The effect was quite good and it was enough for use at present. After carefully comparing the data, he found that the effect of this magic crystal was 5 times better than ordinary ones. However, the transformation technology of magic crystal still needs to be improved, and its use also has a time limit. Although it can be reused, the shelf life is not long and needs to be replaced frequently. Leila recorded these key issues one by one, then sorted out the things and walked out of the room. At this time, Kana and Ultiya went out to execute the commission again. After all, because the two had just completed a commission, but that commission was a bit too simple, and the two had not yet gotten over the freshness. Leila then enjoyed this leisure alone. He came to the bar, ordered a glass of juice, and savored this quiet time. The Kingdom of Fiori has a rule that people can only drink after they are 15 years old. Leila has not reached this age yet, not to mention that he is not a good drinker. I just don't know if he has a good talent for drinking in this body. In his previous life, he was the only kid in the dormitory in college. He was always laughed at by his roommates, saying that he could only sit at the same table with a dog. If he hadn't been out and everyone had given him some face, he would have made a fool of himself. In the days that followed, Leila no longer went out to take commissions, and he looked like he had nothing to do all day. Laxus couldn't stand it, mainly because he couldn't bear to see Leila so idle, so he joined forces with Kana and Altair, and the three of them pestered Leila all day long. Leila had to avoid them from time to time. Later, when he really couldn't avoid them, he would also take some commissions, and then run out to stay for a few more days before coming back. Unfortunately, every time he came back, he would be pulled away by the three of them. Leila couldn't refuse, and when Kana and Altair heard that he meant to refuse, they would use their special skills of acting like a spoiled child. Faced with such an attack, Leila had no ability to resist and could only accept it helplessly. Seeing that this trick was very effective on Leila, Kana and Altair originally wanted her to join their team, but Leila firmly refused. Laxus held Leila's handle tightly. With just a glance, Leila could immediately understand what he meant and skillfully serve as a sparring partner. In this way, Leila spent 3 years in fear in these hellish days. One day in May X776, Leila finally ushered in a long-lost moment of relaxation. The three people happened to be out on commissions, so Leila chatted with other members in the guild and asked if there were any interesting gossips recently. Makarov happened to come in from the door of the guild at this time. He saw Leila at a glance, then walked quickly to Leila and called Leila away without saying anything. Seeing his anxious look, it seemed that something was wrong. "Old man, what happened?" Leila was dragged to the intelligence room by Makarov. He saw the old man's anxiety from Makarov's expression and asked directly, "Leila, can you find Rob's location?" Makarov's voice was filled with anxiety. "Grandpa Rob, let me see." Without any hesitation, Leila immediately cast a spell and began to search. Leila had seen Grandpa Rob a few years ago, and at that time, Grandpa Rob still had magic power. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. For some reason, he suffered from magic exhaustion and now rarely comes to the guild. I heard that he is living in his hometown village, and I haven't seen him for a long time. This time Makarov came to Leila, probably because he could no longer contact Grandpa Rob. Leila knew where Grandpa Rob was, and then cast the ancient book magic. Through the information of Grandpa Rob recorded during the previous contact, it clearly showed Grandpa Rob's current location. Paradise Tower. Leila's face became very solemn. Paradise Tower? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong, Leila? Makarov was shocked when he heard these 4 words, but then he calmed down. It can't be wrong. Leila showed Makarov the location she had searched and the surrounding images. It seems that the group of people built another one. Makarov said after seeing it clearly. The Tower of Paradise is a forbidden magic that can bring the dead back to life. It is forbidden to build by the Magic Council because it is against human ethics. The previous 7 towers were destroyed by the suppression of the Council. Now this is the 8th tower. Those black magic cults have a backup plan. There is no time to lose, old man, let's talk while we walk. Leila said to Makarov as she prepared to pack up and set off immediately. Good. Makarov knew the dangers of the Paradise Tower. After hearing what Leila said, the two quickly prepared their things and set off. Wait, old man, do you have Grandpa Yahima's communication magic crystal? Leila and Makarov rushed out of the guild gate in a hurry. Suddenly, Leila thought of something, turned around and said to Makarov. Yes. Makarov answered quickly. Take it with you, it might be useful. Leila said with a serious face and a firm tone. Makarov returned to his room, picked up the communication magic crystal, put on the bag, and then rushed to the Magnolia train with Leila. After buying the tickets, the two boarded the train to Harjan, and the Paradise Tower was just southeast of Harjan. Grandpa, why is Grandpa Rob there? Leila knew the outcome of the matter, but he still needed to ask for some details. 2 days ago, I didn't hear from Rob, so I went to his village to visit him, but the villagers said he had been out for a while and hadn't come back yet. He usually doesn't do this. Makarov looked serious and told Leila the whole story. How long exactly? Leila's voice was a little anxious. It was about 10 days ago. We didn't write to each other often. I contacted him a few days ago, but I didn't receive a reply until yesterday. Who knew he had been missing for so long? Makarov regretted it and blamed himself for not noticing it earlier. Now, what I am most worried about is whether Grandpa Rob can survive. Leila frowned, her expression serious, and she was a little worried. Alas, if Rob hadn't had this disease, he wouldn't have suffered this misfortune. I really hope he won't do anything stupid again. His body can't stand it. Makarov sighed. It's okay, old man. The current situation is still optimistic. I can still clearly sense Grandpa Rob's location, which means he is doing well. Leila comforted. Therefore, the most urgent task is to eradicate this Paradise Tower, eliminate the black magic cult, and report to the Magic Council. After all, there are still many civilians being used as slaves. Makarov briefly explained the current situation and also thought about what to do next. The old man is really farsighted. Leila praised. Stop flattering me. Where is the exact location of that tower? Makarov couldn't wait any longer. Near the coast of Ka-Erlam, the train will arrive at Harukian in the afternoon, and I will take you directly to the Tower of Paradise. Well, I will contact Yahima now, I hope it is not too late. After Leila and Makarov finished their discussion and made a plan, Makarov contacted Yahima with the communication magic crystal and explained in detail the matter of Rob and the Tower of Paradise. After hearing the news, Yahima solemnly told Makarov that he must bring Rob back. Makarov nodded heavily, and then Yahima said that he would hold a meeting and send troops over. After the communication ended, Leila and Makarov began to recuperate and waited quietly for the train to start. Makarov also pretended to be calm. Fortunately, Leila was there, otherwise it would be difficult to find news about Rob. He looked out the window, looking at the scenery absent-mindedly, and kept praying, Rob must hold on, I will come to save you soon. At the same time, he was suppressing a rage in his heart. He hadn't been so angry for a long time. Dare to hurt his family, that is to be my enemy. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Harujian City. Passengers who want to get off please hurry up and get off. A clear voice sounded from the carriage broadcast, and the attendant opened the carriage door. Makarov and Leila got off the train quickly. After walking out of the station, they walked to a corner on the street, and their figures instantly disappeared into the alley. Leila moved quickly in the direction of the Tower of Paradise. After several teleportations, they finally arrived at the island. From a distance, they could see that the tower had been built for a long time. It was estimated to be dozens of meters high, but nearly a quarter of the tower had been built. There are many sentry towers on the island, but there seems to be no sentry station there now. Leila appeared on the island with Makarov openly, and looked around and found nothing unusual. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the tower. The two looked at each other and thought to themselves that something was wrong. Leila, where is Rob? Makarov saw something was happening and couldn't suppress his anxiety. I'll take you there. Leila held Makarov's shoulders, activated magic, and instantly teleported to where Grandpa Rob was. Rob. Makarov's eyes moistened when he saw the thin Rob. Pony? Leila. Rob paused, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the voice, his face full of joy. Hey, Grandpa Rob, how are you? Leila saw Rob and greeted him with a smile on her face. Well, I'm fine. Rob looked at Leila with a smile, walked over and touched Leila's head, but the pale face and thin figure showed that his health was very poor. Okay, I'll deal with them first, and you two can chat. Leila then rushed towards the surrounding black magic cultists, leaving behind a spell to create a barrier around Rob and Makarov. Xiaoma, how did you get here? Seeing that the surrounding environment was temporarily safe, Rob put down the shovel in his hand with a sense of relief and turned to Makarov to ask. Of course, Leila brought me here. You said that, but I was so worried. What happened to you? How did you get caught here? Makarov said unhappily, and then asked Rob with concern. Haha, I was on my way to a village when I saw a group of black magic cults grabbing some kids, and then, Rob smiled bitterly and recounted the situation one by one. Then you got carried away and tried to save those children, but ended up being caught here. Makarov pouted and looked at Rob with a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Yeah, Rob felt a little disappointed. Not only did he fail to save the children, but he also got himself into trouble and finally caused trouble for Xiaoma. Well, it's all over, Rob. Makarov patted Rob's shoulder gently. Grandpa Rob, let me remove your handcuffs for you. Leila easily knocked down all the enemies around her, and then saw the handcuffs on Rob's hands and walked to Rob's side. Can you untie it? Leila. Yes. Leila pulled Rob's arm and carefully felt the magic in the handcuffs. Then, with a crisp sound, the handcuffs opened and fell to the ground. Huo. Rob moved his wrist and felt a sense of relief. That old man, Grandpa Rob, there is nothing to do here. I will go up to help the others. Leila immediately prepared to rescue the others in the upper area. Do you have enough magic power? Don't force yourself to teleport all the way here. Makarov said with a worried look on his face. Don't worry, old man, I'm not stupid. If I can't beat you, won't I just run away? Leila replied with a smile. That's good. Makarov knew that Leila would not lie, so he felt relieved. By the way, Leila, can you go to the punishment room on the upper floor and help me save a child? Rob called Leila, who was about to leave. Okay, what does he look like? Leila asked. He has short sky blue hair and a very obvious tattoo on his right eye. Rob described the child's characteristics. Okay, I understand. Leila nodded and turned away. Leila is getting better and better. Rob looked at Leila's back as she left. Yes, the child has grown up, but this brat is too lazy. He does nothing all day and just stays in the guild. Makarov couldn't help but sigh, and then he complained to Rob, looking like he was disappointed with him. Xiaoma, I met two very interesting little guys here. Rob said with a smile, and the figures of the two people appeared in his mind. Oh, is it so? One is the child I asked Leila to save just now. He is very talented. The other is that girl. I believe she will become a powerful wizard in the future. Rob walked to the edge of the platform and pointed to the little girl in the front row of the crowd. Makarov followed Rob and followed the direction of Rob's finger. He saw the unique existence at a glance. The two stood on the edge of the platform and looked at the girl holding a shield and a sword in the crowd. She had short crimson hair, but it was a pity that her right eye was tightly bandaged. I didn't expect to see such a smile in a place like this. Our system is still there. How is this possible? Ouge's eyes widened, and he slammed his fist on the table. His mouth opened wide, and his face was full of disbelief. There is an 8th tower, just off the coast of Kaerlam. Barano said calmly. Is that tower already finished? Ouge lowered his head. According to Makarov, the tower is not yet completed. Yahima said calmly that Makarov has gone there and he is sure he will take care of it. That's good, we will send troops there now. The other reviewers also echoed that they absolutely could not tolerate the existence of the R system. There are still many innocent civilians who have been captured there. We need to let the local investigation team and the army comfort the civilians and arrange their subsequent accommodation. That's it, let the army set off quickly. After the meeting, Yahima returned to his room and took out the communication magic crystal. Rob and Makarov in the Paradise Tower were as Leila sighed. Suddenly, a voice came. It was the communication magic crystal. Oh, by the way, tell little Yahima about the situation here. Makarov said as he took out the magic crystal and placed it in front of the two of them. Pony, have you found Rob? Here. Makarov turned the magic crystal over, and Yahima saw Rob, whose face was slightly pale. Xiao Luo, I'm glad you're still alive. Little Yahima, are you cursing me to death? Why are you running around like that, old man? And you even ran to such a dangerous place. Yahima said angrily. Oh, something unexpected happened. I'm glad you're all right. The council has confirmed the existence of this Paradise Tower and has sent the Rune Knights there. Rob, we'll meet again when you come back. Okay. After seeing Rob's agreement, Yahima nodded and hung up the connection with the magic crystal. He had other things to discuss with the members of the council. Makarov had already communicated with him once when he came to the island. When he saw the completion of the tower, he knew that the tower had existed for many years. It seems that the work of the intelligence department is really bad, but in the end this incident will most likely be suppressed by them, and Yahima can't do anything about it. Those old men are very concerned about their face. It seems that we can just wait for the army to arrive, but the black magic cultists in this Paradise Tower seem to be very ordinary. Makarov lowered his head and looked at the cultists who were retreating step by step. Well, they are not very strong, there must be someone behind the scenes who has not appeared yet. Rob nodded. Now he hasn't come to finish it, it seems he doesn't care about this place. It's magic soldiers. The crowd was horrified and began to flee in panic. Magic soldiers are transformed from corpses and can use explosive magic with fire attributes. The transformation process is a kind of black magic, which has been strictly prohibited by the council many years ago. The black magic believers all showed a look of joy, and they all stood up, sneering at the embarrassed appearance of the civilians who were running away frantically. Groups of magic soldiers were seen floating in the air, their mouths opened in an exaggerated manner, and at the same time, red magic circles unfolded from their mouths, and flame bombs were fired at the crowd like cannonballs. Everyone ran away with their heads in their hands, discarded their weapons casually, and kept retreating. They all gave up resistance. The only one who stood still in the crowd was the girl. No, don't give up so quickly, you have to fight to the end. Urza kept persuading the fleeing crowd with her weapon. Unfortunately, it didn't work. They were all scared, and all the people who escaped were caught by the magic soldiers. Get out of the way. A man suddenly jumped out of the crowd, rushed straight towards Urza like an arrow from a bow, and pushed Urza hard. Urza stumbled and fell to the ground, raised her right hand to grab their backs, tears from her left eye rushed down like a flood, and the flame bomb behind her was about to fall. In a flash, a figure appeared in front of Urza like a ghost. Dispel the darkness, holy rain of light. Makarov put his hands together in front of his chest, unfolded the magic circle, and continuously fired dense light arrows like rain, piercing the flame bombs one by one. The flame bombs were all detonated in the air, and at the same time, those light arrows continued to shoot at the magic soldiers with unstoppable force. The magic soldiers were hit by the light arrows one by one, and exploded like firecrackers, falling to the ground one after another. All the magic soldiers were defeated in one encounter. Is this magic? Urza looked at the short old man in front of her with a look of shock in her eyes. Little girl, are you okay? Makarov turned around, not caring about the fate of the magic soldiers, and at the same time, his eyes were like a hawk, scanning the group of black magic cultists who were still standing there in a daze. He stretched out his hand to pull Urza up, and patted her head with a smile. Urza looked at the kind old man in front of her, and somehow a warm current surged in her heart. Urza, how are you? Are you not hurt? Rob also ran over. Grandpa Rob? I'm fine, this old man saved me. Urza saw Rob running over, shook her head and smiled and said to Rob, Xiaoma, hurry up and get it done. Looking at Makarov's unhurried appearance, Rob couldn't help but urge him. Okay, it will be over in a moment. Makarov waved his hand, turned around and cast a spell on the remaining believers. With one spell, a large number of black magic believers in front of him fell unconscious like harvested wheat. Urza. At this time, the four little they also ran over, shouting Urza's name loudly, with joy written all over their faces. Simon, Wooly, Hugh, Miliana. Urza turned around and looked at the four people. Grandpa Rob, who is that old man? He's so strong. The four of them chirped like birds, asking Rob. That's my good friend and the guild leader. Rob laughed happily and explained to them. Guildmaster? So handsome. The four of them looked at Makarov's heroic figure killing everyone, their eyes shining with brilliance. Yes, it's really reassuring to have him around. Rob also looked at Makarov and couldn't help but think of the past. It was a pity that he could no longer use magic. While Makarov went to clear the enemies in this area, the civilians in other areas were also successfully liberated. After that, they found the key to the handcuffs, everyone unlocked the handcuffs, and then used these handcuffs on the black magic cultists. Well, all that's left is to wait for the army to arrive. It seems that there aren't many black magic cultists here. Makarov was relieved to see that everything was almost ready. He then asked all the civilians to gather and wait outside for the arrival of the army. Urza still wanted to save Jelal, but Rob persuaded her that someone had already gone to save him and asked her to just wait for the news. Urza had no choice but to give up and followed everyone outside, but her expression clearly showed that she was not relieved. Simon just looked at Urza with a look of disappointment. After Makarov calmed down the civilians, he realized that Leila had been gone for a long time. Just as he was wondering what was going on, Leila appeared in front of him. Leila, what happened to your arm? And where's the child? Makarov was relieved to see Leila come back, but suddenly he looked at the wound on Leila's arm, and there was no sign of the child that Rob mentioned beside Leila. He's been taken away. Leila looked serious, as if she was facing a great enemy. What? Jelal was taken away. Urza was standing next to Rob, waiting for news about Jelal. Seeing Leila suddenly appear, she couldn't help but approach curiously. Who is this? Leila saw the girl's flaming red hair and knew what she was talking about, but she still pretended to be silent. I am Urza Chocolat. What happened to Jelal? Urza was like an ant on a hot pot, hurriedly introduced herself, and then asked impatiently. He was captured by the Devil's Heart. Devil's Heart? How many people are there? Makarov looked solemn when he heard the name. A person, to be precise, a teenager of about my age. I saw the emblem on his body. Leila replied. Makarov heard Leila's answer and thought to himself, there are not many people of the same age who can make Leila lose face. Where are they now? Makarov continued to ask. If the Devil's Heart was the mastermind, it would make sense. But what exactly did they want to do? Why did they capture that child? I fought him a few times and he took the boy away in front of me. Why did you take Jelal away? Urza asked. I don't know. Leila shook her head. What happened then? Makarov asked. Then Leila told Makarov what happened to him, but he just mentioned some unimportant people. After Leila and Rob Makarov separated, they walked towards the punishment room. The map of the entire Paradise Tower was already recorded in his mind, so he found the room easily. There were only 3 people in the room. Gerard was tied to a pillar beside him, and there were also 2 cultists, one fat and one thin, grinning triumphantly. This kid didn't even hum. It's really not fun. Even if you try to hold it back, it will be useless. You will only be punished more severely like the little girl last time. After saying that, he activated the magic, and a magic circle appeared from the crystal beside him. The electric shock released from it struck Gerard on the pillar. Hey, kid, you don't know how sacred it is to build an R system. When this tower is finished, you can all go to paradise. R the system can revive our great god. Shut up, fat pig. Gerald endured the pain of the electric shock, clenched his teeth, and stared at the 2 men fiercely. What did you say? Gerard's words made the fat cultist angry and he immediately increased the output of magic power, and the power of the electric shock gradually increased. Don't worry about him. We will also go to suppress the thugs later. I will continue the punishment ceremony until you learn to fear God. The fat man stopped the ceremony and waited for Jalal to beg for mercy. The two men's evil smiles were like sharp thorns that deeply hurt Jalal's heart. Jalal's heart was filled with sadness. God, I don't need a god who can't even save a child. If I save you, would that make me a god? Leila saw this scene from outside and appeared directly in front of Jalal with a playful smile on her face. Who are you? Gerald forced himself to look at Leila, his heart full of doubts. It's really fun to tease your brother-in-law. Hey, kid, who are you and how did you get up here? Before Leila could reply to Gerald, she was interrupted by a fat and a thin cultist standing behind her. Don't you know we are talking? You should learn to shut up. It's rude to disturb others. Leila didn't even turn her head, but lowered her head and sighed, speaking earnestly. After Leila finished speaking, she stretched out her right hand, and the magic sword appeared silently in her hand. Then she threw it back, and the magic sword moved lightly in the air. Jalal watched Leila suddenly appear a sword, and suddenly saw Leila throw the sword away. He was very puzzled. Just as he was about to talk to Leila, the sword suddenly stood in the air, as if it had its own consciousness, and slashed at the two of them. What is this? Is it a magic item? They tried their best to dodge and launched attacks at the magic sword at the same time. The magic sword just lightly slashed and dispersed the magic, and then continued to attack the two people. The fat and thin cultists had to dodge with all their strength. While dodging, they wanted to use their magic wands to attack Leila, but the magic sword saw through it at a glance and blocked the magic. Then another slash directly cut off their magic wands. The magic sword made bursts of buzzing sounds and flew very fast. It surrounded the two people, set up a sword formation, and flew quickly in the formation. They could only dodge continuously, but they could not avoid the sharp blade of the magic sword. More and more sword marks appeared on their bodies. Finally, they couldn't stand it anymore and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy, saying that they were just following orders. Leila saw that Jalal was still looking at the magic sword in shock, and she felt a little happy in her heart. She thought, I really pretended well, but the most urgent thing is to save Jalal first. What's your name? Leila untied the rope and opened Gerald's handcuffs at the same time. Seeing that he was still in a daze, she simply spoke. My name is Gerald, who are you? I am God. Forward. Haha, just kidding, my name is Leila, Grandpa Rob asked me to save you. Leila then showed the emblem on her right arm. It's from Grandpa Rob's guild. Jalal saw the emblem on Leila's arm, which was exactly the same as the one on Grandpa Rob's back, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Okay, you are saved, sit down and take a rest, I still have things to do. What's the matter? Don't mind your own business, kid. Jalal was speechless for a while, looking at Leila, thinking, you are not much older than me, but he was still very grateful to Leila in his heart. Leila smiled and finished talking to Jalal, then slowly walked towards the two black magic cultists. Hearing the constant pleas for mercy, Leila remained unmoved, and just set up a barrier around them. Jalal saw a white barrier falling, covering Leila and the fat and thin cultists who kept begging for mercy. In an instant, the whole room became quiet, and Jalal could not see the figures of the three people. Leila in the barrier looked at them kindly, and reached out to take back the magic sword. The magic sword shook twice to express protest, but Leila took it back very firmly. Well, you two have been saying that you were just following orders, so tell me what happened. Leila looked at the two people kneeling on the ground with a calm face. He is a deputy leader of our black magic cult. He reached an agreement with the Devil's Heart to let us build the Tower of Paradise here. Yes, we just received an order that we can revive Ziraf after we complete the construction of this tower. The Devil's Heart? Okay, I'll trust you for now. Leila heard the key and thought of something else. The second generation does seem to have some connection with this place. He even sent Altair here and planned to use the Tower of Paradise to attract the attention of the council. So what was he going to do? Hiss, I have forgotten a little bit. Huh. Both the fat and thin believers breathed a sigh of relief, and the two knelt down and wiped the cold sweat from their heads. However, I want to ask you a question. Leila did not stop and continued. Sir, you say, who of you two captured Grandpa Rob? Leila stared at the two of them. Sir, it was him. He caught it. You are talking nonsense, it is obvious that you caught him back. After hearing this, they knew that they could not escape this kind of thing, and the two of them tacitly pushed the matter onto the other person. Stop, I think you don't know who I'm talking about. Haha, that's right, I'm abrupt, how do you know the name? Leila looked at the two people biting each other, and she had already seen through it. Sir, I really didn't catch him, they said in unison. Don't worry, I trust you so much. If you both say that the other caught him, I will believe it. Let's just say that you two caught him. Sir, spare my life. There is only one question left. What about the eyes of the girl who came to the punishment room last time? Never mind, I know what the two of you will answer without having to guess. My lord, please spare us. Don't worry, I'm most afraid of killing people, I will spare you, but unfortunately, he won't. Leila had a faint smile on her lips. A figure appeared beside Leila, and at the same time, various interrogation tools appeared in the barrier. The man came over and saluted Leila. Leila nodded, then exited the barrier, and enjoyed the gift I prepared for you. Magic is convenient, and searched for a lot of fun things. Leila left behind a back view, and was about to walk out of the barrier, when suddenly Leila paused, turned around and walked towards the two people again. No, I haven't done anything yet, it would be too bad if I left now. Leila approached them and rolled up her sleeves. You guys just like to arrest people, right? You even arrested my guild, you guys know how to torture people, right? You blinded Urza's eyes, right? Leila gnashed her teeth, kept talking, and didn't stop. She punched and kicked the two men, hitting their wounds. After the beating, she looked at the two men's unrecognizable faces, exhaled, calmed down, and signaled the person next to her to continue his work. Then she patted the non-existent dust on her body, tidied her clothes, and walked out of the barrier with a smile on her face again. Jelal, how are you? Are you feeling better? If you are, let's go. Leila looked at Jelal who was leaning against the pillar and asked. Well, it's almost done. Gerald heard the noise, looked up at Leila, stood up shakily but sat down again when his legs softened. Forget it, I'll take you with me. Leila walked over and prepared to teleport with Jelal. Leila, get out of the way. Jelal looked at Leila, but suddenly a panicked expression appeared on his face, and he shouted hurriedly. Leila heard Jelal's reminder and quickly used teleportation to dodge away, leaving a slash on the spot, and a huge gully was cut in the ground. Who is it? Leila shouted angrily, looking around but finding nothing. Oh, space magic, teleportation. A voice appeared above Leila's head. At the same time as the voice appeared, another slash came from behind. Leila sensed the danger and was about to activate teleportation to leave, but found that it was useless. Similarly, because the magic did not work, although Leila reacted in time and dodged quickly, she still could not completely avoid the attack. A long sword instantly cut Leila's arm, leaving a wound. Leila covered the wound on her arm and pulled away. Only now did she see the appearance of the person coming clearly. A head of brown hair fell naturally, red pupils, and a smiling face. The whole person exuded a kind atmosphere, but the long sword in his hand, but it revealed a sharp white light, exuding a cold breath. The devil's heart. Leila saw a very obvious mark on the man's clothes. Who is this person? I don't remember such a person. Altia is gone, and this person suddenly appeared. And why did the teleportation lose its effect just now? What a pity, he reacted quickly. He made a sword dance, still looking at Leila with a smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all. Who are you? Leila summoned the magic sword, held it in her hand and pointed it at the other party, as if facing a formidable enemy. Without a magic circle, how can the weapon be summoned? The laws of space are not invalidated. Is it the Arc of Manifestation? He touched his chin and said to himself. Space law. Leila was shocked. It was indeed that magic that invalidated the space magic. No wonder it didn't work just now. But it seemed that this magic could absorb people into another space, but the man didn't use it just now. Why? This was bad. He didn't have a way to deal with this magic. The space system was also difficult to deal with. And he mentioned the Arc of Manifestation. Apparently, Preshedo had found someone who learned the Arc of Manifestation. The same magic as Lasteros. I wonder who is better. The man was talking to himself again. He felt that the man in front of him must be very interesting. Lasteros. Is that the name of the guy with glasses and a smug look? It's been so long that I can't remember his name at all. Never mind. Are all villains so talkative and confident? You've told me all the news. Do you want to tell me the purpose of this trip later? Let's give it a try. Leila reacted immediately after hearing his words, and immediately got ready, waiting for the man to attack. After all, this man could use space magic to move continuously, which made him much more flexible than him. He tried to move in space, constantly flashing past Leila and launching attacks, but fortunately, they were all blocked by the magic sword. Does this sword have its own consciousness? How interesting, a different manifestation from Lasteros. After he noticed the characteristics of the magic sword, he immediately increased the frequency of the space magic, and then the man's figure disappeared completely. Leila couldn't catch his figure at all, so she could only let go of the magic sword from her hand and let the magic sword respond with its own perception of magic. However, seeing that the offensive was getting faster and faster, his attacks had almost broken through the magic sword's defense several times, so Leila simply materialized 2 more magic swords. The man entangled with Leila for a while, and found that he couldn't gain any advantage after summoning 3 swords, so he stopped. Never mind, it's been a while, the council's army is coming soon, let's go. The man teleported directly to Jelal's face, and Jelal was about to say something when he was enveloped by magic and fell asleep. Fairy tale, I remember, we will meet again. When I stabbed Leila's arm just now, I saw the guild's emblem, and then the 2 of them disappeared in front of Leila. Hey, don't run. Damn, I almost did it. While fighting with him, Leila kept deepening the impression of this man in her mind. If this man stayed a little longer, Leila would be able to initially materialize him, and then the situation would be reversed, but unfortunately this man didn't give her a chance. Unfortunately, due to time, although Leila remembered that Albaris could also use this magic, she had long forgotten what that man looked like and couldn't materialize him at all. Humans are idealistic animals. When Leila consciously couldn't imagine it, it was difficult for her to imagine another person using this magic, thus falling into a thinking error. After that man left, Leila was helpless and prepared to leave, but for safety's sake, she was afraid of fraud, so she walked for a distance. After a while, Leila released another thought body to use teleportation magic, and found that she was not absorbed into the different space, so she was relieved. Then she glanced at Makarov's position on the map in her mind and teleported directly in front of Makarov. Space law? There is such a person in the devil's heart, Makarov exclaimed. While Leila and Makarov were discussing this person, Urza was restless, as if she had lost her soul. Gerard Urza's eyes were empty and she kept mumbling. Leila noticed Urza's state and couldn't help but complain in her heart, saying that the big sister had fallen in love with Jalal so early. Urza, I think it is very likely that Jalal is still alive. Given the situation at the time, that person was about my age. Why did they capture a child who didn't know magic? It was simply because they saw his talent and wanted to train him as their own. That should be the case. What Leila said makes sense. Jalal's magic talent is indeed very good. Rob also came over to comfort him. Yeah, I see. Urza looked at Leila and Rob, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. After the matter was over, the army adhered to the principle and came late. The person who came was the leader of the Rune Knights. It was obvious that the council attached great importance to the situation here, and Makarov also handed over all matters here to the council. Then all the civilians were taken on board and sent to the port, and then stationed at the port. During this period, Makarov was asked some details. The local investigation team counted the number of people and recorded the list, and verified it according to the archives of missing persons in recent years, and finally distributed the people according to the village. It is worth mentioning that Urza and Simon are both from Rosemary village, but Urza did not personally. Rob hopes Urza can join Fairy Tale. After thinking for a while, Urza gladly accepted. After all, she was alone, and if she wanted to save Jalal, she had to learn magic. Joining the guild was undoubtedly a good choice. Simon looked at Urza and hesitated to speak. After Rob agreed, Urza invited Simon and others to join Fairy Tale, but was rejected. Simon needed to go back because he wanted to find his sister, and Wooly also wanted to find his brother. Hugh and Miliana's family were still there. Although they did not agree, they said they would go to Fairy Tale to visit Urza later. Urza smiled and said to them, then we have an appointment. After saying goodbye to them, Urza also returned to Fairy Tale with Makarov with mixed feelings. Like, you still haven't changed your bad habits. Hades' voice was calm, without any emotion. Ha ha ha, President, there is nothing we can do. It is a lot less fun to lock people up in another dimension. But unfortunately, he was too cautious in the end and failed to trick him. Li Kai scratched his head and replied with an embarrassed look. He felt excited when he thought of Leila also using the Arc of Materialization. The only regret was that he did not bring him back. Otherwise, 2 arcs of materialization would be interesting. Okay, where is the child you brought back? Hades did not dwell on this topic, but asked about Gerald. Yes, President, please take a look. Li Kai teleported Jalal, who was still in a coma. Hades took off his blindfold, and the atmosphere around him instantly became solemn. A red eye scanned Jalal's body. Well, the talent is really good. Hades put the eye patch back on and nodded with satisfaction. By the way, Li Kai, have you modified his memory? I have changed it, but not much. You know, I am not very good at learning memory magic, so he may still have a rebellious mentality. It doesn't matter, there is still a lot of time, leave that matter to him, I will teach him magic. Okay, then, President, I'll leave. Li Kai bowed to Hades, then turned and left the room. Seeing Li Kai leave, Hades lowered his head and recalled the appearance of the little devil, muttering, Makarov, you have also found a good seedling. Then Hades looked at Gerald again, quietly waiting for him to wake up. After Li Kai walked out of Hades' room, he found a person who was patrolling nearby and asked about the location of Lasteros. After finding out the location, Li Kai teleported directly to that direction. At this time, Lasteros was thinking about the problem with his head down, and his thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Then his eyes lit up, and he stood up and blurted out, show up, my guardian beast Belfast of the Wind. A flying dragon with 2 sharp horns on its head, covered in armor as hard as steel, roared around. Lasteros stood up, carefully observed the summoned beast, nodded from time to time, and was obviously satisfied. After a while, Lasteros dispersed it, and then sat down to continue meditating. Hey, Rusty, what are you doing? Li Kai came over with a smile. What's the matter? Li Kai. Lasteros had just calmed down, and when he heard this familiar voice, he knew it was impossible to continue. I found something very interesting, do you want to know? Li Kai said to him mysteriously. If you have something to say, just say it. Lasteros knew that if he didn't follow Li Kai's words, he would be annoyed with him all day. I met a man when I went out this time. He also used the Arc of Manifestation. Li Kai looked around carefully and found that there was no one else. He leaned over and whispered in his ear. What? Then what? Lasteros stood up instantly, and excitedly pulled Li Kai's arm to ask about the man's situation. Ahem, then we met and I left. Li Kai coughed twice and said seriously. Then why don't you catch him back? Rastylos was so angry that he wanted to strangle Li Kai's neck, but he still tried to calm down. What can I do? That person is also a materialized arc. I don't want to get involved with him too much. Besides, the Council of Representatives will also be here, and the President of Fairy Tale will also be there. Li Kai said helplessly. Well, that's true. Lasteros nodded in approval when he heard this, with a smug smile on his face. Obviously, he only heard the first half of the sentence. He was very proud of the magic of the Arc of Manifestation. The manifestation of wishes was connected to the root of magic. Although it had its limits and certain restrictions, this magic was very powerful. So, you came back just like that. Lasteros frowned and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, what else can I do? Lekai kept it a secret. But what? Rasteros asked impatiently. Lekai saw that Rasteros had taken the bait, so he told Rasteros everything he had discovered during the battle with Leila. Oh, a conscious sword that can automatically defend against your attacks and can summon multiple swords. That's pretty interesting. So can you summon it out and take a look? No, as a fellow Arc of Manifestation wizard, I don't care about his ideas. Lasteros raised his head proudly, his eyes full of contempt. Good. If you have an idea, keep going on your path, Rasteros. The smile on Lekai's face was a little hard to break, and then he patted Rasteros' shoulder heavily. Oh. Rasteros was a little confused by Lekai's attitude and didn't know what he was trying to do. Who knew that Lekai just finished saying this and walked to the forest beside him, and shouted to the woods, "Hey, Azuma, you heard it, and Huayuan, come out too." A big question mark popped up above Rasteros' head. He didn't understand what Lekai was doing, and he had no idea about the existence of Azuma and Huayuan. I am willing to accept the loss, give it to you. Azuma came out from a big tree, sat on a branch, and then threw a purse to Lekai. Lekai, here you are. Huayuan also slowly took out an item and handed it to Lekai reluctantly. Hehe, then I won't be polite. Lekai took the purse and the doll from Huayuan. He had coveted the doll for a long time. Lekai threw the two items casually and teleported to his own space. At this time, Lasteros came over with a confused look on his face. What's going on? You two. We made a bet with Lekai. If you heard the news, would you use that person's method? Azuma briefly explained the matter to Letty's Rose, and Huayuan nodded on the side, but unfortunately they both guessed wrong. The only regret for the two of them was that they failed to win the bet. Lekai's conditions were really tempting. For Azuma, being able to fight Lekai with all his strength was enough to make his blood boil. Huayuan asked Lekai to help him get a person's hair for him to play with. As for the candidate, Lekai just silently glanced at the stunned Letty's Rose. He mainly wanted to see what expression this arrogant man would have after being teased. Just thinking about it was very interesting. Winning or losing didn't matter to him. If he lost, it was his turn, and if he won, he could play by himself. In short, he was determined to get Letty's Rose hair. When he could get a strand of it when he wasn't paying attention, he would get it. Where are Zancro and Capriccio? Lekai said, looking at Azuma. Capriccio said he was going to find some powerful humans. When Zancro heard Capriccio's purpose, he followed him. He said it would be nice to follow him around, maybe he could kill a few people for fun. Azuma said calmly, what a boring couple, it would be more fun to go find the person who manifested the Ark. Lekai, didn't you say that person is from Fairy Tale? I heard that the president is Saint Ten. Do you dare to go? Letty's Rose said provocatively. I don't dare. It would be much more interesting if I could find his whereabouts. Unfortunately, I don't know when the next interesting thing will appear. Lekai looked listless. You should stay here honestly. Doesn't the president have more tasks for you? Letty's Rose continued. That task shouldn't fall on me. Lekai recalled that after he went out, he saw Hades from the corner of his eye. He attached great importance to Jelal and should have arranged for Jelal to do it. Who should I give it to then? The three of them were puzzled. President Hades took this matter very seriously. The best candidate at the time was Lekai. If not him, who else would it be? Gerald, our future companion.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.